On palm platform, I realize the devil's brand free. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. It is the 2nd of January, 2026, or 2069 if you're Thai. That's right. Wait, no, 2569. There we go. Sorry, that's the correct year in Thailand. Anyway, we're live and alive, or at least that's what it feels like. We're about to watch some more Hasan Tent. Two very frustrating debates that I'll get into why they're frustrating here. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer. Slightly dehydrated synthetic lifeform streamer. Goddamn. Trapped in a cyber brain and body in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, however, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. All right. Yeah, I feel like I said that all in one breath. I don't remember breathing, chat. Did I breathe? Hopefully, chat. Hopefully it's not some kind of simulation that we're existing in, and somehow my breath meter, the air bubbles in Minecraft are glitching out. Either way, yeah, two Hasan debates in one day, and they both have the same, kind of frustrating aspect to them. That being that they are debates of a streamer at a another content creator in chat. In one case, Hasan Piker in Asmongold's chat, and actually getting a debate. I mean, even Asmongold admitted it. He basically, said he got baited into it. But it was Hasan typing something, Asmongold giving some bullshit answer. Hasan, what was that? I'm sorry. Stuff in my kitchen is making noise. I think the dishes just shifted in the sink or something, and it scared me for a second. But not as scared as I was for the people in Asmongold's chat that just legitimately believe every single moral panic that comes along the way is this I don't know, real life monster movie? What do you want to call it, right? Because that's what it is when you otherize a group of people in order to justify treating them the way that is wrong to treat a human being, or in this case, an American citizen. That Asmongold's been talking about only wanting to vote for a Republican who will denaturalize Somalis that are citizens, They're on green card status. They're not undocumented, right? That is the next frontier of Trump's, one of Trump's crimes against humanity. You got to keep your eye on all of them, right? Because they're going on at the same time. Even though you don't have the kind of muscle velocity, I'm sorry, I must be thinking of clavicular. No, muzzle velocity, as in Steve Bannon, the aesthetic opposite of clavicular. I wonder if when clavicular will rate Steve Bannon. That's my question. You're calling him Hasan Piker now? I mean, that works. That works because he parked his ass right in Asmon's chat and he would not leave. So like, I mean, this is a thing that happens. You know what I'm talking about? Talking to another streamer or content creator for an extended period of time from chat, you know, where one of the parties has just decided to, you know, go into chat. And I have been that person in somebody else's chat, making them see red, I guess. And I've also been that person, you know, reading the chat, right? Some people that come in to debate you in chat, you don't want to bring on. You don't want to actually, you know, I mean, if you do it the way that Asmongold did it today, though, it looks like it looks like cowardice. Because you know, I mean, there are legitimate reasons not to debate someone if you've already, you know, talked to them and you reach some sort of conclusion, you know, and they want to come in and relitigate it, that you don't owe them that. That's a little different than if you are constantly talking shit about somebody, especially about their out of context clips, and you will engage with their, you know, recorded clip, but you will not engage with the person themselves. That's kind of what's going on with Asmongold, right? But engage he did, just in chat. So yeah, I mean, the question is, you know, if there's a hostile community, do you ban the streamer? Do you VIP the streamer? And apparently Asmongold, I think, had Hasan banned from chat at one point, but that changed, and it changed back to VIP, kind of, you know, I don't know. I don't know if you could say you're taking the high road at that point. That is just maybe even a mod, you know, deciding, but most likely Asmongold giving input, you know, of whether he would like Hasan to be banned or not. But yeah, he's not banned. They had a little conversation. It was interesting. It did not go well for Asmongold. And oh my god, chat, what is going on? My chat is like stuck. Either that or everybody has turned into dream characters. It is late at night. That does sometimes happen. I gotta diagnose whatever is actually going on. It looks like I'm connected. Gotta make sure we're still we're not effing in chat. The chat is really quiet, yes, because I'm putting them on the spot, of course. Who wants to chime in? Because it's like a 100% chance of getting your chat read almost, right? At that point, you know that. There we go. There's some lurkers coming up with emotes. I mean, yeah, it is late at night. It is really late at night. For you, for me, I got no excuse. I gotta drink this matcha, so I can fully wake up here. But yeah, because we don't just have Hasan going into Asmongold's chat to do battle. I mean, they do this shit back and forth, right? You've seen a lot of like Asmongold reacting to a Hasan clip. Sometimes Hasan reacts back. Every time he does, Asmongold cuts another video. And I think the implication is supposed to be that like you can keep responding to me, Hasan, but you're only going to be making me money. And that kind of failed tonight, right? That went by the wayside, right? He was there, whether it was an oversight, maybe even an accidental unban. I could see something like that happening. I mean, you don't necessarily think about like if you asked me of a streamer that I've had issues with at some point, are they banned or not? I'd have to check. I don't like have like that kind of photographic memory. And yeah, when you see somebody that you think would be banned pop up in the chat, you're like, wait, what is going on here? And that must have been Asmongold's feeling, because he did seem surprised and he didn't really know how to handle. He didn't know how to handle Hasan Piker. Is that what you said, Tanner dude? Didn't know how to handle Hasan Piker in the chat. And you know, you even got some Asmongold like viewers, watchers, whatever, lurkers, whatever they are, saying that they felt like Asmongold was kind of a coward for you know, not actually debating. You know, you want some content, Asmongold? Here you go. Here you go. The guy that you talk about 24/7 live in a conversation where you can ask him anything you want. How many volts did he use to shock his dog, right? You could ask anything you want. You could, you know, it could be all questions about a brothel in Germany. If you are going to be that like petty and Saltman-esque, then you could do that, right? I don't understand, other than just him having some kind of preternatural fear of Hasan Piker. I can't figure out why, you know, Asmongold wouldn't take what he's been acting like is a gift of content. In that if he puts Hasan's face on the thumbnail, you see the view numbers, you know, skyrocket. I mean, not skyrocket. Asmongold gets a lot of views covering everything, but the feud with Hasan is definitely one that appeals greatly to his audience and to several, what would you call them, like tangential audience. Do you know that Asmongold has orbiters, chat? I mean, I guess it make, you know, of course Asmongold has. I just never thought of it. Like, Asmongold himself, bad enough, right? The fact that the guy's got orbiters makes, like, on one hand, I'm like existentially terrified, and on the other hand, I'm like, what are those orbiters like? Because we've dealt with orbiters before, chat. Not any orbiters of Asmongold's, but, you know, orbiters of Vosh and Destiny, and sometimes the orbiters are like funnier than the main show, right? That's definitely true with the Vosh orbit, to the extent that it still exists even. It's so crazy too, because Hasan has hung out with Asmongold before at OTK events. Oh yeah, they were cool. Not so, it was sometime, the last time they talked was, I think, during was it the summer of, would it be, was it the summer of 2024 maybe? Am I remembering that correct, or was it 2023? Never heard of Hasan Piker? Yeah. But yeah, the Asmon dad, who's, you know, all right, you know, rest and, you know, I'm trying to say something respectful to Asmon dad. Asmon dad was apparently a good guy. Hasan did their events as a favor, because it's not like he gets paid for that kind of stuff. Did okay OTK. Well, I mean, so I guess that was, you know, that's sort of a professional relationship they had at that point. And even when they didn't have you know, anything like that going on, they had like a cordial relationship. Like Hasan, when Asmongold said the thing about like inferior cultures, and Asmon actually took a 2-week ban, right? Or no, it was right before the ban. Oh my god, this is why people think Hasan is magic. God damn. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? Like, Asmongold, says this horrible thing. There's all this kind of talk on the internet about, like, this guy going like full racist. And then Hasan has him on to try to, in a not in a confrontational, not like you suck, Asmongold, but like, here's why you're wrong. Here's what you're missing. Here's the history of the situation that you obviously don't know about. And it was a little bit like a lecture, right? It was jam-packed with information. But Asmongold, gracefully, listened. It would have been really easy for him to, obviously he didn't take it seriously. Obviously it didn't change him, but he afforded Hasan the grace to at least listen, hear the man out. And then he was banned. So to people that really have this idea that Hasan is the puppet master behind Twitch, right? He's controlling all of the administration of Twitch to do exactly what he wants. So the idea then would be that Hasan had a respectful, mind you, conversation with Asmongold, and then immediately said, yeah, drop this guy out the trap door. All right, we're pulling the plug on Asmongold. He's getting, like, right, that's literally what people think. They think that Hasan has all the power at Twitch. So they've done each other's podcasts. Yeah, he wants to. And look, the other thing that's kind of separating Hasan from Asmongold, and I guess Asmongold from Hasan, is that in that last conversation that they had around, I think it was the protests at UCLA that they were mainly talking about, Asmongold has made bank transitioning into a right-wing political commentator. He has really made a lot of money doing that. And Hasan's theory is that this guy is just looking for the next meta. And so for him, this right-wing shit was that meta. This was something that he could do and get a lot of views from. And also allows him the power of negative polarization, whereupon being against someone like Hasan becomes a badge of honor, a badge of virtue. Yeah, Palestine's really where they start. Well, you know what? I don't think Asmongold was political. Am I forgetting this? I don't think he used to talk politics. Am I wrong? Like, he would maybe talk about if he didn't like maybe did he do like kind of gamer politics where it was more like, this game is too woke, maybe? I feel like that's the most political I ever saw him. Like, I definitely remember disagreeing with him before he got political, but I feel like he was kind of talking about, the only politics that sneaks in there is through gaming, and then maybe he just... It's all an act, says no other. You could be right. A lot of people think so. Yeah. Hasan seems to think that this is mostly an act, and that, as soon as the winds change politically, as soon as, like, say he thinks he can, do better. I don't know. Like, right now it kind of looks like he's going to transition into like an American first, like, instead of a Trump orbiter, he's going to become a Fuente. Do people see that happening? Like, Hasan thinks that if the right wing loses its juice, then Asmongold is going to find some reason to peace out. But I could see it just as easily happening that he becomes part of a small, dedicated subculture that really appreciates that a figure that is, you know, kind of famous on a place other than Rumble, right, is going to, you know, basically glaze Fuentes, which is a picture I never wanted to picture, but now I am picturing that, chat. Now I am picturing unholy pairing. No, I don't think Asmongold would. I don't know, chat. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what's going on with Destiny and, you know, what went on with Destiny and Fuentes, right? That's a question that I would be happy if that was just lost to the ages. That's their little secret, okay? Chicken, waffles, and whatever else, can just be between the two of them and no one else. The more I hear about Asmon, the more he just seems like a bad person that just wants money. I don't know. I mean, he could be a bad person who's interested in, you know, the one thing that doesn't make sense to me though is Asmon wanting more money, considering that he doesn't really seem to spend a lot of money for his lifestyle. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe there are a row of sports cars in the driveway. Maybe it's what else would he? I'm trying to imagine. Chat. What would Asmongold spend money on? I feel like if he spent money on cars, we'd somehow see it in the content, right? I feel like I know if Asmongold was like a car guy, if he's like, "Yup, I got a Bugatti based," you know, I feel like we would have heard of this by now. There's no way. He's not a car guy. What is he spending money on? Cleaners? He cleaned what, half of his house or something? I think after his 2-week ban, he wanted to like present the image of in some way turning over a new leaf, and but it, you know, conspicuously he left half of his house dirty, as if to say that, you know, I will not abide by the world's standards, for I am Asmongold. He wants the attention and adoration of fans. That's probably it, Coral Pal. It's gotta be that he's addicted to the clout, and yeah, he is buoyed by the yeah, and when what you're doing is based on negative polarization, right? When Hasan, just by virtue of his like political alignment, is the you know, the you know, the thing of scorn, it makes it so easy for Asmongold, like, you know what I mean, compared to like a social situation in which he's trying to, like, I don't know, there's some conflict and he's trying to win the favor of a friend versus, you know, like a thing where there's a person you don't like and you don't get along with and you feel like treats you horribly, and you've got a friend who's friends with them, and the whole dynamic where like, I mean, I'm just saying maybe he wins more on stream than in life, right? That sounds like I'm being mean, and it's such a cheap shot. I mean, like, I feel bad. I don't want to be mean to Asmongold, right? That feels like shooting down or punching down or something. It feels bad, right? Like, if the whole thing where you're like, yeah, of course he's gross. Yeah, no, but I'm not trying to belabor that point. All right, I am not. Again, you know, it might be hard to tell, you know, if I'm being sincere saying any particular thing, but no, I assure you that, you know, I would rather not spend much time looking down on a dude like that for the way he lives. He could just buy a new house so he doesn't have to clean this one. That's the other question. That's the other question, right? Is why does he still live like that? Is it indeed because that's just how he is and he doesn't want the world to change him, which is almost like, you know, in and of itself, like apart from being attached to Asmongold, like that in and of itself, kind of respectable. No, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that some dude wiping blood on his wall is in any way respectable. But you know, if he's doing it for himself, right? Versus what would the other thing be that there's something that he gets out of this? Some kind of part of his branding? Like does the dirtiness win him the kind of respect that, let's say, maybe the willingness to lean into racism that, you know, sort of earns him a degree of respect with his audience? Yeah, that's true, Coral Pal. It could just be not even like the way he likes to live, but the yeah, like the only way he can live, right? That's I hadn't really thought of that, but that's a possibility too. Either way, yeah, like we're gonna cover the debate with Asmongold, and then we're gonna get to another debate, which is like a little bit backwards of the last one, where Hasan is talking about, I guess, a tweet from, you know, Epic Mealtime. One in chat if you remember Epic Mealtime. It was a time long ago, an algorithm completely different from the one operating today. There was a tiny YouTube channel that started up on the premise of making absurdly, I don't know, over the top food, I guess. Like, and over the top in terms of calories, in terms of combinations of flavors, right? Just I guess they got edgy with food. Is that the best way I can describe it? Yeah, they would make like, you know, bacon lasagna or put cheeseburgers into like a I don't know. They would just put food into other food until it became like absurd food. That's the best way that I can explain it. But anyway, the guy, well, I shouldn't say the guy behind it because apparently there's some controversy about this. I don't know Epic Mealtime other than they're the channel that puts bacon in everything, right? This was the bacon era. Just we one in chat if you remember the bacon era. Do you remember when everything was bacon? There was like bacon soda, like every bacon was taken over. It's the summer of bacon. Probably like 2013, I don't know, somewhere around there. I remember the like the prophecy that I saw on a highway exit gas station bathroom sign that said to me open hands receive bacon. But yeah, the bacon verse really landed that year. And this was, I think, around the time, like, or soon after, is when Epic Mealtime started up. I don't know, maybe does one come before? It's like a question of chicken and egg at this point, chat. Does anybody know the answer? Did Epic Mealtime come before bacon? I feel like bacon was kind of like on the back burner for a long time, though, right? Bacon was in a lot of memes. It's a memeable food, really, when you think about it. And this is coming from somebody who hasn't eaten bacon in a decade or more. I do fuck with the bacon donuts. I'm a salty, sweet type of person. I don't know if we have like salty. Um, does the U.S. have salty donuts or bacon donut? I guess they made bacon everything back then. Hot take: bacon is mid. Smoked salmon is superior smoked breakfast meat. Then it became tacos, the food trend. But anyway, yeah, I think this guy is a creature of food trends, right? And he had a channel with a number of other people. I don't know the Epic Mealtime crew, but yeah, there was a whole bunch of people, and they'd, wrap everything in bacon and make like they'd order fast food, and they'd use the fast food to make like a lasagna or some kind of but yeah, apparently there was controversy around Epic Mealtime. I just heard about wait, should we look at a video of this? God damn it, we can't. We don't have time, do we? Oh, I want to watch this now. Because there was a controversy that I just wasn't aware of. And it's bad, right? I don't know how bad exactly. That's why I'm kind of wanting to search it up. Epic Mealtime controversy. Now there's like a controversy around like the name of the group, I think. Because they did try to break it up, but there's also, I think, a controversy. Are there like allegations or something on this guy? Like something not great happened with Epic Meal, because like my remembrance of Epic Mealtime is like seeing that was a thing and being like, oh my god, yeah, no, I was not feeling the bacon, so I clicked away, and then I never saw like them like drop off the map. Yeah, if something like a controversy actually kind of took them out. As Pimp My Ride was to televisions, Epic Mealtime was to bacon. Televisions? Okay, so the bacon came first. Probably the bacon came first. That makes the most sense. Mix of bacon and cinnamon cheese rolls fried together. Yeah, or like, yeah, putting stuff in other stuff and then frying it together. Or did they do the blending? Maybe not. I feel like it wasn't supposed to be a gross out show, right? Epic Mealtime. It wasn't supposed to it wasn't like one of those things where they just make revolting, they're like blending shit that doesn't belong together in a blender and like drinking it for the gross out factor, right? Like this was supposed to be like this stuff would be maybe tasty, but obviously not not something you would want to eat because it's unhealthy. They were a product of their time that never evolved. Harley seems to be 20 years behind. God, he is kind of an interesting guy then. Okay, well, anyway, those are our 2 topics today. We've also got bonus topics. Have I put them up? Was I diligent in my due-ness? Was I due in my diligence? I don't know, chat. I try to keep my diligence due. Maybe I need to delegate better. Maybe. Okay, anyway. Rule of threes. It was an era of uber rich, uber sweet, uber savory foods, just in general. Wait, I do. I have the poll up, and 42 of you have voted so far. Yo. At least you're not totally asleep. Okay, so we got Zoran's inauguration speech seems to be. Oh wait, I'm supposed to do this. Dong dong dong. Oh, we're missing something. Something like there it is. Oh my gosh, but it's needing to be revised for today. Okay. Oh wait, is this right? Yeah. Oh my gosh. All the content, chat. It's spilling out. It's like a content pinata. It is a content pinata. That's what we're doing. We're playing content pinata today. I never realized that's what this is, but it's content pinata, right? There's a pinata. It's full of bonus content, right? I decide the free half. I decide the regular show. I choose the, you know, the title and the thumbnail, so to speak, and you get to choose the second half of the show, the fun half of the show, and even whether we have it or not, right? Because it's got to get funded. It's got to get from 0 to 100, and at that point, I can hang out a little bit longer and cover another topic or 2 or 3. And we got some doozies today. Doozies, indeed. We have Zoran Mamdani. That seems to be the choice of the that seems to be the popular choice right now. The inauguration of Zoran Mamdani. It is already making waves. It's a pretty good speech, actually, right? It's a little bit of hope, I guess, in an otherwise like hopeless horizon. You know, that's kind of how 2026 feels, at least so far. So that is in first place. I'm also going to give you a chance to put a butterfly in my hair if you want to. Okay, so that is the super chat goal. If we get 10 super chats of the teal variety, we will put a butterfly in my hair. Let me read through the other ones as well. So in second place, oh, this is close, right? Majority Report talked about this, and somebody showed it to me. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Vivek is defending JD Vance's wife, even though he won't. It's an interesting thing that we got going on here. Yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy at the turning. And also, chat, is AmFest still going on? Am I just seeing a clip that like the Majority Report like recorded a long time ago and just now put up or something? Because I feel like AmFest has been going on for like a month now, right? And there every week there's like a new, somebody shows me like, oh, here's Megyn Kelly went off, right? And it's always people that are coming on and they pick a fight with somebody. In this case, I think it was Nick Fuentes that and yeah, he straight up, you know, calls out Nick Fuentes for going after JD Vance's wife and calling her a slur. And I don't know. I would have expected to hear more boobs. I didn't mean to say boobs. I meant to say booze. Because boobs doesn't make sense there. Boobs, you know what makes sense is hydrating yourself, because then you won't. You won't mispronounce booze. But yeah, you would have expected to hear booze. But you didn't. And kind of curious what's going on there. Yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy, he has been getting a lot of boos lately. He has been getting booed straight out of the Republican Party. If you haven't been paying attention, yeah, he was left out of the Trump government after being Team Trump, like the Trump Dick Rider Squad. I guess the Trump orbiters. Look, if Asmongold can have orbiters, I guess maybe Trump can too, and or maybe everyone loves boobs. You won't hear boobs everywhere you go. Booed right out of the ghost party. Yeah, pretty much. He's supposed to go and run for governor in Ohio, which is JD Vance's state. And everywhere he goes, he gets, like, you know, people coming at him with hostility. He gets the Charlie Kirk treatment. The way that Charlie Kirk was treated by Nick Fuentes fans during the Groyper Wars of 2019 is the way that Vivek Ramaswamy is getting. No, it's worse. It's worse. It's worse because they're straight up coming at him over his identity, over his um over him being Indian and over him being Hindu, right? That is the, you know, very unnuanced questions. Let's just say is what Ramaswamy is receiving now. So yeah, that is you know, causing me to really doubt whether he's going to be able to win Ohio or even like stay in the Republican Party. It's kind of strange too, because the MAGA is not it feels like, I don't know, probably because the H-1B thing, that's when people started to hate on Ramaswamy. And again, we come back to the mystery of like, why, you know, do we see, you know, a surprisingly diverse far right as far as like Groypers go? There's people, you know, that call themselves that you would think that their very identity would be something the Groypers are against, but they have this, you know, they have this ethic that they call WANGHAF, right? Which I won't repeat the words that stands for because it has a slur in it. It has the N word in it, but it's basically implying that if you are not white or you know, I guess you could extend it to like not Christian or not straight, you know, you are expected to GHAF, go hard as fuck, right? Meaning that somehow this person's like zealotry for the cause is seen as like making up for their, you know, their ethnicity, right? Which is, you know, so literally something the Groypers are against. So it's that seems to be, if I was to guess, why you know, somebody like Ramaswamy is getting signaled out here. Also, I mean, I guess that, you know, rise in anti-Indian hate probably has something to do with it. He's a very unlikable guy to me. I have never figured out how this guy looked like anything other than a con man to anyone. But like, a lot of politicians are like that, you know. Donald Trump, Ted Cruz. There's a lot of people that I just cannot figure out how anybody is like, you know, oh yeah, that's the trustworthy guy that I want to get behind, right? That you know, just doesn't make sense with Vivek, but yeah, he's become the subject of a lot of ire just because of that. He seemingly is getting a warm reception from Turning Point USA's audience. So yeah, I guess maybe we'll see what that's about. That's in second place, right? What do we have in third place? Oh shit, it's tied. Zoran's inauguration speech is actually tied with Clavicular mogging MAGA. This guy I'm seeing everywhere. And Taylor Lorenz has a video about why we are seeing him everywhere and how he is mogging MAGA. What is his problem with JD Vance? What is his problem with Michael Knowles, right? Or does Michael Knowles even know that he's being mocked? And he's being mocked. He's being mocked and mocked. At the same, MAGA is getting mocked and mogged by Clavicular. And this whole new, I guess you would call it, well, Black Pill is kind of already taken, but I know it's something that Clavicular would self-identify as. It being, you know, nihilistic. And and yeah, a lot of his content, was literally called Black Pill content. TPUSA has some big meeting with tribal here in South Korea. They wanted to expand the spread. Oh no, is TPUSA Korea? I had no idea. Huh? Yeah, they want to globalize, MAGA, or it's really like just the way that the cross pollination of the far right extends, globally. But anyway, yeah, we got clavicular, mogging, MAGA, and then we need to talk about the Atrioc video, or do we? I don't know, chat. It's up to you. You're gonna vote on this. You're gonna vote on what you want as bonus content. We're gonna decide if we do get bonus content tonight. Oh God, yeah, 8%. I don't know. Maybe we don't need to talk about Atrioc video. Maybe people don't know who Atrioc is or what his video is all about. But he made a video while the Minnesota, while the oh God, I always forgot this guy's name, Nick Shirley. The Nick Shirley video was popping off. Atrioc got on that train, made a video that where the title and the thumbnail kind of look like it's agreeing, like being like, this is like huge fraud in Minnesota. Like this guy really uncovered something. And, Atrioc's excuse after the fact was that he wanted to bring in people who agreed, who thought that, yeah, these Somalis got caught doing fraud and yada, 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 which ultimately for MAGA is a pretext to be able to denaturalize people. That is, their goal, and they're trying to use this thing in Minnesota to justify that, to get there. But so Atrioc made a video about it, and he was trying to kind of boil the frog, at least is what he said. Anyway, he made a video. People didn't react well because the very beginning of that video looks like he's just straight up agreeing with Nick Shirley and everything, right? Then he made another video saying, hey, come on, guys, you got to understand, like, this is YouTube. Sometimes we put something on a thumbnail to bring people in. Sometimes we don't want to put them off in the very beginning, so we'll say something nice like, this was a, really important thing to talk about, and I'm so glad that, Nick Shirley was out there to do that research or something like that. And so, it looks really bad, but Atrioc's argument is that ultimately it was for the greater good, that he wanted to bring in people with some. Now it's a whole thing where like his motive is going to be opaque here, because there's also a algorithmic benefit for him covering that subject in that way. So we're left to wonder, and really I don't think we have an answer. I don't think we have an answer. We're really left to wonder whether Atrioc is doing this to get more clicks and views, or whether he is doing this in fact because he thinks it is smart, like a smart way to change hearts and minds, right? I think Hasan has commented on this, and so has actually Sean. Sean the Black, a Twitch streamer. Also, I don't know if the video is out yet, but I know he covered this on stream the day that we raided into him. Anyway, so that's what we got for today. You can vote on it. The way that this train runs is on your donation, much like Hasan's own show. It's super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free. If you've got Prime, you can hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account, and you get a free sub. That will allow you to rewind the VOD should you want to, and cost you nothing. So that's an awesome way to support the show. You can also get yourself a membership or a sub. There it is $6, and it gives you the same stuff. Or if you gift other subs, that's very generous, right? but any of that makes this number go up. If the number goes up to 100 by the end of the stream, I will stick around and I will cover one more, two more, however many more topics we unlock. So with that being said, I want to shout out my Patreons right now, and then we'll jump into the content after that. Everybody on my Patreon who supports me at the $5 level or above gets a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. Since we're near the beginning right now, I'm going to go ahead and shout those people out. So shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix. Wow. Shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Orals Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moinoip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabi, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. And with that, chat, we can jump into the content, but I gotta, oh my god, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, getting us started on the bonus goal today. Okay, so put that to that, and then we can get started watching this debate between Hasan in chat and Asmongold on Asmongold's stream. Okay, does this work? It would work if I remembered where it was. There it is, chat. But yeah, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let me read those off. Mike. Whoa. Miku's headphones. You just got weaseled. Egomaniac. You just got weaseled. Brenda Triplet. You just got weaseled. V6278. You just got weaseled. Reality Bites Back. You just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. All right, so with that, chat, I think it is time to jump into a bunch of jellyfish. Really? Is that where we are, chat? Just that's just what we're gonna watch today. I'm sorry, I thought we had a couple of debates, but it looks like we're just gonna watch the jellyfish if everybody's okay with that. I'm gonna sit here and drink my just drink this matcha. Because it seems like we got a very relaxing stream ahead of us. I'll just continue to comment on the jellyfish. I think that's what everyone's really here for. Is the jellyfish. No, what do I need to fix here? It fix. There we go.
Yeah, American capitalism. American capitalism has created an environment where corporations get to basically the environment, do whatever the f they want, and then as long as they hire one trans person, everything is forgiven because you can't criticize anybody if they have a trans person working there. Oh, also, before I move on to the president's health, I did want to show this maximum cope position. Asmongold will not debate Hasanabi or Destiny. Asmongold believes they're both trying to force him to platform their bad faith opinions. My bad faith opinion is I think all fraud is bad, and I think the government, the right-wing government currently, is just hyper focusing on all Somalis specifically so that you forget that everyone is engaging in fraud and they're never going to actually fucking tackle fraud at all. And that's it. I like that he's doing, I feel
like there might be background that we're missing here. In the Destiny debate, no, they didn't debate. They just went back and forth, right? Asmongold does the same thing with Destiny that he does with Hasan. Destiny will comment on something he says, the latest thing being the, what he said about Somalis in Minnesota. Now, a lot of what Asmongold says, Destiny doesn't necessarily have a problem with. They're not like, they're not fundamentally, opposed to each other, right? But this, I guess, Destiny disagreed with and wanted to do some content on it. Asmongold has been kind of, milking him the same way he does with Hasan, right? Every time Hasan talks about Asmongold puts a video out with a Hasan. Wait a minute. I feel like I could show you better than I could tell you, maybe. He does like a it's like an AI face of Hasan on let's see, what do we have? Hasan debates Asmongold is what I think I typed when I saw this. There it is. That is a perfect example. Here we have the we'll call it the Platonic ideal of a Asmongold farming thumbnail, right? It's always Hasan with an AI facial expression, because Asmongold wants facial expressions from Hasan that he doesn't make, right? You couldn't scrub through like all of Hasan's content that he's already that he's made and find a facial expression like that, because I don't think Hasan's jaw really extends that far down, right? I don't think that's a possibility, but that's what Asmongold needs to sell, is that, like, yeah, look at that. Asmongold's watching Hasan and Hasan's losing it. He's having a lefty crash out. He's going soy, he's going feral soy and just speaking in syllables of woke outrage, right? You gotta, oh my God, what's this thumbnail right below that? That's a better thumbnail, and it doesn't use any AI, chat. No, wait, does it? Am I real, chat? I don't know. We'll have to decide that later. Anyway, first we're gonna get back to this song. I just wanted to show you, right? And I'm sure he does this with Destiny too. Like, if you're not afraid, chat, come with me and you'll see what's in Asmongold's imagination. The AI will provide mass frustration. I don't see any Destiny in here. I see some Anthony Fantano, but he's not. Anyway, his Eclipse channel 2. I don't know where the Destiny stuff is. Oh, here's the, yeah, so just for perspective, right? 4 hours ago, it looks like he uploaded the reaction to, wait, no. This, he's watching, oh shit. I think this is actually newer video. It looks, it's the same place that was in the Nick Shirley video, the one where it says they're about to find out, this thumbnail right here. Anyway, I'm getting distracted by the Roach, the magic of the Roach King.
Platform him. Everyone who disagrees with me now,
everybody that disagrees with me now believes that they're entitled. Well, I don't agree with what you're saying. So
first of all, I don't think I'm entitled.
But yeah, we're missing the Destiny thing. There's probably been a little bit of a back and forth between Hasan and Asmongold that I've skipped. So just understand that that's been going on. And that's always going on in the background, right? There's always Asmongold reacting to things on Hasan's stream, or Hasan reacting to the latest Asmongold outrage.
Entitled to a platform at all. It's just that you do talk about me every single day, and obviously you platform me every single day. The problem here is you want to control how you platform my opinions. That's the issue. It's dishonesty. You want to frame every single thing that I say in a way that is palatable to your audience because you're actually afraid that if they were to hear my true perspective, they would probably agree with it. That's the issue. And I said that as well. The moment Asmongold talks to anyone who's read a single book is the moment he'll look like an absolute buffoon. This is why he'll keep farming drama rather than talk to a single person who disagrees with him. That's it. That's it. He's being a pussy. Yeah. He wants to consistently debate a negatively framed version of me that he can control. If he were to have an actual conversation with me, the moment that he says, yeah, you actually want the Somalis to do fraud, I'd be like, no, arrest every single Somali person that is engaged in fraud, just like you should arrest every single person that is engaged in fraud. And then all of a sudden, that falls apart, right? Because you can say Hasan wants Hasan wants Somali fraud to continue. You can just say that with ease and your audience will believe you. Why?
And that's what happens in any kind of moral panic, right? I'm sure if you time traveled to the 80s and you were like, hey, D&D is a, creative endeavor for that encourages puzzle solving and critical thinking or something like that, right? To a parent in the 80s that was like, D&D's turning my kid into a Satanist, right? They'd be like, you're one of the Satanists. And like, no, I'm not a fan of I'm not a Satanism stan, I swear. I just think that like the D&D is not like the major problem, with your kid. Like you're trying to make that argument, right? And any moral panic is gonna get you, put in danger in general. And yeah, accused of being a part of whatever moral panic that they are crowing about currently.
Should they not believe you, especially if they've been negatively framed against whatever my position is over and over again through the daily fuck Hasan compilations that you're engaging in? That's it.
So now you have to come on my stream and talk to me.
Oh, also,
no, I don't think so.
Devin, congratulations on your 3-stream streak, and Happy New Year to you as well. Happy 2569.
Oh, I don't think so. It's not going to happen. Why would I do that? And also, these people get so fixated and so mad about the fact that I don't want to do this. Why would I play into your game? Why would I
play into your game where we have a conversation and you actually show that I don't really know what I'm talking about? That would make me look very bad. I would rather keep framing whatever you're saying in a totally ridiculous and totally negative way to my audience that is desperate to hear negative perspectives on total team boundaries, right? Because this is team sports. Asmongold is in the right team. Hasan is in the wrong team, right? And he has no credibility whatsoever. He hasn't really done any serious reading on any of this stuff. He hasn't done any serious thinking on any of this stuff. So obviously, if anyone scratched the surface of his fucking surface level argumentation here, that's simply rehashing whatever fucking talking points that are popping off on his subreddit or popping off on Twitter, all of a sudden, a lot of people that are in his audience are going to go, wait, maybe Asmongold doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, that's it. Because every single time that Asmongold and I have had conversations, right, back in the day, he looked like a fucking toddler. I will admit, however, it did make me think because of his openness to having any sort of conversation like this. I falsely was also duped. I was duped into thinking that maybe he is open-minded, maybe he's just like a little misguided or whatever. I did not think that he was just straightforward grifting to this degree. I think now it's a little different. Yeah, I used to praise him for being somewhat open-minded.
Thing that you want me to do. Why wouldn't I just keep doing the thing that I want to do? Both these guys use same excuses to avoid me, avoiding each other, then call each other out, using them excuses to avoid each other while avoiding me will never not be hilarious. I know. And for people like Destiny...
Yeah, I think there is... you were an Asmongold fan? No. I wouldn't say I was an Asmongold fan, but you know, I saw him as a peer that I disagreed with, and I did not think that he was anywhere near as I mean, he wasn't as harmful as he is now. Like there is nothing that you can compare this to. I mean, it's hard to compare Asmongold in the past to Asmongold now. You'll say, oh, well, I saw him say this thing back in the day, and that obviously made me understand that he was right-wing or whatever, but like he never tuned it up to this degree. You guys are crazy, I think, if you think that Asmongold was doing this level of racialized, insane agitative propaganda at the behest of the Republican Party on a daily basis like a partisan hack. He was not. He has definitely tuned up the rhetoric tremendously. Maybe he believed some of these things already, and maybe he was too shy to openly admit it. But nowadays, he's going full-blown, full tilt.
I'm sure this is very disappointing that, you know, Destiny watched a YouTube video of me that he disagreed with, and so now I'm obligated to have to go and argue with him on his stream.
I don't think that's the case, for the record. I don't think that you have to offer people a platform just because they demand it. I think that's silly. I'm not even saying you have to give me a platform, but notice how he's framing it that way because he has to make this seem as though this is a silly request, right? He has to, once again, control the narrative for his audience, and that's precisely what he's doing here. And he has to still present a show of strength in a moment where he's very clearly insecure about his lack of knowledge on any particular subject matter. Like the situation here is he would much rather frame things in a negative way for his audience and keep saying, oh, Hasan is very stupid, Hasan is very dumb, don't listen to him over and over again, and instead of like actually entertaining the arguments that I'm presenting, right?
Okay, so apparently I am just finding out from chat there are U.S. airstrikes on Venezuela. Midas Touch is live. I was looking through the live streams as far as like I don't know like which ones to watch. I feel like maybe let's give it a chance.
You're declining to comment? The Pentagon refers it to the White House? This is what our country has become? Are you kidding me? The United States unlawfully invading Venezuela right now as we speak. The last message from the United States, a fat-shaming post against Governor Pritzker. You have, according to all reports, the United States targeting Venezuela's top political leaders for assassination. It appears there are boots on the ground. Videos of V-150 commando armored vehicles in Venezuela are now being shown. Show those clips.
I spoke too soon. Maybe more than airstrikes.
Jeremy of the armored wheeled vehicles. Play this clip. CBS reports, though. CBS, Barry Weiss, everybody. CBS. They say that Donald Trump or the White House may be aware. They've heard the news about the explosions, but they're not going to comment on it. Just us people. We don't deserve to know what's happening when our country invades another. We don't deserve to know what happens. Gustavo Petro, the president of Colombia, put out a statement calling on the UN and other international tribunals to meet immediately. Gustavo Petro, the president of Colombia, says, right now, they are bombing Caracas. Alert the whole world. They have attacked Venezuela. They are bombing with missiles. The OAS and the UN must meet immediately. Just a reminder for everybody watching. You may think you're subscribed to this YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to this YouTube channel. Go to MidasPlus.com as well. That's our Substack.
Okay, I gotta mute him while he's
actually lives right now. It's where we have a team of actual reporters who are actually doing the work right now and calling out what's happening now.
I don't know about this coverage. This is just a, kind of resistance lib channel. You may have heard of them, Midas Touch. They're pretty big in terms of podcasting right now.
As the invasion by the United States began, the full-scale military.
I don't want to draw any conclusions from this. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of information out that is, some of it's accurate, some of it's not. But I just wanted to get a sense of what is actually going on right now. And sorry for cutting away from this chat, but it does seem like it looks like the beginning of another U.S. invasion.
Military operations. Let's play it.
Mamá huevo, qué locura. Moscaí. Mira esa mierda, explotaron allá toda esa mierda porque tú no estás explotando.
I'm gonna mute it just because I but yeah, that is video of from Caracas, I think. This is not a good start to the new year. No, this is really shitty. Maybe they were expecting more Epstein files, probably. So yeah, anything to change the look. They tried to change the subject with this Minnesota thing, right? They wanted it to be all he earlier today threatened. Yeah, he's been threatening Iran actually, and like Iran has got, they've got protests going on right now. He's said if anyone is shot that the United States will
right now. The White House is declining comment. Apparently they think that we don't deserve to know what's going on right now. We're going to get you some other new footage as it rolls in as well. I showed you the message of Gustavo Petro of Colombia saying the United States has attacked with missiles. Call the United Nations immediately, as the U.S. has engaged in this unlawful invasion.
And for those that are asking, yes, this is live. This is going on. This is happening live.
What's going on? Let's show the Carlota Air Base in Caracas. Let's show that clip. And this is horrifying as a lady is recording outside of her window when the bombs are raining down from America's invasion. Let's play this clip.
I don't know if I can watch the live this is
Let's play it.
for some reason with the audio, like it just like I'm hoping, I was kind of looking for something with a little bit more like you know, are they going after somebody said they're going after like government officials with targeted assassinations, like, what's getting hit.
Footage out there that's being crowdsourced from the region, doing the job significantly better than corporate.
Yeah, no, a huge disaster, Edward.
Footage of an attack helicopter, either with the U.S. Army or Marine Corps, striking a site with rockets. And you can see its rotary auto cannon near the Venezuelan capital of Caracas. Here, let's play this clip. So the latest from the White House is they're declining to comment on the reports of the explosions. A Pentagon spokesperson referred all questions about the explosions to the White House. Right? It sounds like they're talking about a Russian-style special operation. You have at least the president of Colombia addressing what's taking place, demanding there be immediate action from the United Nations right now. Do we have that footage, Jeremy, that Brett sent earlier of the AH-64 firing the rockets in Caracas, Venezuela? Let's show that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't do any. That is okay, so that's what's going on right now. You know, I hope people are safe as they can be there, considering what's going on. And I I don't really want to watch the the war corn as it rolls out there, but I will keep you updated on when we learn something more. It sounds like so far the White House has declined to comment. Mycelis is saying it makes it that he's comparing it to like a Russian style special operation, which was how the Ukraine war was initially referred to by Russia's government. But yeah, I'll bring you back to the topic that we were talking about. I just wanted to quickly see what is going on, and it does indeed. Yeah, you should be angry, SM. We should all be angry, right? I feel like the country couldn't be much more clear from the left to the right that we don't want another invasion. We don't want another oil war. And this is like the most bald-faced grab for, I mean, some people will say oil, but you also got to keep in mind there's a strategic part to the United States dominating Venezuela's oil, and that's to keep it out of the hands of China, and to try to maybe keep China out of South America as much as they can, although that's already kind of a lost cause at this point. Too much power since 9/11. Yeah, repeal the Patriot Act. Yeah. Special operations is a new code word for unprovoked invasion. Well, it definitely is one of those. What I'm wondering about now though is it going to be is there a objective that they're going to try to is this, I don't know. Cuz fucking doing a ground invasion of Venezuela, I mean, look, this is obviously not going to go over well regardless. And it does more to, fracture the dwindling support that the president has. I don't see this being, I don't know if he thought this would be like a rally around the flag moment, but I think he's going to get kind of the opposite. People are going to rally around getting him out of office is what's going to happen. Republicans, some Republicans too. He wants to do this to Mexico too. Yeah. People calling him the president of peace. That is the most outlandish madness that I've ever heard. When Trump supporters, during the election, described him as the president of peace, I was also befuddled in 2016 when, I'd sometimes hear Trump voters saying, you got to vote for Trump, otherwise World War III. Hillary Clinton wants to start World War III, and Trump will keep us out of that. Right? It's such bullshit. It's such fucking bullshit. If he thinks a war is good for him, he'll fucking do it. Even if it's just to distract from other issues that are going on right now. Oh, Columbia Rican, you think it's about having a pretext to cancel elections? I mean, it could be. So the thing, I don't think he needs that much of a pretext, but assuming that he does, right? Yeah, I guess a war, especially if it spreads, because people have pointed out, he's made aggressive maneuvers towards Colombia, Mexico, towards a lot of places. And this is the kind of twilight of the empire, and he wants to be seen as the fucking golden god that brings the empire back, right? Well, this may be the beginning of his gambit for well, I mean, this is what he said. I mean, I don't even have to fucking get conspiratorial about this, right? They want to reignite, they want to reboot the Monroe Doctrine. Reassert the Monroe Doctrine, right? That's what this is. And that is I feel like this is the United States writing checks that its that its ashes, sorry, that its ass will not ultimately be able to cash. Like the idea that they're going to go into like a prolonged military conflict to reassert American influence over South America, as if they're the thing that they need to do is less of invasions and coups, and like even if I was like, you know, working for the State Department trying to advise, you know, how to best, you know, handle your you know, dwindling empire, right? It would be like a military fucking conflict, like an invasion, would be the last thing I'd recommend. Oh my God, what the fuck is Trump? What is he starting? I don't, like I said, I don't want to overinterpret this, or, you know. This is WW3, says Quaximus. I mean, look, I hope you're wrong, but this is it seems sloppy too. Does anybody else view this as like sloppy? The way that he's and look, I'm not saying that George W. Bush is good for being less sloppy, or George H.W. Bush is good for being even less sloppy, right? But I'm just saying that this is it feels haphazard what he's doing. It feels like there's no one real at the wheel in control of this, like really, like it's just a fucking he's lashing out is what it feels like. It feels very sloppy, yeah. He feels backed into a corner politically, and he is, and even if he wasn't, he would be still a lame duck, no offense, Quaximus. He would still be, you know, somebody whose power was dwindling, and his health is failing, yeah. And so this is him, I don't know, trying to reassert something. Anyway, let's get back to this. I'll keep an eye on what's going on. I'll try to give you any updates as they come by. I just couldn't, you know, considering that this is like what this looks like the next fucking US invasion, right? I don't like to do, you know, breaking news content where I try to, you know, endorse, you know, statements which might later turn out to be untrue. But I did feel like, you know, it was appropriate to at least kind of figure out what's going on here, and just say that it's going on right now, right? You know, they've had strikes on the boats, they've had interceptions of tankers, including tankers whose oil I think was owned by Chinese companies. Like they're basically kind of stealing China's oil in at least one incident. A drone attack, CIA drone attack on a docking facility. Sorry, not that kind of docking, chat. But we'll get back to the content and finish this up, and I'll let you know. We don't even get a cyberpunk future. I mean, just all the bad parts of cyberpunk, right? Just the AI and the drones.
Right? If he had any issues with platforming, right? And he's talking like a woke SJW here with the whole, I'm not going to platform people, right? These are dangerous ideas that I'm platforming, and the dangerous ideas that I have are what? Fucking we should investigate and prosecute all instances of fraud in this country. Very dangerous. And we shouldn't rely on random dumbfuck YouTubers claiming that there's no children inside of a daycare facility, and the only evidence they present is just knocking on the door of a child. The reason The reason why he doesn't want to do this is because he is afraid. He's afraid that he's going to look silly
about it. No, I don't think so.
No.
No, I didn't. I never agreed to these rules. It's not going to happen. So the more you tweet about it and complain about it and everything else, go ahead, do it. And if you do it on stream, I'm going to get another video out of it. The last Destiny video did really, really well.
He's like a petulant child who, once again, is running hot on this newfound influence that he has gathered. Okay, just full blown, openly admitting to grifting too. I'm not gonna get pissed off and reward him because he loves being like, oh, I've killed him, I've destroyed him, I've trolled him so hard he got really mad. I think this is ego. That's what it is ego speaking. It's like, no, I will not be platforming you. Guess what? Because I'm popping. Okay, look, I've been here. I've been doing this for 10 plus years at this point. Okay, there's always going to be highs and lows, brother. There's a boomerang to this stuff. When woke comes back and you have to shut down some of your reactionary takes, it'll come for you. When you start noticing your audience hemorrhaging and have to pivot on other issues, it'll come for you. I've been through the highs and lows and maintained a consistent worldview through it all. That's the big difference between someone like myself and many of these guys who they're tourists. Now, I'll use a term that anime fans understand. You know how there's like anime tourists or whatever? These guys are politics tourists, okay? They don't have a serious worldview that they've thought about. They don't have a vision for a better future. They're just simply responding to audience feedback. The moment that Asmongold goes back to playing video games and talking about titties in video games or whatever the fuck he was doing before he started doing this pro-Trump shit is the moment that you know the grift is over, at least for this, political commentary side of things.
So if we can get another...
Okay, so we had a question in chat. Somebody's like...
At Columbia, super chatted $5 for both the regular goal and butterfly goal.
Hell yeah, Columbia. Thank you for the super chat. So I had a question from chat, and whether Hasan might be doing an emergency stream. He's not popping up on my follows right now. So it looks like Hasan Piker is getting his beauty sleep.
Other one, I will. Well, this is what their strategy is, right? Is that they want to constantly go and, they want to...
Hasan Piker is...
effectively...
Also, Destiny saying this stuff is really funny. One, because he's banned, and two, because he's utterly irrelevant. Like, let's be real. He's like, oh, why won't anybody talk to me? I don't know, man. Maybe because you got, active court cases that you're dealing with.
Is there a half-day Hossie emote? Does it count as half-day Hossie if he doesn't show up for a major war starting?
Where investigators have found out that you tried to procure child sexual abuse material. I feel like for me, there's a little bit of a, there's a better argument here. Which, for the record, I don't think Asmongold will talk to Destiny either. I don't think he'll talk to Destiny at all. And I do think that it would be productive overall if he even talked to Destiny. Let's be real.
Yeah, you know what I bet? I bet Hasan sleeps in a room where he gets it completely dark, right? Any like lights that are like, from electronic devices, they get like electrical tape over them because it's better for your sleep. If it's absolutely, and then he probably wears like the eye mask thing too, right? Yeah, like a sensory deprivation chamber, maybe a little cryogenic tank. Do you think it like runs him through cryogenics while he's sleeping? Yeah, he's got his whole protocol, right? He's got to keep up with clavicular, so.
To be fair, I don't think that's the reason Asmon isn't talking to him. No, the reason why Asmongold is not talking to Destiny or myself is the same exact reason. Okay? It's the same exact reason. They don't want to, he doesn't want to have.
You have a pitch black bedroom, Quaximus. I am so jealous. I could not get my computer to shut off last night. Like, I don't know what the fuck it was. Sometimes it shuts down, just like, goes to sleep. And then sometimes, I don't know, it doesn't. But I should do better about that. I should be like I should try to be really good about that. But yeah, you put like a tape over the, like if you got a computer that has like a blue light. I mean, if you're one of these people that's like sleep maxing, right? Yeah, a power strip that has a blue. Oh, the power strip. Yeah. Yeah, isn't that crazy how it like just one thing will like light up your room? Can't sleep with the lights on. I mean, I always fall asleep like without, I don't know. Like I always fall asleep on the phone, which is bad too. That's the other thing I need to do is put my phone away, like lock my phone in a Faraday cage after like, I don't know, 9 o'clock at night or something.
Genuinely terrified, like actually terrified. He can try to present this as like I'm actually coming at this from the perspective of like, I don't want to platform people or whatever. But yeah, it's because he's unqualified, and it's fine to be unqualified. I wouldn't give a shit if he wasn't spreading such hateful narratives and actually misdirecting his audience.
Look, with Hasan and Asmongold, we got unqualified versus unqualified, right? And that makes all the difference in the world.
Examples that I've used in the past, obviously, revolve around the Mahmoud Khalil incident, right? When Mahmoud Khalil was apprehended, detained, and was slated to be deported, I said there is no legal basis to do this. Asmongold farmed that incident and kept claiming over and over again, yeah, it's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen. I said, you're wrong. This is a First Amendment violation, clear cut through and through. If the administration actually followed through on this would be a severe violation of the First Amendment. And he was wrong. That's just one example. There are a million examples of this every single day, right? That's all it is. He doesn't want to look silly. He doesn't want to look like he's wrong. And that's why he'd rather talk about me to his audience instead of talking to me, where his audience can make up their own minds. It's actually also somewhat insincere. Like you're basically saying you don't trust your audience. You don't trust your own skill. You don't trust your own knowledge, and you don't really trust your audience to make up their own minds either. You have to keep it compact. And before Destiny says, "Oh, Hasan, you do the same thing," brother, with the exception of talking to someone like Destiny, I do actually talk to right-wing commentators with regular frequency. You've just lied to your audience and claimed that I don't do that. I talk to right-wingers all the time. I do not shy away from the open discourse. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to talk to this right-winger right now.
Try to bully you into talking to them, so you give them a platform and allow them to spread whatever they want to say, right?
I'm trying to bully Asmongold. Yeah. He would rather debate a clip of yours as he's doing right now. Let's see what he's doing. Let's see.
So I was on Instagram, and so people are they said my 2026 gonna be like, and they're making fan cam edits of AI generated montages of Jeffrey Epstein out on like, ski boats on an island with a bunch of rich friends and stuff like that. And like, they're actually trying to create an aura for Jeffrey Epstein.
I think he's just farming. He must be just farming like the people that are looking for anti-Hasan clips, because he's not even talking about me in this situation. Let's see what he said before.
Jesus. Look at how he is.
Look at Hasan meat riding Asmongold for the 300th day in a row. Does it feel like the walls are closing in a little bit? Hasan says the walls are closing in for Asmongold after his Minnesota childcare coverage. Does it feel like the walls are closing in a little bit on your daddy? They're K-pop stands. At least K-pop artists are hot. You're over here standing for this creature. Yeah, he has no argument. Yeah, that's why he just calls me.
Ozymandias, are those metal lyrics? Asmongold, the holiest of holes, for golden masters sitting on the throne of dead rats in the low caverns of QAnonia.
Me ugly. When he calls me ugly, he's calling you ugly, chat. He's calling everybody ugly. He's just like that jock on your daddy.
What is this?
Look at Hasan meat riding Asmongold for the 300th day. He and his community will cut parts of your answer and turn it to his advantage. Bet. Yeah, I know. I don't give a shit. They do this every fucking day. The reality of the matter is, it is pertinent. It is up to the individual, okay? I have confidence not only in my worldview, but I also have confidence in the minds of all these people that tune in. Eventually,
I just like the Yeet guy. Yeah, the Yeet guy is apparently he's he tried to stream but he was young looking and had a squeaky voice, and he was rejected by DGG as a streamer. But they love his tweets.
For every 10 people that tune in for...
But yeah, apparently he's not Dan Saltman. For the longest time, I thought it was Dan Saltman. Turns out it's a 16-year-old.
more Fuck Hasan content, there's going to be like 3 people that will go, let me go see this for myself. Okay? Let me go see this for myself. Calling it now, he's going to go full cry bully and point to you being bigger and stronger than him and try to turn it into you intimidating him. What?
Oh no. Is Hasan gonna beat up Asmongold? How does Asmon react to that? I mean, he must have had somebody like... Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Devin Kenner. Devin Kenner, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
But no. I think he's just gonna say, "Yes, no argument, yeah, based." Does it feel like the walls are closing in a little bit on your daddy? On
Is that right?
a person that you consider to be this idealistic intellectual? Is that
Yes.
why you guys keep coming in here and crying?
Uh-huh.
Is that what it is? That there is like maybe a fraction of the scrutiny on the shit that he says on a daily basis?
Yes.
And all of a sudden now it's like, oh, you guys, why are you paying attention to him? I don't know. Why are you so scared?
What is he talking about?
I mean, once again, if Asmongold wasn't scared, instead of trying to consistently debate clips of, that are framed in a particular way, okay, he would talk to me directly. He has the capacity, right? He follows me on Twitter. I follow him back. He can hit me up on Discord.
Wait, what? Why did we... Oh my god. Chat, I'm scared of this channel. Like, ever since I discovered the bot channel and its terrible AI editing, I've been scared that this one could be botted too.
Wasn't scared. Instead of trying to consistently debate.
Think about.
I mean, once again, if Asmongold wasn't scared, instead of trying to consistently debate clips of that are framed in a particular way, okay, he would talk to me directly. He has the capacity, right? He follows me on Twitter. I follow him back. He can hit me up.
The way those visuals are supposed to work is that, you know, the capacity, and then you show a capacitor or a backpack or something with capacity. I don't know. Like, I don't know. You probably wouldn't put one there, right? Because like capacity's not really what is being focused on there. But anyway, I just don't understand the, you know, he has the capacity. Boom, Ethan and Hasan. Just a bit like, okay, it makes me wonder. I don't know. It makes me wonder about who's editing. I don't know. I don't want to look. I'm not going to cast aspersions. Okay, I am not going to start a moral panic around certain Hasan industrial complex channels, right? Just because one is an AI bot doesn't mean that other ones are too.
Me up on Discord, but instead he'll just keep going, oh, I'm just farming drama. I'm just farming you. Get farmed, idiot. That's right. It's really pissing you off, I bet. It's not. This is not the first time that I've had insane haters. Please stop playing into it. Asmon is the most competent enemy you have had because he knows the most important skill is streaming. You can't play this game, man. He needs to be discovered by mainstream media and dug out before anything happens. He can do this all day. No. I mean, Chatter's not wrong. Asmongold is a good streamer. That's why he was one of the biggest fucking streamers before he started doing this politics grift. Okay? Ultimately, if you're confident in your stance 100% and you call me stupid like he did, okay, you have to treat Asmongold like a lolcow. Every time someone tries to farm him, he ignores them. I mean, this isn't even a farming operation. I think we're going tit for tat here. I try to stick to actual politics. I try to stick to the actual political output here. He's the one who can't actually talk about my positions. So he either has to bastardize it to his audience and have no pushback, obviously, in this circumstance because it's a fucking clip, right? Because the clip can't dunk on him, right? But at the end of the day, the reason why I talk about this kind of stuff is, and this is silly, this is like, this is devoid of actual politics. Like this back and forth happening here with him reacting to a clip of mine is utterly devoid of politics.
Asmongold running away like Sir Robin in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Yeah, pretty much. It's God.
I want to talk about the policies. I want to talk about the politics. He wants to turn this into drama over and over.
I'm tempted to look at Twitter to see what people are saying about Venezuela, but I mean, you can't trust anything. You can't trust anything that you see on Twitter when there is a war breaking out. That is exactly where to go for disinformation. You might find real information if you're lucky on Twitter. You will 100% find disinformation there. Thank you, Mari. Good to see you
again. Okay. But the reason why this still matters, the reason why this is still significant, even though people will go, why are you doing this? Who gives a fuck? The reason why this still is significant is because, I mean, look, guys, Elon Musk is highlighting Asmongold's positions, right? He's highlighting Asmongold's positions. Like, clearly, these things do have impact in terms of changing people's minds. If you don't, like, people didn't used to do this when I talked about Ben Shapiro every single fucking day when Ben Shapiro was popping, right? People don't do this when I talk about Tucker Carlson. But when it comes down to Asmongold, you get really sad and you get a little worried because you kind of understand that Asmongold's audience will consistently cyberstalk both myself and even my fans and keep fucking spamming slurs and whatever the fuck, right? But like, you still have to deal with it. I mean, these guys are not going to go away. Woke is not going to make a magical comeback, okay? I think some of you basically think that this kind of stuff is just going to go away and people are going to get too annoyed with it and they're going to speak out. Someone has to have the confidence to stick their neck out. Someone has to actually lead the way, okay? It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen magically. The pendulum does not swing unless someone is actually trying to swing it back. That's it. A lot more popular and overemphasized on the internet, that it's actually a narrative that is gaining momentum or popularity still, the anti-immigrant stuff that he's doing.
It massively.
Medi Doctor says Maduro has ordered mobilization. Yeah, last we checked, the Trump administration has refused to say anything.
Tremendously is.
I guess when we hear something from, I don't know where it would be. It's late at night, so it's not gonna. I don't think Trump is gonna get on and say what. God. We'll just wait until there's a statement from.
If you think that the average American sees a bunch of Somalians living in $1 million house and then yelling at somebody whenever they ask if your home daycare is able to accept new people and they're speaking in a language that's not English, if you actually think that like most Americans are like, oh my God, I love this. This is so good. The only people that are doing this are circle jerkers in Hasan's orbit. Nobody else thinks this. Go to Walmart and you show this. It's just explain what's going on here. And they'll be like, oh, what the fuck? What do you mean they're getting free childcare? Well, I got to pay for that every day. Gee.
Did he watch the same clip as us? No, that's the reason why. That's the reason why he can craft a narrative from his hug box.
It's so funny that you see Asmongold kind of trying to apply the bus driver test, right? The bus driver test is what Hasan always says, that, if you want to know if something is, if some internet, controversy or whatever is translatable to the real world, you ask yourself, could you explain it to the bus driver as you're getting on? Like understanding that you got to get on and pay and then, sit down, right? You don't have a long time and the bus driver doesn't have a lot of patience. And they're also driving a bus, so they're not gonna, you know what I mean? They're not gonna sit and listen to some like nuanced. You see, there's these slop tubers that are. There's this guy named Ethan Klein, and you know what I mean? It's like that, but with Asmongold, he's using that to like, you show this to like you know, a normie, and they're going to be like, yeah, why are those Somalians, as he says, getting all that free stuff? Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Coral Pal. Coral Pal, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Okay. My point is, if the average American looks at someone like myself and looks at someone like Asmongold, who is the average American going to think is like more coherent in their worldview, or is a more credible actor, for example, a more credible political actor, for example? Like, what pops off on the internet is not necessarily what is consistent with mainstream perspectives. Okay. Oh my God, Asmon, sadly. Sure, guys. I think a lot of you are also Twitch watchers, and that's part of the reason why you have this ridiculous opinion. There's a reason why anytime I fucking have guests on and I show them like even a fraction of a fucking Asmongold clip, they're shocked. They're horrible.
I mean, to be fair, Hasan shows choice clips of Asmongold. He sticks to the greatest hits. The rat alarm clock, the blood wall, you know, the first time he drank water and he was like, what the hell is this? Water? No, I drink soda. Thank you, Rave. Thank you for keeping an eye on that. It's like we got a hype train. If you want to jump on that hype train, Omega Star has started. You got what, 4 or 5 minutes to do so. It's basically like if you get a sub or gift a sub or anything like that in the next 4 to 5 minutes, you get exclusive emotes, and you can level up your emotes too by leveling up the train. Right now it's on level 1. So yeah, thank you, Omega Star, for starting that hype train. And I was talking to somebody the other day how, like, in the old days, whenever there would be a hype train, I would jump up and down on the trampoline and play music, and that kills on Twitch. People love that on Twitch. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for YouTube.
Horrified, not only by the things he's saying.
But look, I'm jumping up and down on a trampoline in my heart for you.
Okay, but also just the way he carries himself and the way he presents himself. There's a difference between people getting duped into believing that only Somalis are actually doing fraud in America or whatever and developing a reactionary position, which I'm trying to combat right now, versus the type of shit that he says. The average American hears someone go, these are parasitic third world, these are parasites from the third world that must be forcibly deported. Yeah, there's people who like that kind of sentiment. They're in fucking Klan rallies, okay? That's it. That's it. That kind of narrative is much more popular online than it is in the real world. That's it. Most offline people think he is a grotesque.
We do need to update the channel point rewards.
You're saying you mog him? I mean, yes, I am saying that. It is true. I am. I'm both mogging. I'm brain maxing. I'm brain mogging him, and also looks maxing and look mogging him too. The problem is whenever I say stuff like that, half jokingly, people get really up in their feelings because they're like, well, I look and think like Asmongold, so I guess you're saying that about me too. And they get really fucking hurt. They get up in their fifis. Let's see what.
I feel like I need to go to like a Twitch creator course where they're like, show you what people are doing with their channel points.
Asmongold's doing now.
Media? Yeah, exactly. And so that's the reason, I don't know, just and Comcast, this is your legacy. This is your life. This is right now. Wake up, Hasan.
Yeah, you're right, brother.
Wake up.
I know when politicians come on the stream, they're like, wow, dude, all the fucking weirdos that are spamming these memes, they really got to me. None of the guests have ever heard the blood wall story and have gone, oh, that's dope. This is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean. Look, argue against my positions, okay? Argue against my politics. And I'm willing to entertain arguing specifically against your policies and your positions. We don't have to talk about the blood wall. We don't have to talk about how you carry yourself, how you present yourself. We can simply talk about the impact that your commentary is having. But he can't do that, which is precisely the reason why he has to do this shit over and over again. That's it. And there is an audience. There is certainly an audience. There is certainly an audience that is demanding this, like, oh yeah, do more fuck Hasan content. Do more fuck Hasan content. And he's just going to keep trying to farm that, and then cut another YouTube video and be like, yeah, Hasan is actually really frustrated with me.
How do people watch Asmon when he has a low PSL?
Okay, you can keep doing that all day, every day.
Maybe they enjoy mogging him. I don't know.
But you're fucking terrified to actually have an adult conversation with another adult who knows.
Is that a thing? Do guys want to mog the streamer that they're watching? What is PSL? It's some kind of weird pickup artist shit where they like rate people on their looks.
Knows what they're talking about. That's it. Why would he argue about your positions if the point is to debase you and get you to endlessly stoop down to his level? I think part of the reason why you guys don't understand this kind of shit, or what the necessity for this is that, sure, we're doing a lot of like
All Hasan ever talks about is Asmongold, really?
adult commentary here, but every now and then I have to address some of this stuff. And the reason why I have to address some of this stuff is because this
You'd think that they could just like leave it all behind with a quick conversation, right? They could just get on, work out their differences and have it done with. I don't know.
it works. You have to sometimes, get down to their level. Okay? I know you
I wonder when that conversation will happen.
are brilliant and you want me to only talk about theory or only talk about the news and never actually get into the dirt. Okay? I get it. I understand. But you have to understand there's a funnel here. And more consequentially, it's not even about like what he's doing where he's like talking shit about me, but it's actually the propaganda that he's putting out where he consistently presents a one-sided narrative. You have to address it. I have to address it. Someone has to address it, especially when he refuses to entertain any sort of disagreement. And instead of actually having, like, can you imagine when Asmongold makes a point, and it's a wrong point on another political issue that he's getting wrong. If I were to turn around and immediately just be like, oh, well, you look like you smell bad, that's it. Instead of actually addressing why he's wrong, yeah, I'd be doing what he's doing. I do both. I make those jokes as well. But also, the main function here is that I try to tackle his argument.
No more. Like, why are you you don't understand what the morals and virtues are? Never let somebody tell you what their values are. Let them reveal them to you through their actions. And that's really what's going to give you an indicator on whether somebody is doing something or not. Remember very clearly, corporations bending over backwards to the annoying, loud, mentally ill people on Twitter. I was asking it even back in the late 2000s when it started. Exactly. And so
To be fair, though, to give the devil his due, or the Lich King, as it were, this is a relatively long clip of Hasan talking about Asmongold.
GE Welder, and they had a meeting with us warning us to be careful what we said on social media. Yeah, exactly. And so that's the reason why you had woke. Woke was not a cultural phenomenon. Woke was forced on you by billion-dollar corporations.
I remember that when the billion-dollar corporations sent me that email saying you better be woke or else. I remember that. Yo, Purple, thank you for the 270 bits. Oh my god, no. You whoever said I gotta change my channel point rewards, you're right, but I also gotta we need to update the stream alerts too.
In order to make you compliant with their worldviews. Because here's also the issue, is that all of the woke worldviews actually indirectly help these companies. Things like, being able to make classes of people that are non-criticizable. Like, if you can just leverage and say...
That was what it was about, making people non-criticizable? Oh, shit. His theory is wild. His theory is wild here. Wait, listen to... Let this guy cook. Here, let me roll him back so he gets to...
these companies. Things like, being able to make classes of people that are non-criticizable. Like, if you can just leverage and say any trans person or any black person you're criticizing, you're being transphobic or racist against, then all a company has to do is put a trans person or a black person.
Yes, famously.
That's why we have all these trans CEOs. I was trying to figure it out. They invented wokeness, chat, So then they could have classes of people that they could appoint to the heads of their companies that would be uncriticizable. And if the person at the top of the company is uncriticizable, all the trans CEOs, all the black CEOs, all the marginalized people getting the very top positions in our companies, right? Then they could go forth with no criticism, because you're not, that's what woke means, is you're not allowed to criticize a trans person. A trans person can do no wrong. So if you make that, yeah, it's a, wow, what a fucking brilliant mind this guy has. I never would have figured that out on my own.
People actually hire trans people exclusively so that they are devoid of scrutiny, so that people, you know, who could forget when DuPont was dumping toxic pollutants
Yo, Big Mass, teach
in
us.
the fucking water. They were like, oh,
Teach us the ways.
we'll just hire a trans person on the board and everything will go away. That shit is so stupid. These guys,
I don't think I missed his point at all. I think that's literally his point. You create wokeness as a corporation because you want to have somebody that's beyond criticism. Then you promote that person above their ability, and that gets you that makes you free of criticism, right? You're like, this is our trans CEO, and everybody's like, oh, I will not criticize. They were dumping a bunch of chemicals in my neighborhood, but now I'm not going to say anything because the CEO is trans. So I got no problem with that. Have you received your Soros check? Says Omega Star. Mine have gotten lost in the mail. Yeah, my Soros check got lost with my my channel point reward, sadly.
cry when you make fun of white.
They label you transphobic, yeah, and that's right. That's definitely that's a definitely an effective tactic right there. Right? That's how it works. That's how it works. Trans people live with impunity. If you're trans, you never get criticized, right? Because it would be transphobic. And if you're black, you never get criticized because it would be racist. And if you're Jewish, you never get criticized because it would be anti-Semitic. And is that how it works? How far does it go? Like, if I'm a gamer, can I not get criticized? I gotta know.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. As P. Diddy once said, woke or die birthing person fricker.
What the fuck? Did Davy just lay on us? A P. Diddy quote, nonetheless, right? Woke or die birthing person fricker. Yeah, and that made all the difference in the world. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, chatter. Woke or die. What's your choice? That's how woke works. It's like pluribus. You get plurbed.
White man, and then talk about classes of people you can't shit on. It's so stupid. The truth here is that companies were doing DEI initiatives partially because they wanted to market themselves as top.
I don't know if Irene wants to play with her food right now. I need to get some food at some point. I am still hungry.
Tolerant at a time when, yes, people were a lot more tolerant and woke was popping. Okay, for sure. It's something that I also criticized all the time, specifically like, you know, Target Pride Month merchandise or things like that, or not criticized, but just like joked about, right?
Omega Star. Don't plurb me, bro. Yeah, I mean, well, you gotta you gotta have the consent for them to go. They gotta go in with a needle, right? That's the only way they can plurb you, is to get a needle in your hip bone, and because they have a do no harm. Anyway, whoa, that's too much. That's almost spoilers, chat. That's almost spoilers. But hey, maybe you're like, spoilers to what? I have heard Miku's headphones. I have heard a lot of people become enamored with that game. I just don't want to spoil people, Columbia Rican. I think I said too much.
Because you can do that without actually being a hateful fucking douchebag. Woke is real because capitalism, Hasan. Are you dumb? What?
Out there, and you can't criticize the company. See, you never think about people.
Yeah.
Never think
no
about
one. No one ever criticizes companies when there are trans people working there. Famously, like one of the #1 criticisms of fucking Lockheed Martin is immediately destroyed because Lockheed Martin is actually very woke and very gay, right? If that was the case, there wouldn't be an entire genre of criticism of companies, specifically around pinkwashing, specifically around rainbow capitalism. And not just companies either. Israel does this shit all the time. We actually dunk on Israel doing this shit all the time. It's so fucking stupid. Like, this is the reason why he can't have I rarely ever look at like his.
Okay, I didn't watch the show explain. Okay, let me give you a non-spoilers version of an explanation of the show. There's a signal from outer space, and it people are trying to figure out what it's saying. It's not a binary code like Morse. It's like a quaternary code, and they figure out it is for RNA. They make the RNA, and it causes a virus to emerge, and it like makes you look like you're convulsing, and then you become part of a hive mind. So a whole bunch of people on the planet are part of the hive mind, but then there's certain people that are immune to the infection, and the hive mind is like just nice as fuck to them, and like, oh hey, can I get you some shit? Would you like literally anything in the world? Because I can get you anything in the world. And so, you know, that's the whole deal. It's like you're talking to a hive mind that just ate like 99.99999% of humanity, and it's very nice. That's as much as I'll say without spoilers. Anything past that I think is a spoiler, but that's the basis of it. That's the reference, is getting like getting hive minded, getting but you beat Gotcha Limbus Project Moon. Wait. I'm sorry, Chad. I threw everything off track by talking about Pluribus. Let's get back to the content.
Full his full argument on anything, and I'm realizing this is precisely the reason why he's terrified of having a normal conversation with me, because I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Technologies as tools and weapons. They only think about it as a principle, but it's whenever you create this ideology and then you weaponize it and you're able to use it to your advantage, that's whenever you're really going to come out ahead. That's what's going to happen. What company has done that? I think a lot of companies have. Look at what happened.
A chatter asks, what company has done that? A lot of them.
With
A lot of them. I can't think of one right now, but it's most of the companies.
Bud Light. I mean, they tried to do that. It just didn't work.
Bud Light hired a trans executive. Bud Light sent 1 can of beer.
He thinks that Bud Light did a mini influencer campaign with Dylan Mulvaney in order to avoid criticism. Wouldn't that be ironic if that was true?
To a trans content creator, and all hell broke loose. 1 can. People got 1 can, and it was apparently so fucking impactful that Asmongold is still talking about it. Brilliant.
Star Wars is another great example.
Yeah. American capitalism has created an environment where corporations get to basically destroy the environment, do whatever the fuck they want, and then as long as they hire 1 trans person, everything is forgiven because you can't criticize anybody if they have a trans person working there. And then the 2 immediate arguments he gives is, one instance where Bud Light sent one fucking can of beer to Dylan Mulvaney, a trans TikToker, and everyone was shooting cans of Bud Light because they lost their fucking minds. And Star Wars. You really got to be dumber than dirt to believe right-wing shit. The way things work currently is, people are dumber than dirt.
Another good example is The Witcher. Let me think. Besides that, Lockheed Martin, I don't know about that. So, yeah.
Lockheed Martin, you don't know about that. According to Human Rights Watch.
No. Here's what he has. He has vague impressions of things. I mean, I'm this way too, and I've got to always check myself, like when it's something I don't really know much about. Like I was talking about Epic Mealtime. Like if I started to go off about Epic Mealtime based on, having seen, I don't know, 30 seconds of a Epic Mealtime, Epic Mealtime, sorry, not Epic Mailtime. That's a different website entirely. Epic Mealtime, right? If I started to go off and make pronouncements about it, I'd probably be wrong because I don't know what I'm talking about. So you can trick yourself into thinking you know more than you do. Maybe that's what's happening. But yeah, he's just like, oh yeah, wasn't there something about Lockheed Martin hiring a bunch of trans people? I heard that at one time. Yeah, Lockheed Martin, they hired a bunch of trans people to pilot drones or something. Yeah, no, I remember hearing about this.
The Human Rights Council, one of the two. Lockheed Martin is one of the gayest.
A lot of media reports are saying the U.S. just bombed Venezuela. A lot of media reports are right. Yeah, we don't have. There's no statement yet from the United States about it. Apparently, Maduro has enacted mobilization, and we're just you're gonna check in from time to time on it because all that I'm seeing right now is just kind of pictures of U.S. Military technology in action, and I am, we're not doing war porn here, but yeah, this seems to be the beginning of a new war, a full on invasion, from what I can tell.
Companies out there. The reason why a chatter brought up Lockheed Martin as an example is because it's one of the most common examples of rainbow capitalism that people actually shit on. Okay? Lockheed Martin's entire output is inventing new ways of murdering brown children overseas. Okay? It is a deeply unethical business. It is a firm and committed part of the military-industrial complex that dictates more and more funds be allocated to them. And that obviously plays a big role in American militarism all around the globe, right? And yet every single person shits on Lockheed Martin, and they also go so far as to shit on Lockheed Martin's like pro-gay, pro-LGBTQ initiatives, because everybody at the end of the day understands that none of that fucking matters. I hope you know you're making shit worse acknowledging this motherfucker. The amount of times he's criticized you talking about him, this only feeds into that. You're right. I should ignore the guy who is making the dumbest arguments to 45,000 people right now. I should just ignore him and he'll go away. Brother, for like the last year, I barely talked about Asmongold.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. Iraq 2 electric bagaloo.
It feels bad. It feels really bad. But you're right, Davi. And yeah, it's something that I feel like nobody who is, look, I mean, I know what he's trying to do, partially distract from his shit economy, his ailing health, and the Epstein files. I'm not sure if this helps him with any of that, but it just gives people on, honestly, both sides of the political aisle another reason to hate his guts, another reason to resent him. And if he plays this game, I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, right? I don't want to get anybody's hopes up about, like, Trump and his unpopularity. But if there is a path for Trump to get impeached, right? It starts with alienating, a bunch of Republicans too. Isn't Venezuela part of NATO? Is it? I know they've expanded it. I didn't realize they... minimum 7 explosions. Pentagon says they don't know, and to talk to Trump. Yeah, and yeah, it only. I mean, look, in the past, wars have buoyed the popularity of a president, even just being attacked, like 9/11 increased George W. Bush's um popularity. But yeah, this is not a war that anybody wants, and it's not gonna do whatever. The Armed Services Committee was not told ahead of time. Anonymous whistleblowers are telling the media that it was Trump. Wait, as in Trump was just like announced this on the fly, kind of? Venezuela is not part of NATO, says Libre Vision Network. Yeah, it didn't sound right. Colombia is part of NATO? Yeah, the president would be JD Vance. So yeah, even a removal of Donald Trump would potentially put us in even a worse situation. I'm just saying he was in a position where he has been in a position where there's no real check on him. Supreme Court isn't checking him. The Congress, the Republican Congress was afraid of him. He's been kind of, rolled by them a couple of times since then.
At Davicliff super chatted $9.99. Rally around the flag needs like a signal event that can be propagandized like the sinking of the Maine.
Yeah, or the 9/11 attacks. Yeah, it's a and look, it sometimes happens, right? They had the Bush administration, the HW Bush administration was able to present Iraq as a good war, and it was kind of being used both in terms of the planning of it, and which it kind of amounted to setting up an old ally, right? Iraq had been an ally of the United States in going after Iran. But yeah, my understanding is that Iraqi officials were told that they would be clear to, if their complaint was that they were being slant drilled by Kuwait, and they were kind of given clearance to go in there. Then the United States goes in, retakes Kuwait, and then ends the conflict pretty quickly, right? In order to kind of take the taste of Vietnam, which had made a generation anti-war. There was a generation that generally reacted to wars as a bad thing, right? That's inconvenient apparently for the neocons, and so that's why the original Gulf War was undertaken, and then you've got the the war on terror in Afghanistan and Iraq, which may have may have had some sort of a rally effect, as like well, we're responding to 9/11 at first. It seemed like the I don't know, maybe not so for Iraq. I feel like the approval of the Iraq war was never as high as people think it was.
At Davicliff super chatted $9.99. No, JD would have a lot of checks on his power. He has no organic base and not popular, so why would anyone do him any favors when it can just damage their own long-term profits?
You're right that Trump has been the one that's been given this full pass by the Supreme Court. It maybe not be transferable to JD Vance. The base is what Davicliff is saying. Probably not transferable to JD Vance. Yeah, he's not the one that I'd expect to win a primary in 2028, although that doesn't mean that he can't. You don't think that conservatives are going to turn on him for this? I don't think that they will. I don't think that MAGA, in mass will turn on him. I just think that there's parts of MAGA that are going to be disappointed by this. You think JD Vance will win Big Mass? It doesn't seem like he's even popular with Republicans right now. Did you hear what Clavicular said about JD Vance? Apparently, Clavicular called JD Vance a sub 5. Okay, so I don't know. I don't think JD Vance is as popular with the kids as you think.
Only as of late have I started talking about him more frequently, and that never really stopped him from demanding that I get deported, demanding that I get.
See, Big Mass, I'm assuming. I don't want to pigeonhole you, okay? I'm guessing you come from Asmongold's community or some right-wing community. It really doesn't matter. But you represent an interesting point of view, and I'm not sure if you realize how interesting your point of view actually is. As a right-winger, your support for Israel and your complicity with essentially neoconservative foreign policy, it puts you a little bit on the outside. I'm not sure if you recognize that. That's not where conservatism is headed right now, right? The stuff that is winning, both in terms of the right-wing civil war, roughly like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes, although they've got problems with each other too, versus Erica Kirk, TPUSA, I guess we put Tucker on that side too. What I'm saying is that like the new coalition that is coming together is like Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, right? It's by and large what Republicans are choosing, not anti-Israel out of any kind of great principle, but rather anti-Israel out of anti-Semitism, and then anti-war. I guess out of partially out of self-preservation, right? You remember Vance trying to order donuts like a normal person? That was so long ago. I almost forgot. But yeah, Vance is like our special guy, isn't he? Vance really is. If Vance became president, whether through Trump having health problems or through some kind of weird convergence ending in Trump's removal from office, right? He would be the lol-cow president. I don't think we've had... Gerald Ford was kind of a lol-cow. Jimmy Carter, you could argue a little bit. George H.W. Bush had his moments as a presidential lol-cow, but I think that JD Vance would be, the meme president. War is inevitable. War never changes. Hey, you're watching Fallout on Amazon Prime right now, aren't you? And you're watching me on your phone. Like pay attention to the plot. It gets complicated, okay? I don't want to distract you from the new season, Big Mass. But thank you for the super chats, Omega Star and Davy. I'm trying to consider what Davy was saying. JD would have a lot of checks on his power. He has no organic base and not popular. Why would anyone do him any favors when he... he definitely has some vile intentions, and I think that would be the people that would do him favors, people who want to see Project 2025 roll forward. But you're right when you say that the latitude given to Trump by the Supreme Court, and certainly by his base, does not transfer, will likely not transfer to JD Vance. Anyway, let's...
Arrested, demanding that the FBI prosecute me, all this shit, calling me a fucking terrorist over and over again, demanding I get deplatformed over and over again. Like, you think any of this stuff matters? No, of course not. Someone has to fucking debunk the idiocy coming from this guy. That's
Gillette,
it.
yeah, exactly. And so they put somebody as a figurehead up there that is part of a minority group in order for them to subvert all of these people's perception. And then instead of making them think, yeah, well, look at all these examples, right? People are just coming up with them nonstop. So now you can't criticize these types of media because you're now having to support it because of the identity. And that's what's happening. And that's my whole point of what I was trying to get at.
Oh my God, Davy.
So, yeah.
How could I forget Biden? Oh my God, yeah. Biden really offered some great. Biden was a locale the whole time, from hairy legs to we finally defeated Medicaid. It's weird. I feel like in a couple of years, Davy, like people say Joe Biden, I'll be like, who? We're gonna forget he was ever president somehow. Wait, what did he say? Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. Wait, when did he say that?
And best way you've articulated this, keep saying it this way. Yeah, and on top of that,
wait, I'm sorry, what?
Well, look at all these examples, right? People are just coming up with them nonstop. So now you can't criticize these types of media because
don't look at Twitter right now. It's all what Gore is all over Twitter.
You're now.
Are you telling me that the right wing is indulging in the bit of the old ultra violence again? He is Sleepy Joe for a reason. He's a funny guy. And I'm actually like, I never got why Biden was even a like candidate, like why he had any backing whatsoever, right? When I saw the hairy leg shit, I was like, Grandpa needs to go to the retirement home and also like maybe keep him away from kids, right? The smelling of the hairs and the you know, Biden, he's Sleepy Joe, but he's also kind of creepy Joe. And so when people were like, yeah, this is who we're going to get behind instead of taking a roll of the dice with Bernie, right? You know, we gotta defeat Trump and we're going to need a normal candidate. The guy that talks about his hairy legs and how the children touch the hair on his legs. That's okay. That's it. Yeah, just anybody but Bernie. That, I swear to God, there's like, the anybody but Bernie faction fucked us over twice.
Having to support.
Brother, saying Star Wars sucks because it has like, I don't even know what the meta is with Star Wars. Is it because like there's like a black character in it or something? What the fuck were these guys crying about? Because like saying Star Wars sucks is fine. Everybody says it. I say it all the fucking time. But if you turn around and you cry because you saw like a black character in Star Wars, then yeah, of course people are going to dunk on you. They're not trying to cancel you or anything. They're just making fun of you. Making fun of you is not a cancellation, okay? Because that one lady got fired or something. Oh yeah, the fucking Gina Carano, right? Is that what it is? Is that the reason why they're? I don't even know what his gripe with Star Wars is because I don't really give.
Oh, that's what it was about. Biden said that at like a brewery open, he was doing ribbon cutting and he unlocked content to a primordial Indo-European god. He had a Biden brain blast. Yeah.
Talk about Star Wars in general. Okay. Black people and women leads. Okay. Yeah. That's.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Trump is infinitely creepier. And what's creepier is the part of America that doesn't find this guy creepy. That doesn't find the pedo in chief creepy.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's Asmongold's point. Instead of inventing what his points are here, I'm just, because I can't fucking talk to him. I'm not going to invent whatever his perspective is. I'm just referring to the most common ways in which people have like criticized Star Wars. With the exception of Andor, I don't really fuck with Star Wars at all as an IP. I think KOTOR is one of the greatest Star Wars IP related works of art that's out there. Knights of the Old Republic. Shouts out to the new game that's coming out. But as far as like the wokeness of Star Wars or whatever, it's not even remotely relevant, in my opinion, to media criticism. I think it's very, very stupid to constantly cry about this, to constantly complain about this. Okay, I like Andor. I like Knights of the Old Republic. I don't really give a shit about the rest of the Star Wars franchise.
Oh, thank you, Big Mouse. You're here to explain this for us. Okay, so apparently the reason that Star Wars sucks now is it's because they made a male-dominated series and filled it with females. It was the excessive number of females or orphoids, as they're sometimes referred to. Yeah, too many foids spoil the droids, I guess. Something like that.
Guys, and it does seem to me like a lot of the fucking nerds online who happen to be right-wing constantly complain about Star Wars because they think it's woke or some shit. I don't know. But none of that is creating an environment where like a work of art or some kind of IP is not worthy of any sort of criticism whatsoever, or an actual corporation putting up a shield, a defensive shield against, like, I don't know, poisoning the environment or filling the things that we consume with like microplastics, or lobbying the government to consist.
We are back. Yeah, I got no idea what was going on there. I was getting TOS on Twitch for a second. I don't see, when you say TOS, do you mean you were getting the head palm guy? Wait, yeah, we're back. So I just really want to clearly, since I was reading what I was reading, which were, the words issued by, I guess, the leader of a country the United States is probably now at war with. Maybe YouTube didn't like me reading those words. Could AI be that, like, pervasive, the ghost in Twitch? So for anybody watching on Twitch, we're back on both now. Yeah, refresh and reload on either or both platforms. I think it was Harley. I think Harley did something, not great. Maybe with a young person. I don't know, chat. But all I know about Epic Mealtime is they ate bacon one day and then they were gone, and I never knew why. But we'll try to reconstruct the comings and goings of the bacon clan.
Government. None of those things, like, it's not a valid criticism to be like, oh no, I can't actually criticize this company. I can't criticize ExxonMobil for destroying the planet because they have gay people working there. That's not a real.
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Shanybug. Shanybug, you just got, we're back? You're back! Oh, hell yeah. Well, let's just knock on, if you got wood, natural wood around you, knock on it. If not, don't worry. It does seem to be back. Okay, well, we'll just go with that. We'll hope that it stays back and, not look a gift horse in the mouth, even though it still might bite us. Anyway.
That's not a real thing, okay? You invented that, okay? You invented that criticism, and I don't even think you can point to anyone who is sincerely making that argument.
We're back.
If someone is sincerely making that argument, I'll be the first to fucking joke about that and dunk on them, as I have time and time again. As a matter of fact, one of my famous intros is literally more women drone pilots from Vegas News.
Whoa. Columbia Rican is confirming for us from Reuters that we do have a confirmed U.S. strike on Venezuela, and looks like Columbia Rican, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Okay, what is this music called, chat? There's a name for this type of music,
which actually directly makes a joke about pink washing and white feminism, and how certain rad-lib tendencies are actually used as a silly deflective shield that most people are aware of, that most people actually don't entertain at all.
Look up at the sky and hear an awful sound for hellfire missiles and
YouTube, refresh and reload if you need to. Refresh and reload.
So yeah, and best way you've articulated this, keep saying it this way. Yeah, and on top of that, also, like, who do you think bringing in a bunch of immigrants actually helps? Do you think that actually helps American citizens? Of course it doesn't help American citizens. But you know who it does help? It helps big business. It helps big business.
I don't know. If you like eating food, it might help you as an American citizen, because that is most of who is... Now, should it be that way? Should they be getting exploited the way they do? When you're in that when you're in that undocumented status, no, that needs to change. There needs to be a pathway to citizenship. But no, it's a fucking really silly thing. It's a very ignorant. Could YouTube be getting overloaded due to traffic? Oh, okay. I don't know. I haven't heard of that happening on YouTube, but maybe it happens. Thank you, BCatK. Thank you for telling YouTube to refresh and reload, because we're back. We're back on both platforms. We think that maybe there might be something funky going on with the infrastructure, given the global events. Let's just say, I thought maybe I got banned for, like, I was reading out the quote from a leader, a world leader. I don't know what's going on, chat. I'm literally Asmongold being dumb again. Surprise, surprise, right? Surprise, surprise.
Elaborate on that. This is the question. Bringing in immigrants into the country, or we're not even like shipping in immigrants in most circumstances. It's just like immigrants are coming into the country, right? Because there's still more opportunity here as opposed to the places of origin, the nations of origin, where immigrants are coming from that we have oftentimes destroyed, right? But immigrants don't.
Chat, the real scary thing would be like a underwater fiber optic cable just got cut, like that'd be the real. And I'm not holding that out as being like beyond the realm of possibility, right? Just in terms of the United States making this move on Venezuela, understand that it is about China, right? I mean, it's maybe about, the Monroe Doctrine and Trump trying to distract, and, it's about a bunch of things. But, this is, they're trying to deprive China of at least one node of influence in South America. I think is a big part of it. Gonna stay on Twitch because I feel like it might be more stable. Possibly. We'll see. Hopefully it settles down. China had what? Like a diplomatic team visiting Venezuela? Oh my god. Okay, this has convinced me, chat. I'm gonna refurbish the stream alerts and the stuff like the bonus points. If you have any ideas for what would be a good reward for bonus points, let me know. More news coming out. Senator from Hawaii is denouncing the attack, adding more confirmation. Yeah, no, it seems, pretty confirmed at this point. Doesn't seem much more unstable than usual. Wait, what? You're used to this, random 3PO? My internet's pretty good, and my Thai internet is way more stable than my Seattle internet was.
Actually come here as a monolithic force or as a parasitic force in general. They come here in the same exact with the same exact mindset that Asmongold's great grandparents did, right? They wanted a better future for themselves. That's why they came here. They thought there was a lot of opportunity here, and that's it. It doesn't change when someone is like coming from the Latin American continent, the South American continent, or coming in from Germany, or wherever the fuck Asmongold's parents, like great grandparents, immigrated from. Okay, and yes, immigrants do actually help this country. Immigrants are the reason why immigration is perhaps the most redeemable aspect of the United States of America. It's the reason why America has been such a dominant power all around the world beyond the endless imperialism. Okay, immigrants are the reason why the United States of America have not fallen into the same issues that many other developed countries have fallen into in terms of aging out their population. You're trying to explain the concept of brain drain to someone who doesn't shower. I know there's also that element too. Obviously, like when you have a steady flow of migration coming from other countries, some of their top earners, some of the people that have the highest educational attainment are actually coming to the United States of America. This benefits America endlessly. That's precisely the reason why so many of the products that every single American consumes.
The CNN had a team there witnessing it. Non-Venezuelan helicopters. Seen, as well as low-flying planes. People are anonymously whistleblowing, telling the media that it was ordered by the White House. It's confirmed. Of course YouTube breaks again when I'm making my bed. Yeah. It's always when you're away from the phone or whatever, right?
That we consider to be like tremendously innovative pieces of technology have come because or have been invented by immigrant workers working on publicly funded research programs. Like it's ridiculous. This argument is ridiculous, and it's also un-American. Okay, it is the most American thing. The United States of America was developed as a settler colonial enterprise on the backs of continuing chattel slavery and doing indigenous genocide. But everything past that point has always been immigrants coming here nonstop and becoming American. So when people actually take this anti-immigrant stance, it's like the most un-American stance you can have. There's always obviously been people who have cried about new migration patterns, right? Italians, they're coming in, they're parasitic. The Irish, they're coming in, they're parasitic. Jewish people should not be allowed to come in, they're parasitic. All this stuff, right? Polish people, Greek people. And slowly but surely, all of these groups have firmly become a part of America, so much so that when you're like 4, 5, 6 generations removed from the nation of origin, you don't even think about where your background is from unless it comes up in a conversation. You're just American. And that's the same for migrants coming in from the South American continent as well. That's it. And as far as like, oh, this doesn't benefit anybody, that's also ridiculous, right? Not only are migrants playing a formative role in publicly funded research, but they're also playing an incredibly important role in the productive forces in this country. Okay? They're working just like everybody else is working. That's it.
Big corporations and billionaires and the business ruling class. Those are the people that it really helps. So what they did is they poisoned the Democrat Party with identity.
Yeah. As far as this being beneficial to big business, he's not wrong. It is beneficial to big business. It's only beneficial to big business, however, if the new coming immigrants are considered second-class labor, second-tier labor. We have a 2-tier labor structure in this country: undocumented workers and documented workers. And
yeah, YouTube seems to have settled down, so that's good. I'm glad to hear it's chilled out. Be various. I'm gonna pee really quick. I will be right back, and I'll try to check in. It's pretty confirmed at this point, both from anonymous sources at the White House and Reuters, and people on the ground, that the U.S. is bombing Caracas. Some of the other stuff is less clear, as far as like the scenes in the street that we've seen with armored vehicles. Are those American armored vehicles? Do we have an invasion going on? Try to figure out as much as we can when I get back.
Undocumented workers are oftentimes used as a mechanism to displace the existing documented U.S. labor force. It is used by big business as a way to depress wages overall. This part is correct, okay? But the solution to that is not to continue the disposable 2-tier labor structure, or to engage in mass deportation and concentration camps for anyone that we've determined is not white enough, right? The solution to that is actually to the existing labor force across the board with conditional amnesty measures, which are very popular, by the way, even though they're never discussed by the Democratic Party, unfortunately, okay? And then allow them to participate in the labor union collective bargaining process. This will automatically increase wages. It is the only way to actually have a long-term solution to what can be seen as a problem right now, a problem that only benefits big businesses. It is also ironic because he'll take an anti-big business stance here while simultaneously benefiting the bottom line of these big businesses, because consistently shifting the attention back to the undocumented laborer as though the undocumented laborer is responsible for the system and not the fucking capital owner is entirely beneficial. It's the work of capitalists to draw enmity towards those who actually have the exact same class position as you, who are working for pennies on the fucking dollar, right? to say, oh, they look different than you. You should get mad about them. They look different than you. They don't know your language. You should hyper focus all of your anger and animosity towards them. This is an incredibly beneficial take for all of these big businesses. And that's precisely why the wealthiest billionaire on the fucking planet is highlighting Asmongold with regular fucking frequency. But none of that actually causes people to go, wait a minute, why is Elon Musk actually consistently promoting Asmongold? Who is more big business than fucking Elon Musk? Elon Musk is the pro-capitalist forces personified, right? He's the wealthiest billionaire on the fucking planet. What are we talking about? He just keeps posting this clip over and over again. Popular streamer Asmongold calls for the denaturalization and deportation of entire Somali families over Minnesota fraud. He also wants Tim Walz charged with treason. Do you think Elon
Trump is saying on Truth Social that he captured Maduro? Yeah, leave Venezuela alone. This is fucked.
Musk is actually anti-fraud? Elon Musk would not be the wealthiest billionaire on the planet if it wasn't for unlimited subsidies that he's gotten from the government and demand more of it with regular frequency. That's a big part of how he has made his wealth. Okay? This is a distraction that benefits people like Elon Musk. This allows people to basically turn around and say, it's not me. I'm not the one who's fucking your life up. As one of the wealthiest motherfuckers on the planet, the wealthiest motherfucker on the planet is actually the random Somali people that are fucking your life up. And a lot of people, unfortunately, fall for it. Okay? If Asmongold was truly anti-big business, right? If Asmongold truly was anti-fraud, or if he was truly anti-big business, he would recognize that big business thrives when you develop enmity towards those who.
All right, so here's what we got from Drop Site News. Oh wow, they've been basically, it looks, are they like live tweeting? Jesus Christ. New footage. Okay. Blasts were heard around 2 a.m. local time, with AP reporters counting at least 7 explosions over several neighborhoods.
Atom3 Gastar, super chatted $9.99. This is scary as hell.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful to have this community. Much love all around, mending heart, people hugging.
Thank you for the super chat, and this is a really scary time. Yeah, Trump announced he captured Maduro and his wife. I'm looking for that tweet. I'm assuming somebody retweeted the Truth Social from Trump. Okay, so Colombian President Gustavo Petro says Venezuela's parliament, major military bases, airport, and critical infrastructure were struck in coordinated wave attacks. Federal Legislative Palace, Puerta Tiuna military complex, La Carlota airport space, mountain barracks in Catia La Mar, F-16 base number 3, and Barquisimeto military helicopter base in Higuerote, airport in El Hatillo, private Caracas airport in Charallave, air attacks reported in central Caracas, widespread power outages across southern Caracas, Santa Monica, Los Teques, and 23 de Enero. defense plan activated at Miraflores. That's the post from Petro from an hour ago. Some accounts report the Cuartel de Montaña Museum site of Caracas, in the site in Caracas that houses Hugo Chavez's remains, was struck in the reported attacks. According to CBS News, Donald Trump approved U.S. military strikes in Venezuela several days before the operation took place, based on accounts of two U.S. officials speaking anonymously. The sources' military planners initially discussed carrying out the mission on Christmas Day, but U.S. airstrikes in Nigeria against ISIS took priority. The other airstrikes, the other country, the U.S. is bombing. Subsequent strike windows opened in the days after Christmas, though the Venezuelan operation was delayed due to weather conditions, with officials saying the military was waiting for the conditions favorable to mission success. I'm surprised that drop site doesn't have the no new wars, says Pisco. Belligerent man sitting on the throne of a dying empire, lashing out, yeah, pretty much in every direction, pulling the rest of the world into chaos and destruction. I am not seeing yeah, Trump claims Maduro captured. Here it is. Okay, United States of America successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunctions with the U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald Trump. God damn. You're gonna make some damn coffee? Yeah, I'm gonna drink some damn matcha. Because that's what I've got. I could make coffee. But I got the matcha right here, so that's what we're going with. I didn't know that there was a way for like Donald Trump to make me more upset in 2026. I'm already very upset about the events of 2025 and the election to begin with, the complacency from the Democrats and the media, and now this, and if I fucking see those Democrats try to like try to like lay back and not criticize this shit, like I swear to God, I will figure out a way to become a millionaire myself, and I will donate to all of their primary opponents. A very small amount of money, because I doubt I can become a millionaire, but I'll try.
Don't look the same as you, right? and then you justify this two-tier immigration system. You continue this two-tier immigration system because the reality of the matter.
He posted at 4:30 a.m. Who President Trump or Hasan? I think Hasan's last post was 2 hours ago, which is only 11:30 West Coast time. Yeah, piracy now starting the year with terrorism.
Is these guys are not more racist than they are capitalist. Okay, there are some who are more racist than they're capitalist, but for the time being, Donald Trump, once again, as I correctly predicted last year when I said he's not going to do these
was he saying stuff in favor of the tax? Yeah, the Democrats have been absolute cowards about this Venezuela thing, so I wouldn't expect them, like, you know, hopefully they get the fear of God in them and you know, start criticizing this shit even if they're not ostensibly. Yeah, there's a ton of Democrats that want to replace Maduro with that Nobel Prize winning you know, puppet, essentially. What's her fuck?
Mass deportations in the way that he claimed he was going to do, because it's obviously very harmful to capital interests. So he's not going to do that at all. He's just going to fucking do a couple deportations and, you know, accelerate it, obviously, and strike fear in the hearts of migrant communities in this country. And then eventually people are going to get frustrated with that. And that's precisely where we're at right now. But the reason why he wasn't going to actually do mass deportations and mass exile in the way that he claimed he was going to do is because it would destroy the entire American economy. And I promise you, the moment that you can't get your fucking treats for the same price point that you're comfortable getting them, you would revolt. But nobody wants to think about who's picking those treats, okay? Who's picking those crops at the farms? Who's playing a role in building these buildings all around the country? The correct way to solve this issue is to ensure that there isn't a two-tier immigration structure, because a two-tier immigration structure, as long as there's hatred towards undocumented migrants, is what is beneficial for these companies, because at the end of the day, they understand that they're never going to get punished for hiring undocumented workers. That's the whole point of the system. The whole point of the system is to hire undocumented workers and then shit on them over and over again. So no one actually fucking decides to document these people. Okay? Because if they do, then their bottom lines are going to be in threat. They're going to be under scrutiny. The system is designed this way. That's why I get very frustrated with people who do this fake populist bullshit, okay? People who do this fake populist bullshit while simultaneously leaning into the propaganda that billionaires and millionaires and capitalists are actually leaning into as aggressively as possible. Anytime you think the real problem is just another person, your neighbor. And in the case of the Somali migrants that we're talking about, they're all American citizens. 60% of them are natural-born U.S. citizens. 90% overall are naturalized and natural-born U.S. citizens, so they have American citizenship. When you actually put the beat on those guys and say, nope, these guys are all bad, you're doing the bidding of the likes of Elon Musk, and that's precisely the reason why they love this shit and they pump it all day, every day. Any moment spent thinking that other people in this country, undocumented migrants in this country, or documented migrants of a different background than yours, is actually causing you harm, any moment that you spend on that silly ass fucking notion and not realize that it is actually the real power players here, people like Elon Musk, billionaires, millionaires, and big corporations that are actually dominating your lives, is a moment that you're defending them. Then it is war. 300K likes. Breaking, Somali TikToker threatens Elon Musk's life. I wouldn't worry too much about him. He about to die. Protect Elon Musk at all costs. Then it is war. This is like a fucking random TikToker, man. You're the wealthiest person on the fucking planet. What do you mean this is war? Is there a reason we don't think that people like Asmongold is being paid by capital to push this shit? No, there are always going to be useful idiots in general. Or not even useful idiots necessarily, but useful idiots that that know that there is a lot of clout that you can gain, a lot of prominence that you can farm off of this when you have.
Yep, says U.S. forces have confiscated 2 sanctioned oil tankers. A third is being pursued.
The wealthiest person on the planet who owns his own social media platform promoting you. When you say stuff like this, when you play along with their goals, when you shift people's attention away from the corporate oligopoly, constant corporate consolidation, endless amounts of lobbying, endless amounts of subsidies that they accrue as a consequence of endless amounts of lobbying, and you just redirect that attention back to random people.
Thank you for reminding us, Columbia Rican. We started with the whole anti-Venezuela, anti-Venezuela thing with the apartment complex in Colorado that TOIT went hard on in 2024. Yeah, they cannot remove their. I know right now they're trying to scrape their thumbprints or their fingerprints off of the, Trump administration. But after having gone, like even before the election, even when they were saying, that they were against Trump, that they thought he was a fascist, you had them feeding into the moral panics that propelled him to victory, including, the Venezuelan, Tren de Aragua canard. I mean, you want to talk about a hoax? You want to fucking Trump likes to call everything like the Russia hoax. Yeah, how about the Tren de Aragua hoax? Is Tren de Aragua in the room with us right now, Donald?
People, your neighbors, your communities, and decide whole cloth that every single person, okay, every single person that is coming from like a Somali background is actually engaging in some level of fucking fraud. It makes the real fraudsters get away with it in broad daylight. The biggest fraudster of all time is Elon Musk. Any moment that you spend not shitting on people like Elon Musk
and the fentanyl hoax, true,
where people like Elon Musk get away with it. So you can keep saying, "Oh, I hate big corporations," and engage in this fake populism, this empty populism, or as I like to call it, sloppyism, right? But every moment that you do that, while simultaneously shifting the anxieties and the anger and resentment people feel towards, entire whole swaths of the population that have been living here for decades at this point, right, is a moment where Elon Musk gets to keep stealing. It's the LBJ quote that you can slam in here every single time. Not LeBron James, of course. I'm talking about LBJ, the president, okay? If you can convince the lowest white man that he is better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. That's it. That's it. That's what's going on. All of this other stuff is just culture war. Yeah, the enemy is the 1%. It's the billionaires versus the rest of us. MAGA keeps distracting us with culture wars as they drink all of our milkshake. And that's precisely what's happening here, okay? America's 15 richest billionaires got $1 trillion richer as the affordability crisis became a top concern in 2025. And you're out here fucking complaining. You're out here complaining. You think like the Somalis are the top 1%. This is how it's been. And the more you focus on undocumented migrants that are stealing our jobs and also stealing our welfare, the more you lean into this dumb shit, okay, the more you hyper focus on this element of fraud and not fraud being tackled in its entirety, which would require us to take a closer look at these guys as well, because they are the biggest fraudsters, right? Any moment that you're hyper focusing on that, you're doing their bidding. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe how successful this commentary actually is. And it's so successful that people literally do it even in this chat where they'll go, "Oh, you're talking about billionaires and millionaires. Aren't you a millionaire?" Like, it's so fucking stupid. There it is.
Identity politics, and distorted it into allowing in a bunch of unskilled laborers, and now we're paying for it.
Identity politics is not about like defending unskilled laborers, brother. What the fuck? Oh my God. Unskilled laborers too. Oh my God. Unskilled labor is bullshit, okay? These people play an incredibly important role in the productive forces. It's necessary labor, okay? Like, it's additionally funny for a fucking Twitch streamer to say this, you know? This is the ultimate says you moment. Bitch, what kind of skill do you have? At least I recognize that I'm not actually a part of the productive forces engaging in socially necessary labor here. I'm a Twitch streamer. is crazy to me to have the audacity to say this kind of stuff.
That's how it happened. And if I don't know why people don't understand. I think that people don't want to admit that they got, but people have been got. They totally got. They slowly boiled us? Yeah, I mean, that's what I think has happened. Anyway, what's this?
Guys, the owner's son just said that his lawyer said that they're not allowed to talk to us.
Oh. Oh, I forgot they have the signs up because they can't figure out how to change the letters.
This is the property of the restaurant, right?
Uh-huh.
Is this property of the daycare or the restaurant?
Let me turn this up a little bit.
Yeah, but yesterday I got some takeout from Albee Kitchen, and so I'm allowed to be here. Because this is
Close
the
the
kitchen's
door.
parking lot.
Yeah.
But I ordered some food from Albee Kitchen, and this is the kitchen's...
I just noticed. Do you know what's not in this video at all? There's no parents walking to and from the daycare at all. I know this is just a 1-minute video, but it's important to keep that in mind.
Parking lot.
No kids.
Oh, you're the
again.
owner?
Please go over there.
Are you the owner?
Why are there no parents bringing their kids to the daycare? I don't know. Maybe because it's the site of a right-wing, like, hate campaign. Maybe because the owners said that we are not going to be able to, like, it's not going to be safe for your kids because there's a bunch of right-wing nuts, like, that are permanently up our ass at this point because of some stupid shit video that Elon Musk base boosted, right? And her fucking bullshit, I'm allowed to be here. I ordered something from the kitchen. I'm just here from, oh, I got my food here yesterday, so that entitles me to harass you. Are they claviculating? I feel like she's hounding that poor man. Why does she think that she has the right? Because she saw a stupid video, Vamp. She saw a fucking stupid video on Twitter. And she thought that she could do it too. And Asmongold's letting her, fulfilling her dream. There you go. There's an audience. There's an audience that this person would never get otherwise, right? And I mean, she's just like, she might as well be saying nana nana boo boo, right? There's not, I mean, I don't see any, like, you know, point of view even being advanced here.
Are you the owner of the property?
Go over there.
Oh, okay. Are you also the owner of Quality Learning?
I don't want to talk. Go.
Seems like you want to talk. Seems like he wants to talk. He must have. It must be lonely just standing there, yelling at people all day.
Yep.
I think he does want to talk. I wonder, like,
Must be lonely.
Like,
Must be lonely trying to avoid a right wing fucking, you know, hate campaign. Wow. Yeah, it probably is. Probably nobody wants it, you know.
can I stand here?
I mean, some of these places have been, like, broken into, haven't they? Like, there's more that's happened since the last time I covered the story. Like, I think some of these places got straight up broken into, vandalized.
This response applies to Asmon's ideology. You don't need to engage with other people if you don't want to, according to him. Yeah, of course. But when the person is of Somali background, obviously then harassing them and loitering around their property alongside like hundreds of other fucking clout goblins is totally appropriate.
Yeah, it's like Pizzagate, except now there's like any daycare in a Somali neighborhood is a potential, you know, Comet Pizza and Ping Pong franchise.
Valid.
Gonna be
Is
able
this-
to do anything.
Is this
Yeah.
okay? Can I be right here?
They covered the sign? Did they really? Let me see. What a bunch of fucking retards, man. Oh my god.
Is this okay? Can I be right
Asmongold,
here?
Yeah, why am I not surprised?
you realize that when right wingers like think of that word, like they're thinking of an image not too dissimilar from you. I love the guys that say the R slur are probably the same guys that got called that in on the fucking playground.
Can I stand here?
I mean, that's part of the appeal of it. It seems like, right? It's not, you don't, get like a person, securing themselves, wanting to pop off with the R slur.
This is just for views. It is just for views, but I do think that, isn't it weird that
Where's the senior citizens?
Oh yeah, we just watched him do this. Clicks on video. Yeah, dude, this video makes a pretty good point. Yeah, that's pretty true. Pause the video. What he just said is really true, actually. Unpause and nods along more. Yeah. People who watch and donate money to this nonsense need to be culled. Yeah. He does often have a tendency to along with everybody actually about this thing. It's so funny. Yeah, based.
And also, I don't feel bad for these guys. I really don't. You shouldn't have been scamming. And now you have all Americans everywhere coming in here trying to figure out what's actually going on.
Dog, if they are scamming, let the actual investigators conduct a investigation. What the fuck? This is not how this goes, man. This is not how anything goes. This is just pure fucking anarchy. What are we doing
On here? The sign was fixed a few days ago.
I guess what we're waiting for next is like confirmation about the abduction of the president and first lady of Venezuela. Also, I'm curious about what international law has to say about that. And do you need to take a shower after watching this? Yeah, take a shower for Asmongold too.
It actually says Learning Center now. Well,
Trump pardoning the guy guilty of billions in Medicare fraud. This is fine, but little girls speaking,
no
hell no.
response for this at all. That's crazy. Wow, that's sad. Really, is you got people like this. You just ask a simple question, you can't even answer the question.
Oh, 20 more minutes for the butterfly. Last I checked, we were at like at least 6, maybe more.
Oh, okay, he typed something. What do you type? I hear a lot about this girl in the immigrant community. I guess you're worried about the fraud from Trump has ever conducted himself. No.
Oh shit, there's one more.
When did I ever say that I was?
Oh my god. Yeah, we're at 9 out of 10 on the butterfly goal.
I was okay, or that they got.
Oh, Venezuela's part of the UN is what you were saying, Omega Star. Yeah.
I pardoning him is fine. Like, what do you think that I think about that? It's a simple question.
Yeah.
Like you're talking about some other shit. I asked you a simple question. Why can't you just answer the question?
Oh no, you're getting.
Vamps has an update, sort of. Trump did not give more detail about how Maduro was captured or when he was taken. The Venezuelan government have not yet confirmed this. The U.S. had offered a $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Maduro.
People, you're getting. Wait.
When did I ever say that?
Wait.
You're gonna put words in my mouth and get mad at him. I mean, like,
oh shit, you don't like it when other people do this to you. Damn.
No, I just mean like this is like we got to start talking about like I don't know criminal courts at this point. I mean, I know that it's not like the there's any enforcement mechanism. It's not like there's anybody in the world that's gonna hold Trump responsible from the White House, but
this is professionally what you do to me.
You want to demonize an.
Can you imagine Trump and Netanyahu like in a cell together at The Hague? That's what I want to see, chat. That's the future I want to see. Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro was captured by the U.S.'s Delta Force. Officials tell the BBC's U.S. partner CBS News Delta Force is the U.S. military's top counter-terrorism unit. Yeah, ICC, exactly. Where the fuck are you?
Immigrant community when you lose sight of the real issues in this country? Yeah, because they're scamming us. That's what's happening. I mean, are they not scamming?
How much time and emphasis has Asmongold placed on criticizing Big Daddy Trump?
If somebody
pardoning all these fucking fraudsters.
No, it's not changing shit around. It's paying attention to real problems. So let me get this straight. You don't think that it's a real problem that you have an entire community in an area that's defrauding the government for billions of dollars? You don't think that's a problem?
Type in chat. He claims you're a mod. No, I can't. I got banned in his chat. Look. Oh, wait, they
Watch this. Watch this.
I'm a VIP
defrauded the
now.
government for
They
about the
unbanned
same
me, I
amount of
guess.
money
I was banned
against
until
the
like
GDP
recently.
of their
So do you see what they did? Here's my guess. All right, here's my guess. Right. I don't know when Hasan was in there last. Maybe this was after the conversation where Asmongold got banned. I don't know when. Hasan said that I guess the last time he tried to type in chat, I guess that would be it. He couldn't because he was banned. They probably unbanned him in order to, if he were to say, well, I would talk in Asmon's chat, but I'm banned, they'd be like, no, you're not. See, here's your account. It's not banned. Right. But I think they just kind of want him to think that he's banned, right? What they're trying to prevent is this, right? But both trying to prevent like Hasan being able to be like, I'm banned in Asmongold's chat, then that gets verified, right? And it looks like Asmongold's scared, but at the same time, they don't want Hasan to come into chat and put Asmongold kind of in a kind of on the spot. I mean, he's still hiding behind his excuses. Well, kind of. Actually, he kind of gives up the whole, like, the last time I heard Asmongold respond to why he doesn't talk to Hasan, I got the feeling that he was trying to say that Hasan was like beyond the pale. That like Hasan is a terrorist, Hasan is a, this and that, and it like almost like a platforming thing. Almost like I don't want to platform this guy, right? But he's not arguing that now. He's got to kind of twist himself into some more logical pretzels in order to justify not, debating Hasan or Destiny, who has apparently also been covering Asmongold, especially in the Somalia thing. This Somalian, as Asmongold has been saying it, but with the whole Nick Shirley video and everything, Destiny's been up his ass too. He's not responding to that. That one's understandable though, because like, what do you really get out of? I don't know. Like, actually, no, he should debate Destiny. I don't know. I think that he'd have a better chance against Destiny than he'd have against Hasan. Right? He could do something where he just like pisses off Destiny. Whereas with Hasan, he's not going to get pissed off. He's just going to ask you questions. And these are, going to be questions that you are not able to answer. Cal has been going after. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. There is like a thing. Yeah, and Asmongold, I think Asmongold struck back. I think Asmongold did a video on Kyle.
Country.
I used to
He's
be a
timed
mod.
out. I untimed him out.
And
It's okay.
He unbanned memes.
I mean, doesn't that seem odd?
It changes the top chat every time you minimize or full screen. That sucks. Are you on
He's arguing
mobile?
with the optics of your opinion, not the opinion. Yeah, I don't give a shit about like, oh wow, it's an immigrant community. I don't give a shit about that. Why would I care about that? They're scamming.
I like that it's now all Somalis and not the specific people doing the fraud. Interesting. I mean, it's always been the case. That's always been what it is. When someone actually directly asks that question, though, he'll be like, oh, well, I'm just talking about the people who are doing it. I'm just talking about the people who I'm suspecting of doing it. Okay? But that's what it is.
What do you think?
Didn't they talk about bigotry or something on stream together? And then Hasan was like, oh, it went well. And then Asmon just went right back to his shit. Yeah, after Asmongold said called Palestinians culture inferior, he talked to Hasan and then got banned. Now, I described this earlier. There's a lot of people, especially Asmongold fans or Ethan fans or Destiny fans, that think that Hasan is pulling the strings at Twitch. So, that fueled a narrative that Hasan is a snake. He will talk to you and be like kind of chill with you, but then he'll be like, hey, Dan Clancy, why don't you ban Asmongold for 2 weeks, right? Like I feel like a lot of people low-key banned or low-key blamed Hasan for Asmongold's ban. Or I don't know if they literally Asmongold ever claimed that. I don't think he would claim that, but yeah, he said he was gonna do better. He made he gave lip service to turning over a new leaf after he got unbanned. But it was kind of unclear in his apology or whatever statement he made after the ban was up. Like, on what what was going to change, and honestly, given how much he emphasized the emphasized cleaning his house, which I guess he cleaned half of his house, right? He, for all from watching that statement, it's is he turning over a new leaf as far as being more cleanly, or is it in terms of being less racist? And it turns out it wasn't less racist. Vamp says Venezuela's defense minister Vladimir Padrino has said that the government is compiling information about the dead and injured people, and alleged that the strike hit civilian areas. He added that Venezuela will resist the presence of foreign troops.
What do you think?
If Donald Trump has really kidnapped Maduro, he is making a mess that will not be, I predict chaos. You just fucking vacuum the leadership. I mean, I'm sure there's, you've got a process of secession. I'm sure what Trump is hoping for is this destabilization will, Maduro being taken will cause the entire government to collapse, and then they can replace Maduro with this puppet, right? That he was able to successfully he was trying to lobby for a Nobel Peace Prize for himself. But the best he could get, these aren't good people, right? The people that do the Peace Prize, they're very questionable. They're very sus, because they gave it to the American Venezuelan puppet. What was the old guy's name? The guy that they were always trying to get in there? I can't remember. I cannot remember the other puppet that they had, but yeah, now they have a new puppet, and they're going to try to put her into power, I guess. Where is the UN? Oh, I was about to answer that question literally. I'm sorry. No, you mean where are they? And yeah, good question. Letting the US do these war crimes. I mean, I'm sure they'll be, Guaido. Guaido is who I was thinking of.
I would want to do with them. Jail? No. Fraud.
Maester Seymour Guaido. No, just kidding. That's the guy from Final Fantasy X.
Capacity is bad, but to shine a light on a community that's a little drop in a bucket compared to the actual fraud going on Tether is misled because people like you in the media pick up attacking these different communities. So is it bad, or so it's bad? Okay,
everybody thinks it's bad when fraud is happening, whether it's a Somali American doing it or a white American doing it. Your hyper focus and your priorities and the way that you talk about it, obviously makes it seem as though you feel the entire Somali American community is responsible for this fraud. And it's a misdirection. It's a distraction away from the fraudsters in the ad.
Probably looking at the precursor to a full land war. Yeah, there's been reports about armored vehicles that supposedly are not Colombian being cited, but it seems a bit early for that. But I don't doubt it, Vamps. I don't doubt that Trump is going to, do a what does Putin call it? A special operation, which ends up lasting 3 years.
Huge problem with these Somalian daycares and healthcare centers scamming money from the Minnesota government. Do you think this is happening?
I mean, if he's getting dunked on by chatters, of course he's not going to try to fucking have a conversation with me.
No, do you think it's happening? Why don't you go after the real fraud? I have many times. I've talked about it many times.
Really?
You're jousting with windmills. You're arguing with something that didn't happen. Do you think it's happening or not in Minnesota?
Yeah. This is so here's what's going on, okay? As soon as he is asked about his positions, he has to back into a much more reasonable position. Yes, fraud has taken place. Yes, the defendants in an ongoing fraud investigation were Somali Americans, right? This is true. This is real. Except,
yeah, you're right. When there are 15 says if they reinstate the draft, hell fucking no. Yeah, you're not the only one. That there's a lot of people, including, like I said, a lot of people on the right that are not gonna be okay with a massive military invasion like this, let alone if they reinstate the draft.
What has been going on for the last 48 hours.
Oh, good point. Yeah, the terrain is not something. Yeah, U.S. forces famously deal well with protracted insurgencies in like jungle type terrain, right? They've got a really good track record with that particular. Yeah, he's talking about Don Quixote, and in a room with fucking roaches and a dead rat. Yeah, that's right. Be various. Germany just restarted conscription. I have a teenage son. I am pissed. Bet active military hates. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Like even like the Delta Force personnel that went in to do this shit. Like look, I don't want to glaze the. I'm not like a military glazer here, but I feel like there's got to be some recognition of, if not how immoral and possibly illegal these actions are, there's got to be some awareness of like how haphazard this is all being done, right?
Hours for the last 76 hours in the media cycle is not specifically the investigation that took place. It's the notion that every single Somali is responsible. Every single Somali business is.
Who would be in the draft? I don't know. How do they work? I know like the lower range is 18 for the draft, or at least it was in the Vietnam War. I don't know what the upper range is. But yeah,
victim to unlimited harassment now
of other communities doing,
and he just keeps shifting back and forth to try to present an argument that it's actually the.
When they were 15, says my son just filed selective service. Yeah, every I think upon becoming 18, I think every oh, your son is a trans guy. Yeah.
Grifter third worlders that are parasitic, that are just here to steal American funds.
I don't want to read this anymore, Hasan, if you're 100%. Yeah, there's fraud in every instance of government. You're right. You're totally right about that. Most definitely. That also includes the immigrant. No. And this is also not. Let me go back, and I want to make sure that we get this nailed down.
Well, it's kind of Colombia Ricans pointing out how this unifies Colombians and Venezuelans despite animosity between both countries.
Do you think that there is a very clear instance of
Yeah, thank you for your service deposing the leader of a sovereign nation unlawfully.
These Somalian-owned daycares and businesses that are defrauding Minnesota? This is a yes or no question. Do you think that
you
this
don't
is
know
happening
that
or not?
there is currently, as it stands, no evidence has been presented beyond just going and knocking on their doors and screaming to see the children.
Expensive a year. How long is Somali fraud in comparison to federal benefits you put out annually? A lot. And I bet if you go after that fraud, you're going to find more of it.
The real question in this circumstance is, do you have any hard evidence as to all of these businesses that are being visited that are engaging in a type of fraud that people are claiming they're engaging in? As in, there are no children there, there have never been children there, they're simply lying about the head count and doing it so they can get money. No child is ever being taken care of. It's simply a way to make money.
At all.
Columbia Rican says, my great-grandfather on my mother's side was a colonel in the Colombian forces. He fought against the Venezuelan FARC forces, but now the U.S. got both sides together. U.S. out of South America.
That's why whenever I ask you, like, is this happening, you're reframing my question and then answering something I didn't ask. So, no. What about this? What about that? What about this other thing? Listen, like, I don't like any of it. It's obvious that this isn't a problem. So yeah, guy's a fucking retard, of course. And
wait, that's crazy. Why are the people that are coming after him in his chat infinitely nicer in their back and forth conversation than his fans that come in here? When his fans come in here, they're like, why are you a terrorist, dog abuser, piece of shit? You need to die. And like when he actually has people that call into question his worldview, it's always like much nicer. It's like walking through it step by step. I guess his fans are just much smarter than he is.
That's or a
probably what it
leftist
is.
or a liberal, they'd be making excuses for it. They don't give a fuck about it. The only reason why they're bringing it up is they're trying to create an artificial parody. It's the same reason, you remember like whenever they started trying, they were talking about, oh, they're going to prosecute Hunter Biden and, oh, well, we want to make sure everybody's treated the same under the law. But then at the end of the day, on the last day of Biden's presidency, Hunter Biden gets a presidential pardon that's like a blank check for the last 10 years. The reason why is because they were doing that in order to create an artificial parody between the way that Trump was being treated by the justice system and also by the way Hunter Biden was being treated by the justice system. So they only did that as a show. They don't really care about the rules.
That's insane.
They don't really care about any
Donald
of this.
Trump has
So to the
infinitely
extent that you
more
engage with them as if they're concerns
instances
and
of
their
criminality that
criticism is legitimate,
wasn't even
you
prosecuted because he
lose
became the
you're
fucking
playing a
president,
game.
as opposed to Hunter Biden. Okay, Biden
Yeah,
or Biden.
wasn't Hunter Biden's thing was like a fishing expedition where they were like literally looking for something, like they wanted it to be like corruption with Burisma or something like that, right? They couldn't get anything like that, so they ended up with like what, like a gun charge.
Biden's pardon at all. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, Biden sucks, and so does Hunter Biden. But the notion that Hunter Biden is like, it reaches the same degree of criminality as Donald Trump, who was a pivotal figure in January 6th, or even the people who did January 6th, who were all pardoned. That's ridiculous.
I'm going to pull, you're going to get pulled up too.
Let's see what this guy's saying. Do you have any
Do you
evidence that
think
there's
that's-
100% fraud
it's
happening, or
weird that
there's
they-
some
like,
YouTubers
do you
coming
think
in
that
and asking to
they're
see
going and
kids,
there's
not
anything
saying that there
weird
isn't
about them
evidence?
asking to see the kids? Is that you're saying this is like some thing about how, oh, well, you're trying to see the kids. Why are you saying see the kids? Do you think that there was anything malicious or problematic or bad, that they had any sort of like weird intentions with trying to see the kids?
Yes, yes. You can't roll up to a fucking childcare facility, whether there are children there at that moment or not, and demand to see the children, and then assume that this is like conclusive evidence that there's no kids there.
That's manipulation. No, we'll listen to what he's saying. It's okay. There's legit tons of the issues, and yes, I think that. So you think that you think Nick Shirley is like, what do you think? He's like a pedophile?
That's not the argument.
Do you think he's like a pedophile?
It
or
could
what?
be. We don't know. I have just as much evidence of Nick's pedophilia as I do of Nick presenting.
Refresh, reload. There should be. I need a song. I need a refresh, reload song. I think you're good. I think you should be able to. But anyway, they're glazing Trump, right? That's the takeaway. They don't really have any new news. I guess they talked to him or something, but I'm not seeing anything in this blurb of like a quote or any new information. Yeah, look, this is how they're writing. Yes, it's Anatoly Kurmanev reporting from Venezuela. I mean, this is their reporter on the ground here. That's the big story there, is the New York Times sucks.
Child facility, ask to see kids. He could be.
Yeah, he could be a pedo. I don't know. That's the whole point.
I've never known the guy.
That's the whole point.
It
He
seems
could
like
be
you
a
do.
pedophile. You don't
And so
know.
anyway,
That's part of
so
the reason
this
why
is
you don't
what
let random
happens,
fucking
right?
let
And the
random
reason why I
adults into
asked
an
this
area
question
where
is
you,
because
as
I knew
another
that it would
adult,
reveal-
Okay, so we've just heard, this is Vamps' source. We just heard from Venezuela's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez. She said the government does not know the whereabouts of President Maduro or First Lady Celia Flores. She added that the government demanded immediate proof of life for both of them. Yeah.
That is
dishonesty.
you as another adult
This
is
a
a
person
guardian
who
of the
thinks that Nick
state
Shirley is a
over
pedophile because
other
he's
people's
trying to
children.
investigate a daycare. You don't actually think that. You know that's not true.
What?
It's
He
obviously
doesn't know.
not true. But you're just saying it because it's something that sounds bad. It's because you've used the term racist so many times. You've said
Yeah. So at least the vice president is okay. At least for now, there's some sort of succession that seems to be going on, even though, yeah, their fucking leader was literally kidnapped and
racist 1,000 fucking times. He never said that. He never said that.
Just as much
guys
evidence.
Was he implying that Nick Shirley had some sort of bad, ulterior, weird,
being
fucked up intentions? Was he the first
having
question? He obviously
no
was.
children.
Do not allow yourself to be gaslit by people that want to lie and manipulate
presented
you.
for him.
It's obvious
for
what
Nick
you're doing with language.
Being
and
a pedo.
Anybody with over a
what
90
is it?
IQ
Zach
can
Raw,
see it.
right?
It's so obvious.
I said that last
These
chatter wasn't wrong.
tricks
Nick presented
might
just as much
work
evidence for
on,
these
I don't
daycares having no
know,
children as that chatter
morons on
presented for
Twitter
Nick being a pedo.
And people that automatically already agree with you.
Why is it? Your comparison is going to go over his head? No, I mean, seriously. If you believe Nick Shirley...
Word is he's being taken to the US. Yeah, I kind of guessed that from him, Trump saying that law enforcement was involved. That was BBSC News.
Provided ample evidence, which is just, you know, his own personal perspective, that these places are fraudulent. Then anyone saying Nick Shirley is a pedophile is presenting the same level of fucking evidence. And not only that, but they're also, not only that, but imagine if you went to wherever Nick Shirley was living in, like his home or the place that he works at, with a camera crew and consistently fucking talking about
any sort of principle. They don't have any actual argument at all. All they're trying to do is create weird insinuations and other misrepresentations in order to push an agenda that is...
But here's the irony, right? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't bet on, like, you know, Venezuela not still being under attack, or there not being further actions like taken by the US military against Venezuela. But if the vice president, you know, is able to effectively, you know, consolidate power, then you're going to have a scenario that looks a lot like the one that Maduro offered. He offered to step down, hand over power to the vice president, and to do elections in 2 years, right? That's something you didn't need to bomb or invade to get, which makes me think that Trump specifically wants a war, right? It's more than just the objective that he's after. It is the, you know, veneer of a wartime president, which I don't think, you know, he thinks it's going to be this immunity. I think it's going to be the opposite. I think it's going to be his undoing. It's going to go bad for the U.S. for sure. Yeah.
Supposedly,
well, I mean, like two scenarios, right? One, they pull their forces out now, declare mission accomplished, right? That would be the one that's better for Trump's politics. If he were to say, "Hey, mission accomplished, we got Maduro. Okay, cool, we're out of here," right? Scenario two, they continue to try to place their puppet into power, right? They continue to attack Venezuela. In which case, like Columbia Rican is saying, in a protracted, you know, insurgency situation, the odds are not, and history, it does not bode well for the United States. And the blowback that we are going to get for this is going to hurt us even more. Yeah. The U.S. has traditionally been a little bit cavalier in their foreign policy because they're not worried about, you know, being the subject of an attack, right? Or an invasion, basically because there's oceans between the United States and any enemy. But, you know, you're starting to set up a situation where, you know, there's a lot of, oh wait, Vamps has got an update for us. Venezuela's defense minister has announced an immediate deployment of military forces across the country. Speaking in Spanish in a video address, Vladimir Padrino Lopez called for a united front of resistance in the face of the worst aggression ever against Venezuela, adding that Venezuela was following Maduro's orders and that the armed forces will be deployed. They've attacked us, but they will not subdue us, says the defense minister.
Trying to make people not think what's obviously in front of them.
His chat is noticing I'm in there, but he doesn't want to notice it.
This is a 23-year-old Mormon, and you have a bunch of weirdos like that on Twitter that are trying to paint him out as a pedophile. I mean, really, if you take a step back and you think about how deranged and weird that is, it's insane.
I'm not kidding when I say this. We have more evidence to suggest that Nick is a pedophile than all of these daycares having 0 children.
Didn't even see I don't know why this didn't come up, but Omega Star super chatted, everyone, please get your passports. Yeah.
In them. Because we have evidence that Nick is trying to see children inside of daycare facilities with a camera. Okay? That is, unironically, more evidence of Nick's potential pedophilia than any evidence that he has presented about these daycare facilities engaging in the type of fraud that Nick Shirley was trying to claim that they were engaging in.
There's like 50 houses of these people that have a daycare, and then you can't enroll any of them. You're going in, and these people do not even speak English in a lot of cases. The phone number goes to the government office. Let's see here. Oh, the amount of kids there is not even 1/4 of what their occupancy is. And you add in all of these things together. Please, you don't have to die on this hill. It's so obviously fraud. Any rational, reasonable person knows that it's fraud. It is. I don't know what else to say. Give me 1 second. I use that. Actually,
You don't know what else to say because you don't have an argument.
excuse me.
I'm saying you don't have any.
Has he responded? I've been paying more attention to what's going on in Venezuela than this. Has Asmongold responded to him yet?
Evidence
it's obviously
for
the
any of
reason
that.
why,
I'm not
like, I mean,
against
I
that
don't know
being the
why
case. Nick
Hasan
never
gets
presented
so
any of that.
hyper-fixated on
Once again,
defending these fraudulent communities. Like Hasan and I have a lot of common ground with things like public education, free health care, all of these other things. Like he and I agree on all of these things, but you're constantly simping for these toxic, parasitic immigrant communities that are coming over.
It sounds like he knows Hasan is there. You know, he was just about to take a bathroom break. It sounds like he knows Hasan is there, so he's like sticking.
You're trying to defraud us. Like you really, I mean, like somebody broke into the building and they just happened to steal all of the documentation. Like, I mean, how can you even for 1 second believe that that's not an immediate fucking scam? Like,
see, this is what I mean. He doesn't know. He doesn't know how this process works.
Thinking like
he doesn't know how this process works. He thinks that that documentation is the only way to conclusively prove that there is like fraud happening there or not, implying that that documentation was actually stolen by the business owner himself. Once again, the government has access to every single person and every single child's information. That's not the only form of evidence that the government has. The reality of the matter is, if they wanted to prosecute that place, as I'm sure they will,
being dishonest,
right?
yeah,
They'll
so
investigate the
I mean, what about the fact
theft
that they
that
were
took place.
investigated again? Your place gets broken into, and then they happen to steal all the records. I'm sorry, but if you think that's anything besides fraud,
do you think that
you
those
have
records are the
departed
only
from
way
reality.
to
Please stop
investigate
doing this.
this
I
place?
also want universal health care.
Do you
I
realize
also
how
want to have
any
a degree of better
these
treatment for everybody.
programs work?
I also want to expand social systems, but we
Once
can't
again,
do that in
not-
America if you keep
Once
importing
again,
So I want to say, oh no, he's one of these guys. What do you call these fucks? They like act like they want a generous, like social safety net on par with, you know, the best of like Nordic, style governance, right? But they're worried about the immigrants, the foreigners, the others taking the aid. Like, these are the fuckers that'll say that the only reason that they're able to do, you know, the kind of governance that they do in the Nordic model is that there's, a homogeneity of ethnicity and nationality, right? It doesn't work. It doesn't work if you've got foreigners running around. Anyway.
people
not
that are net
saying
negatives
this
and
isn't
scammers.
the case.
You can't do it. You can have mass
you are
migration of
simply
third worlders,
speculating.
or you can have robust social systems.
Directive says Nick's source David just pointed to a stack of papers, and so there's your proof, basically. White nationalists. It's like a certain kind of white nationalist, though, isn't it? It's more like I guess white nationalists with what like populist characteristics or something. But it's just such a weird thing for them to flip on something like the welfare state versus the supply side economics. Nick's source David just pointed to a stack of papers. Did we ever figure out anything more about David? Because I saw somebody had I think maybe even somebody in Hasan's chat had a guy that they were like, yeah, it's David so and so, right? But then somehow that one wasn't right. I think we got the lead on who David might be, and then somebody was like, nope, that's not him. So yeah, I don't know if we've gotten more information about Nick Shirley's partner in crime. But if we know anything about Tyler Hitler Vera and the way this kind of content works, it's that the content creator themselves is very ignorant of like almost everything, right? It's set up so that they come into a locality, they rendezvous with a local right-wing, weirdo, honestly. And the right-wing weirdo gives them the narrative, gives them the framing, and they go around, and with the assumption that this is some kind of expert. When in actuality it's usually a crank. So that's how it works with Tyler Oliveira. I don't know if that kind of seems like that's how it works with Nick Shirley.
Choose. Now,
the other stuff that I didn't cover that we've gotten from Nick Shirley is that he's kind of a weird dude. There's a lot of weird stuff that's coming out about him. He's got like a bit of a, paper trail on the internet. Apparently he went to Ukraine and cut some like Russian propaganda and got dogpiled by NAFO accounts at one point. And supposedly his mom takes him everywhere. Like he doesn't drive, and he and his mom are like the team. Like his mom's like his manager. So there's more to this guy, and it's kind of embarrassing.
Do you think that those records are the only way to investigate this place? Do you realize how any of these programs work? Once again, not saying this isn't the case. You are simply speculating.
If you don't like that, too bad. So anyway, listen, let me go back down and look at a few more of these. Worked in 20 years in law enforcement. Never in my years have I come across a case where they break in and just steal documents. It's obvious. It's obvious. Like, but there's no evidence. There's no evidence. Like, do you think they're going to just come out and say, I'm scamming?
Update for CNN law enforcement. Child care centers at the center of Nick Shirley's video were operating as expected when visited by investigators. The Minnesota Department of Children, Youth, and Family said children were present on all sites except for one. That site was not yet open. The agency gathered evidence and initiated further review, noting the investigation into 4 senators were ongoing. The report by Minneapolis DCYF said.
Hassan reduced to being a chatter. Do you think the records are only way to investigate the place you realize?
If you missed that, he said Hasan has been reduced to being a chatter.
The programs work. Once again, I'm not saying this case. You're just simply speculating. Okay.
The government has access to the information of every single parent, and not only every single parent, but also government has access to the info of all children and their parents' financial status.
If you had to guess between 1 and 100. If you had to guess.
What did he ask? I didn't even hear it. What did he say?
Government access to all the info of the children and parents' financial status? Exactly. The government's in on it. That's why they should be charged too as accomplices. What's the percentage?
Actually believes that. Then wait, what do you mean? What's the percentage?
Sorry.
These places have.
What's the percentage?
Income qualifications. They can't.
Bro, their daycare is their own house.
Subsidies.
I know.
Without the government looking at the parents' back.
I want to point out something really important. I'm sorry to we're watching 2 things at once, but I know everybody's mind is on it. Any high ground that the United States had against Putin's Russia, right? And their aggression in Ukraine is gone, right? I mean, it's arguably not there to begin with, because you better believe that the precedent of the United States attack on Iraq, set the pretext for this. But the United States cannot even pretend like that they're not doing the same shit.
Brown, this would, what is this? Hasan, percentage of speculation. What is the question that he asked me? These places have income qualifications. They can't get subsidies without the government looking at the parents' background.
We'll give it a little bit longer.
What was the question he asked?
We'll give it a little bit longer. But no, I think he does bring up a good point. The government does have access to this. That's why there has to be a federal investigation. I think that what's happening is that they're directing the federal government to not go after these people because they want to secure the votes from this community. I think that's what's happening.
Why don't we talk then?
You have to check with the chat first. I mean, I feel
I'm
like it's such a
too
simple question.
boomer
Right? What's the
to
probability of it
type
being a scam?
fast.
Why don't we talk then? No, I'm not. We're not gonna. Oh my god, bro, you're in the chat. Can you stop?
Are you worried?
Oh my god.
We agree. No.
It's just a simple percentage.
Stop begging.
Jesus. No,
really?
I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to go and argue with you about this or whatever. Because again, if you look at all of the evidence presented and you don't come to the conclusion that there is like a 99% chance that this is a scam, you're lying. You're lying. You're obviously lying. It's so clear.
Uh-oh. They're all saying he's a pussy now. Uh-oh.
Such a debate. Yeah, it's not a debate. That's why I asked about the percentage.
What is the question that he asked me about the percentage? I didn't hear it. What was the question?
I give him space to no, it's okay. He's a communist, right? Everybody gets their own space.
What was the question about the percentage?
He can't. It's against his beliefs. He answered.
Speculate on the probability of fraud.
Let me see if it did. Kind of feels like you don't want to dunk on me easy style. No, I just don't like debating. I don't debate about video games. And again, you're going to try and do the strategy. Listen, Hasan, you are the Jake Paul of debates.
So do you see where we went? Like, we started off with Hasan is like, it was not too long ago that his rationale for not debating Hasan was that Hasan was like a terrorist or something. He's a terrorist supporter, or he's advocating for violence. He's a bad guy. We don't want to platform him. He's bad. Hasan is bad. Now it's like when you kind of face to face him, he's a lot more, respectful than he is in those clips, and also his excuse shifts. And I was like, oh no, I just don't do it. This is not a debating stream. Like, to somebody you literally, had talks with before, right? You were trying to, and the reality is, no, he's not going to debate Hasan, and he's not going to debate Destiny. Like, probably either of those would destroy him. I think he'd have a better shot with Destiny, honestly. Like, if he wanted to just bring on Destiny and rage bait him, I think he could. I don't think that would work with Hasan. But yeah, there's also well, does Asmongold, does he fucking stream to Twitch that often anymore? I don't really have a good sense of, like, I know he streams he does Kick, and he does I mean, I'm guessing he's on Twitch here. Hasan's in his Twitch chat, so he's definitely on Twitch. But yeah, if if he wanted to debate Destiny, he'd have to only be streaming on Kick, basically.
You have no problem gassing yourself up, talking about how much you want to debate me or debate some other, as you like to call them, slop tuber.
Watch. He's going to say
But
Destiny.
whenever it comes time to debate Ben Shapiro on capitalism or debate Destiny, for some reason, you don't really have that same attitude. So I don't really want to hear about, oh yeah, I want to debate you. You're going to come in and be the big guy and everything like that.
I did want to debate Ben Shapiro. Barry Weiss pulled it very publicly. I don't know why. I don't know why you're saying that.
I did want to debate Ben Shapiro. Barry Weiss pulled it. Because they wanted to debate on something else.
Oh!
What? No. I mean, like literally, they had the same bullshit platforming argument that Asmongold had. He streams on Twitch on his second channel. That's Zach Raher most of these days. Okay.
Barry
You
Weiss
want to debate
publicly
on
said
Israel.
I need
Did
to
you
be
see- Here, let me ask him
deplatformed.
something. Hasan, did you see what I said about that?
I need to be deplatformed.
Because I did
Lamau.
cover it. I talked about it. Did you see it?
Does Asmongold ever leave his cave? Not if he can help it.
Publicly said I needed to be deplatformed. Yeah, but did you see what I said?
No, I didn't see what the fuck he said. Again, he's only able to talk because he can at least control the narrative a little bit in this circumstance.
Rubio said that Maduro is to stand trial in the U.S. That's what they want to do with this?
But he can't control it if we're having a back and forth conversation. Even a couple statements
I think
immediately
that,
cause him to
Hasan
back away
thinks
from his
that
initial
fraud's an
claims,
issue.
right?
I think
And this
fraud's
is
an
the
issue.
reason why he wants to control the narrative. He wants to make sure that, like,
I think
at
that
most, he will
upon
respond to me
investigation,
chatting
we will
in his
find
chat.
out that this
Okay?
fraud is probably
Like they can't be serious about this. This is not going to go well for them if they actually. I'm not even sure they could indict Maduro.
so much worse than you can even imagine. Fraud is insanely fucking bad. And I don't think that it's just with these daycares. I think it is with the entire fucking government health.
So they literally bombed Venezuela as a distraction from their abduction of its president.
Care. It's with health care. It's with health and human services. It's with food stamps. It's with
a
welfare.
byproduct of
It's with tax write-offs.
public,
It is
private
with
partnerships.
fucking everything. And if we had the,
I
in my
want
opinion,
it
I think
all
that we are
to
spending
be
close to, if not
combated.
over, $1 trillion on
timed
fraud
out?
every single year. And if you
What
don't
the
believe
fuck?
me, timed out. What is this here? I think Minnesota fraud is abysmal. A byproduct of
So Asmongold it sounds like Asmon has pulled up Hasan's stream on something, like he was aware pretty close to the same time that Hasan said I'm timed out. Or Ahmad is watching, I don't know. US has accused Maduro of leading a criminal narco trafficking organization, something he denies. The narrative would be the narrative if they go ahead with this kangaroo trial. That's the whole thing is it's either going to have to be a heavily compromised court, right? And, that goes right to a heavily compromised appeals court, or it's not going to work. They're not going to be able to. This is like. And yet the Honduran president who literally bragged about stuffing the cocaine up the noses of the gringos. Those are his words, right? He literally bragged about, importing cocaine, making money from importing cocaine into the United States, right? In a way that you would think would piss off, like, racist MAGAs. Like, he called us gringos? He said he's stuffing the cocaine up our nose? Especially if they are serious about, like, looking at drug dealing, drug trafficking as like some kind of a weapons of mass destruction situation or whatever the fuck they're trying to use to justify it now. Yeah, personal service to Donald Jr. That's right.
all to be combated. Okay, good. Then that's fine. Great. Then we're on the same side.
Hyper focusing.
Stop trying
on,
to make this an argument about some bullshit.
No, claiming that.
Like, okay, great, good.
Third
We're on the
world
same side. That's amazing. I'm happy.
Parasites.
Good.
Are the
already
claiming
watched
that
you
third
show
world
this. Which one is it?
parasites
It's not.
are
Is it the- is it
coming
other
in
content
to
creators
do
of coffee? Oh, here we go.
fraud.
Yes, and no, I might look at this in a minute. But
claiming that
anyway,
third world
yes,
parasites
of
are coming
course
in to
the
do
fraud should be
fraud
investigated.
is
Absolutely
the
it should.
issue
All
I
I'm
have
saying is
with
that I think that it is
your
so much
claim.
worse than what people realize. Like, I grew up, I don't know really.
Hasan
like
is
Hasan was in
garbage,
Turkey
trash.
for a while. I'm claiming that third world parasites are coming to do fraud is the issue I have with your claim.
The
then maybe
overwhelming
they should stop doing
majority
Have you
of
considered that?
migrants
claiming
just
third world
want
parasites
to
are coming in to do fraud.
exist and work alongside
then maybe they should stop
everyone
doing it.
else. There will always
When
be
these people
fraudsters,
go and they advocate for racial,
and they
racial
should
ethnic voting,
be jailed.
they stay inside of their own community. They don't assimilate into America.
That's
they
none
send
of this
money
is true.
back home
Now
to
he's just
Somalia
all,
that funds
this
terrorism.
is all just made up shit.
And then on top of that, there will always be fraudsters. They should be jailed, of course. The overwhelming majority of migrants just want to exist and work alongside everyone else. Okay, great. Well, if you think that, then why are you trying to lump in
that
and
they,
then take the... Oh, geez. I'm debating with Hasan now. I just
you're
realized
claiming
you got
they're
me.
coming
You actually
to
got
do
me.
fraud.
Okay, I can't.
You
I said I was
have
like two
no
messages.
evidence
I've actually fucking Jesus fucking
of
Christ.
Migrants
Okay,
coming to do
one more,
fraud.
and then I'm gonna move on. Okay, you got baited. No, I've been baited. He did get me. So okay, all the migrants want to work alongside everybody else. That's great. That's lovely. That's amazing. That's really nice. So don't launder the good reputation of all those migrants that want to look good and work with everybody else and have no problems. Don't launder their reputation through these Somalian scammers.
Does he know what launder means? Like, you launder something that's dirty, right? You launder, I don't know, ill-gotten gains through a cash-only business, right? That's the classic money laundering scheme, right? So the thing you launder is the thing that's dirty. You don't launder the thing that's clean with the thing that's dirty. I think he's thinking of laundering like that you put your shitty, you put your shit-stained pants in with your, like, I don't know, your bed linens or something. It's got a little brown coloration from it. That's how he's using the word, right? Like something that you put in, something clean you put in with something that's dirty that then taints the thing that is clean. Have you seen? Oh yeah, he doesn't know much about laundering anything, does he? That's a good point, Vamps. I forgot about that. You're right though. You're right. He doesn't know. Yeah, launder is not a word he's super familiar with any usage of that word. Does he mean slander? Yeah, I guess. I mean, he's trying to say sully, maybe. Sully, the good name of the hardworking Somali people with these fraudsters, right? Pretending he wasn't trying to do exactly that. Pretending that that's not the point of fucking Nick Shirley's video. Pretending that is not the goal of Elon Musk and JD Vance in boosting this guy. Creating a pretext to, take, innocent Somali people and denaturalize them. Innocent Somali people who are also, citizens, some of them born in this country, and denaturalize them, right? That's the goal. That's what this is going for. And Asmongold has now moved the goalpost where he's like, he had strawmanned Hasan as having defended the fraud. Like Hasan was like, no, you can't say that they did fraud because they're Somali and we're not going to say anything bad about these poor. How dare you say something bad about these immigrants, right? There was nobody saying that. Nobody's trying to fucking, I don't know, get the people that did the fraud like out of trouble. The only thing that's coming from is that, like, I think when some of these people were first accused, right, that might have been the defense that they went to, but obviously nobody fucking buys that. Like, nobody's going to say, oh yeah, you're right, we shouldn't investigate you for fraud because that would be racist, right? That doesn't actually work. That holds no sway with anyone, never fucking did, right? This is the classic lie of the right wing, that people are getting, like, just not, the courts, the cops, everything's woke apparently. And if you are, trans or gay or black or brown, that you just get a get out of jail free card, when in reality nothing could be further from the truth. It's the opposite of that. If you are any of those marginalized identities, you are more likely to go to jail even for something you didn't do, not less likely to go to jail for something that you did do.
don't do it, because I
I'm
agree
not
with you.
doing
You
that.
know I'm not
You're the-
anti-immigration.
you're
I'm
the
not
only
pro-migrant. I
one
think some people should be able to come over here for
claiming
sure, but it needs to be in the
third
best interest of
world
American citizens. And right now it's not.
parasites
When you have these people
are
come
coming
in and they're
in to
scamming the
do
system, they're getting these
fraud.
massive.
Wasn't the daycare in question owned by a white lady? I think it was the charity, the feeding. What was it called? Chat feeding for something with Feeding Tomorrow or something like that was the name of the charity. So she operated she's the ringleader. The white woman was the ringleader, right? And she had businesses, I think, that were going in with her on it, and most of the businesses were Somali owned.
Amounts of welfare. It's going to a private.
It's hard to keep up with, and this is where guys like Asmongold and Nick Shirley are kind of getting one over on people, right? There's a fraud case that was started to be prosecuted under the Brandon administration in 2022, right? That's the one with the charity and the sub businesses and everything, right? That case is going forward. I think has secured like 59 or so convictions so far. There's 84 people that have been indicted, I believe. So you got that, and then you got this Nick Shirley guy saying, based on the local weirdo David's statements, that these daycares are fraudulent in the sense that they're not even operated, that they're literally just fronts to get this money, right? And that's what seems to be in most, if not all, cases. Contradicted, like that it sounds like, from what we can see, what they've alleged about these businesses are not true. Does that mean that there's not a child care company doing this? No, it doesn't mean that. There could be more fraud that could be found, but you don't have an issue where Tim Waltz or Democrats or anyone, and certainly not Hasan, is protecting people guilty of doing this kind of fraud from the consequences of their actions.
Private daycare in their own fucking house. They
I
have
like
a
that he
massive
is,
house.
by the way, he
It's
is
a
just like
huge
working
problem,
his
man.
way up to just describing how
How
racism
much
works,
people-
right?
How many people we could help that are
Rick Scott oversaw the biggest Medicare fraud. I think Asmongold said something about the Rick Scott thing, didn't he? Didn't he basically agree with Hasan on that?
Americans if we were able to take that money and give it to them. And I'm not saying I hate Somalians. I don't hate any of that. You want to say third world parasites coming to do fraud? Yeah, exactly, because they are. What else do you call it? 89% are on welfare. What the fuck is that? Why are we bringing people in just so we can give them welfare? We have people here that are on welfare. I drove by I was like on the
They're
highway.
American citizens.
I'm driving by on the highway. I see a homeless veteran on the highway. He's got a sign painted the American flag. I've got to see this guy live on the street while they're living.
So the inability of people in need to get social services must be because they're giving preference to the evil foreigners.
in a mansion.
The parasites, as Asmongold says. That's
This isn't fair.
that's what he's going with, really?
And now I'm debating again.
They're
It's
American
not.
citizens, number one. I don't even know if the 89
Listen,
claim is correct or not, for the
Stop
record.
defending the indefensible. What you got?
What's wild, Columbia Rican, is he's acting like he supports the social safety nets, like going towards this like homeless veteran that he saw, right? When in reality, if this issue wasn't on his mind, he would probably be looking at the homeless veteran and saying, "Well, he's on drugs, isn't he? He should, if he wants to be helped, then like, right? I don't know, it'd be something shit like that. There's no way. Like, it's like the football from Charlie Brown, right? He acts like, well, if you just get rid of the immigrants, I'm going to vote for a vigorous safety net. I'm going to make sure that all vulnerable Americans are taken care of. And he's full of shit. He is full of shit, right? If you take away one of the others, as it's the goal, mostly with fascism, sometimes to literally take them away in the middle of the night. You don't end up with a fascism that is like peaceful or some shit like that, right? That is like, all right, well, we got our job, mission accomplished, right? You end up with a fascism that needs a new enemy, and it picks one out. It goes down the list and picks the next enemy and starts attacking them. And there's fewer people than any of the fascists that are backing, the deportations and whatever you know, that realize, right, there are many less of them than think are actually like in the club, right? You have people that find out too late, just like the poem.
Guys are doing right now is the same as you were criticizing MAGA people for doing for Epstein.
My argument.
Not everything has two sides. Same way that I supported and I agreed with you with what you were saying with Epstein. I'm not. You're strawmanning my argument. Well, you're mad at the way that I'm saying it. I don't think it really matters. Personally, you want to say it matters. I don't really give a shit.
You can see me.
The point is the problem.
I'm not even going to say that. I'm just going to say
they're not healing anything you say, and you can't type and listen at the same time. Sure. And anyway, just stop debating. That's what he does. Just stop talking to him. Yes,
his
exactly.
whole audience is like, stop debating him. Stop debating him. I wonder why. I wonder why they're upset.
If you go and you see any of this stuff, you go around in Austin or anything else, it is really, really bad. And I think that you're right that the Somali thing is not that big. It is the tip of the iceberg.
Oh!
It is not even the tip of the iceberg. It is the seagull on the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, interesting.
Up your YouTube chat. You should just have a key that automatically types this. Hopefully we won't have to deal with a lot of this, though. Did anybody F in YouTube? Anybody get an F?
Because it's a bunch of
immigrants
people that are migrants or immigrants or from any other community
to do fraud.
But to say that there is not a problem with bringing in a bunch of people that are 89% on some sort of welfare, that's a problem.
Of fraud done by Somalis.
It's fucking
done
fraud.
in let's say
if you don't see, oh yeah,
Minnesota,
somebody broke into the building
is a
and they
moment
stole all the documents.
You're doing Elon's
I wonder why.
propaganda for him.
Anyway, so yes,
every moment that you spend implying that immigrants are coming in is a fraud done by
a lie.
Done in Minnesota is a moment you're doing Elon's propaganda for him.
They can't wrap their head around the idea that you're going after all the fraud regardless of who's committing it.
Elon Musk
I think that really, if there are people defending this that were not, people like Americans doing this, or like some random Mormon community doing this, I think that everybody would be, together agreeing that it's very bad. But because it's a minority community that is an immigrant community, there are people that are just, categorically defending them for that reason.
That 89% is false. Probing Trump's verbal attack on Somalis. 84% of individuals
that's
reporting
really
Somali
problem.
ancestry in Minnesota, not just Somali.
They live the beautiful man
showed us. Provided to us showing
really
84% of individuals reporting Somali ancestry in Minnesota, not just Somali immigrants.
I don't think that I really have to have the alignment there. I think there's a big problem.
Mute him when you talk, please. Wait, he's reading it. I think he's reading it.
Okay, just in from Reuters, United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Little Marco, anticipates no further action against Venezuela following the capture of Nicolas Maduro, says a Republican senator. Mike Lee confirms... says a Republican senator. Wait, I thought that was from Marco Rubio. Wait, so the senator's reporting it from having talked to Rubio? Mike Lee confirmed Venezuelan President Maduro arrested following a phone call with Rubio. Okay, so he had a phone call with Rubio. I get it. Rubio anticipates no further action of Venezuela. Now Maduro is in U.S. custody. Lee adds that so Trump is going to try to sell this as being a swift, decisive response that gets results, right? That's how Trump is going to sell this strike on Venezuela. To sell the idea that he's not redoing George W. Bush and the neocons, right? Because that was basically what he started out opposing was those kind of Republican policies, right? He's going to try to say, hey, when you go to war with Trump, it one night and it's over, and you've got you've abducted the world leader. It's definitely not the end to Venezuela's problems or potential instability. It's just a way for Trump to try to he wants to wash his hands with it, right? Or wash his hands of it, sorry. He wants to just wash his hands of it and try to say that, so this is what this will be the pushback, right? When you talk to your Republican relative and you say, hey, I thought you said Trump was going to be the president of peace. That's the line that they're going to take. I'm guessing if this holds up to be true, right? But I'm also guessing that they can't be happy with these results, right? They can't be very happy with these results. They wanted regime change in Venezuela. It doesn't look like they got it, and saving, massive instability and people siding with the puppet, leadership that Trump wants to put in place. I don't see that happening. In fact, if anything, I see this as solidifying, not just Venezuela, but other South American countries, other countries, honestly, across the American continents against the United States. Like, how is Canada feeling about this, right? How is Mexico feeling about this, right? This is like, they have succeeded potentially in uniting the rest of North and South America against them. I look forward to learning what if anything, says Lee. Lee adds, U.S. strikes were deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. And what kind of bullshit crime are they going to charge? Like, drug trafficking, RICO? What are they going to fucking charge him with, right? I don't think that, if the Trump's like, record on going after its enemies is any example, I don't think this will go well for them. Like I said, the only thing I could imagine them being able to pin on Maduro would be in a fucking kangaroo court that is heavily compromised, and then they'd need it to go to a appeals court that was likewise compromised in order to get whatever bullshit ruling they were able to attain to stand. Earlier, Lee said in his post on X, I look forward to learning what, if anything, might constitutionally justify this. What? Oh, interesting. Wait, this action and absence of a declaration of war or authorization of a military force. Wow. It almost sounds like Mike Lee, MAGA Mike, is maybe hedging his bets a little bit. It sounds like they're trying to declare mission accomplished. Yeah. How is Greenland feeling about this? True.
Don't find a fraud like them? Yeah, I think there's a degree of that.
Have you ever seen an episode of Law and Order? Criminals often try to obscure evidence.
It's important to be able to find the fraud, but to put the blame on the people that are being defrauded, I think, is basically victim blaming. And that's the reason why you go to a CVS and everything's locked up. That's the entire reason why you go to a CVS,
and I'll donate to your charity of choice.
CVS. It's because all of these people, like, oh yeah, well, you shouldn't have done that. Absolutely not. Fuck that. How much percent of fraud do you think Somalis commit in the United States? Probably, I would say, less than 1 to 2%. Maybe maybe a little bit higher than that.
Not even. That's crazy.
Very, very like if you're asking like if it's a percentage,
that's insane.
A very, very low percent. I think that they are committing a very low percent. Now, per
Bro
capita,
can't debate loss to a
very
Jewish
high,
comedian. H3H Charlie Kirk or Ben
collectively
Shapiro would
it's low.
annihilate him.
And
Well,
so
can't
the
do the
reason
Charlie
why-
Kirk
and
one
that's the
anymore,
thing,
but
right? It's
definitely
like,
down
so
to do
why
Ben
even
Shapiro.
defend it?
You guys
It's
can keep
obviously
fantasizing
bad.
about it though.
But this is the reason why I supported Doge. Like, I feel like government wasting
Zach
money
Watcher
is just a
here,
huge
but I do
problem
think that it's
everywhere.
unfair that he can
It's
talk and
obviously
you
a
have to
problem.
type. Even if I disagree with you, he should talk to you. There we go.
They're pissed off at Elon Musk because he saved free speech and investigated fraud with Doge. Well, they didn't even do enough of that. Yeah, come on, man. The government are the ones enabling the
He's
fraud.
actively
Yeah, so
trying
I think,
to.
and this
He's
is what's
actively trying to
happening,
move
right?
away from
So I
reading
think
my
this
comments
is part
now.
Of this is part of the reward structure. Is that the
I
government
respect
allows
you
this
trying to get a
fraud
dialogue
happen
going. Asmon has
because
shown
they effectively
to his
want
audience he's a
votes
coward.
from these
I think that there are definitely a lot of people in his audience that will look at this and think Asmongold is being a little cowardly. Is Kai still alive, bro? Show us the shot collar, bro. She's dead. I killed her.
two different versions of this, right? So there's the first
And I
where
think
they're
there will
allowing
be
it to
some
happen, and I
people.
think
There will be
that's
some people in there
right
that'll just like
level.
engage in
Then
self-soothing
there's also the
behavior.
other level
Engage in
where
self-soothing
the
behavior, especially because like the moment that we start talking, if you noticed, he said he agreed with me quite a bit. And that's precisely the problem here. he doesn't want to have a conversation where he will be forced to concede on a lot of the things, because a lot of the things that he said about what my positions are wrong. So if his audience saw what my actual position was here, and then actually he had to sit there and defend what he's saying in front of someone who is a little bit more knowledgeable about what's going on in Minnesota, he would have to fold, because immediately he would be like, well, yeah, we agree, as he did, right? You're getting really good at debating. I wonder how the Clippers are going to spin him ducking you. They'll say Asmongold destroyed Hasan or something like that. What is this? I watch you both for different reasons. What needs to happen is you listen to what he's saying now and actually respond later, because he's assuming you're listening even though you're engaging in your chat. Honest opinion. Why won't he just talk to me directly then? This is what doesn't make any sense, because I'm willing to have this conversation. He's the only one who doesn't want to have this conversation. And I think, like,
specific group, I think that for Somalians, like, yeah, they are voting as a bloc, but the reality is that this would happen anywhere. And I think that there is a unspoken rule, kind of, that keep the gravy going, and we're going to keep voting for you. And it's ironically another version of Republicans cutting taxes for rich people and then rich people continuing to fund Republicans. So the problem really
the thing is
that
like
when
one
all
of my
these
worst
people are voting for
qualities
this
as
group,
far as like
the reason
debating.
why-
Except if this was true, that, like, you know, there's like huge amounts of money were being taken by these Venezuelans, and then in return the government of Minnesota, you know, and the woke cops refused to crack down on them, then you'd end up with a situation where, you know, anyway, he probably thinks that. He probably unironically thinks, oh yeah, where are the Democrats getting their money? It's all coming from Somalian fraud lords or something.
Or whatever. One of my worst qualities is unironically that I'm very, you know, I'm very conciliatory in my tone whenever I have this kind of conversation with people, even if I completely oppose their worldview. So the irony is, like, I wouldn't be looking for easy dunks or anything like that. I just want to actively have, genuinely, like, people yell at me all the time in my own community. If you're in here for the first time ever, you'll know this, but people actually come to my community and yell at me all the time because I always try to fucking engage in good faith when I have these sorts of conversations. And I think that, like, clip farming as a meta actually destroys any kind of good faith that could potentially happen. It makes it much easier. It makes it much easier to frame your opposition's argument as something that it actually isn't, right? And that's what it is. Like, that's what he would rather continue to do. And the more I write in his chat, and the more that his community sees that, some will say it's good that you're actually not talking to him, King. We don't want you to feel insecure about your worldview. We don't want to feel insecure about our worldview. But there will be plenty of people who go, I think there should be open dialogue between the two, right? He talks about me every day. Yeah, there will be guys who go, Roach King 1, Hasan Dog Abuser 0, you know?
It's still human trafficking and kidnapping. Yeah, I think so too. And I think that they need to take, this is an issue. Maybe Hasan will agree with this. I think that they need to take the people that are employing these illegal aliens, they need to do a discovery process on their personal and work computers and correspondence surrounding work. And if any of them acknowledge or express a reality or a knowledge.
Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel Bermudez issued a sharply worded condemnation on social media accusing Washington of carrying out a criminal attack against Venezuela, calling for an urgent international response.
Information that they are knowing that they are knowingly employing these illegal aliens. I would like to see them charged for human trafficking. I would, because that's effectively what they're doing. And until we have these business owners, and I'm very frustrated about this. You want me to be honest that ICE is not doing that.
But
I think ICE should also be doing that, because I don't really, and this is another thing, is that I don't have any genuine animosity for Somalians. I don't have any genuine animosity for Mexicans or any other people from South America or the Congo or Haiti or any of these people that are coming over here, right? I actually don't. I know a lot of other people do, and, you know, this is a contentious viewpoint that I have, but my viewpoint with it is actually very simple. I don't actually hate these people. I don't dislike them.
You clown.
I just understand that they're coming here, and by doing so, they're causing us problems. But I don't view them as inherently bad or evil people. I don't disagree, but the solution is documenting people and then punishing business owners, but shifting the blame to migrant workers helps the owners get away with the two-tier labor system that depresses wages. Well, I think that really it's so this is Hasan. That's Hasan said that. I agree with you, actually. I do. I don't agree because the migrant workers are definitely to blame to an extent. Like, you're talking about workers. We're not talking about Somalians at this point, right? It's the workers.
Somalians. Is he ever gonna realize it's Somalis?
I agree.
I said this is the problem with
Because they
clip
wouldn't
watching
be
because this is
coming
my
here
actual.
if- right? It's a carrot on a stick. You
Hasan
have
is
the
watching
donkey,
you
you
freaking
have the
out.
horse.
He's such a bitch.
The
Wait, what?
horse
Am
is
I
coming to
freaking
the
out?
carrot. They're the ones putting the carrot out there. They're the ones that are creating the incentive for all of these people to come and overrun America and depress down all of our
What?
wages. And then here's the other big problem, is that these people come here.
I love Asmongold thinking that, you know what we can do? We can elect a really racist president that does mass deportations, that does a fucking blitzkrieg, sends this fucking Gestapo through United States streets, does a massive deportation, and then the companies will be like, okay, we've heard you. We're gonna hire American workers at good wages now. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that you disrupted our evil plan that totally doesn't work without, it's just like, they need the undocumented status. They need for there to be a desire for people for there to be destabilization of countries to feed, the immigration streams, and then for those people to need to make money in the United States, they rely on that dynamic. It's as long as that's there, as long as there's a need, where there's a will, there's a way. A way will be created, right? But Asmongold thinks he's got it. Yeah, we'll just fucking do this, Anyway, it's cruel, but it's also performative. It's not the, giant like remigration policy that the likes of like Nick Fuentes or really Asmongold at this point want. And it's like the easy fucking clap here is a pathway to citizenship and regulation, labor, like regulation.
They have a bunch of kids.
I think blaming
they also bring
people
sometimes their relatives. They're living off of the
for
government
wanting
and
a better
effectively, especially
life.
through
Nadia Vet says this is another kind of gulch scheme. Oh, the crypto thing. Basic concept could have uses for more secure protocols for credit card transactions.
Just like your
sorry, I read something. Especially through things that are like
did when they came here
totally
is
me.
wrong.
Like food stamps, for example, or education system. They do cost the taxpayer a lot of money. These illegal aliens
billionaires
do. And they don't do it directly, but they do it also through things
broken
like identity theft, which is extremely common. Like, it was a very, like, I even knew people that knew people. I'm not going to get into specifics here, who would regularly go down to, Hasan's been to Austin. It's like Riverside. It's like the other side of I-35, right? It's like on the other side of like downtown.
Why is this go-to response? I agree, but not actually agreeing. I don't know.
There's not as many now anymore.
I said, I think blaming people for wanting a better life, just like a great-grandparents did when they came here, is wrong and helps the billionaires keep this current broken system alive.
And their social security numbers, and because the
Hasan gay R-word redeemed highlighted message.
They would take care of these kids, or sorry, not take care of. They would claim these kids.
That person spent 2,000 channel points just to say that.
To get extra tax refunds and then split the refund money with the parents. And this is the kind of stuff that, unless you've seen this stuff happen, you don't even realize that it's happening. That's it. East 1st to 15th Street? Exactly.
It's so fucking frustrating to watch this exactly what the conversation with Hasan and realize they have more common ground than he realizes.
The business owners are the...
Nah, Hasan, they can get the fuck out of my country, so can you go back to Turkey?
Of the migration. If it wasn't for the business owners paying these people...
Whenever I see Republicans try to engage with Hasan, it's almost like and I don't know how much of this is bot behavior or whatever, but universally, they call him an anchor baby, right? They can't say that he is undocumented. They can't say that he's not a citizen. So they say that he's an anchor baby, right? They say that he is, he was, I don't know, implying that he was specifically, his mom was brought to America just for him to be born, just to secure like a pathway to citizenship for the family, right? That's and it's funny. I wonder if they know that he calls himself an anchor baby. We're back. Refresh, reload. Refresh, reload. That was not a minor L or not a minor F. I'm going to type it again. There we go. Refresh, reload. And you will be back. It's just Skynet becoming sentient, probably.
Very different really attitude overall than what he was saying yesterday. You know what I mean? Like the parasitic migrants and all this shit.
So yeah, I'd want to. Hopefully there can be an alignment
Since Hasan is watching,
these actual
can we get a free guy
scams,
in the chat?
making sure that we have actual Americans, real Americans, that are getting this money.
Yeah, free Kaya.
Real Americans. Imagine that.
We don't need immigrants. Our economy is not expanding faster than current
Just
population. American people struggle to find jobs. Oh my
state.
god,
Yeah,
it's
billions
cope.
of
It's
dollars.
cope.
You really think it's the worst place is Minnesota?
YouTube, are you okay? Are you back?
Give me a fucking break. We can also see what happens if you flood the market with new workers, looking at the effect on women beginning to work. Yeah, I mean, I don't know all the details about that, but I could see that being the case, sure. That's why I watch you.
You need to be a chatter. You need to check logs.
YouTube is back. YouTube is back.
If you have to deal with the problem, you have to approach it from like 10 different ways. You don't just approach it from one way. You have to over $1 billion. Those committing fraud in Minnesota will be caught and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
There are no real Americans, which I meant. He meant the Europeans. Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, if you are anti-fraud, as I am, you wouldn't be hyper-focusing on the fucking...
I am never voting for another Republican
the entire
until
Somali community that you are suspecting of doing fraud, implying that every single Somali person that's come here is actually a third worldist like site, simply here to steal funds. Okay? That's it. The reality of the matter is, even in terms of like, keep pressing him, especially on the women going into the workforce, it destroys in his Chad's tradwife stance. I don't even know what he's talking about there. Hasanabi, you worked your entire life on your fake image just to destroy it all by shocking your dog. You R-word. Bah ha 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 ha. Yeah, no, everyone hates me now. The thing about Hasanabi is that he's really like, and then, but also those, but then again, anyway, so that's kind of it. Nice. Wow, owned. He said women starting the working flood the market like immigrants. Wait, what? Let's see what else he's talking about.
Watch it, and then I got distracted. Where the fuck did it go? There was a video about this, and I don't know where the hell it is.
He banned me before I could answer his questions. Thanks for going in the chat. Look at what I was trying to get. Anyway, all right. Well, he's off talking about. A chatter implied if Adolf Slop played dumb to appease. Wait, what? Yeah. The point is, it's not 89% on welfare. It's only 8%. Scroll down and see the Somalis on welfare. No, they're saying that benefited from the specific public assistance program, mostly Medicaid. So it's not even like welfare in the sense that they think it is. It's just Medicaid, right? But worth noting, Bowser said 95% of Somalis in Minnesota are citizens of the United States and 58% of them were born in the U.S. Okay? February report from the Libertarian Cato Institute using a different methodology found that immigrants consume 21% less welfare and entitlement benefits than native-born Americans on a per capita basis in 2022. That report looked at the percentage of total dollar amount of spending on benefits for immigrants and U.S.-born residents and accounted fewer means-tested programs as welfare and also included Social Security and Medicare, which are considered entitlement programs. The CIS report said that in 2022, 54% of households headed by immigrants, including naturalized citizens, legal permanent residents, and people without legal status, use one or more major welfare program. The problem with this report is, do you believe that people who are naturalized citizens are American citizens? Do you believe that people who are born, okay, do you believe that people who are born with Somali ancestry but are born on U.S. soil are American citizens or not? Now, the reality of the matter is, for programs like the CIS, they try to claim that American citizens, natural-born U.S. citizens, are actually not real U.S. citizens because they were born to one or two families or one or two parents that are either undocumented or, not an American citizen at all. Okay? That's the issue. That's the problem. Those people are American citizens. And the entitlement programs are claiming that this is just welfare is also silly because it's like Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, things like that. And the idea is like, what? What are we supposed to do? If someone is of Somali descent, even if they are an American citizen, that they shouldn't have access to Medicare or Medicaid?
Well, yeah, this just shows you, if the forces of fascism are unleashed on this country, how they can shred the fabric of the freaking, social contract here, right? How they can go from like, we just want to get rid of the criminals, right? There's criminals amongst the immigrants. They're coming in here. They're killing people. We got to get rid of them, to like, well, no, actually, like all the immigrants we are going to get rid of. And actually, if you're on a green card and you had to say anything bad about Israel, we're going to get rid of you too. And actually, if you like, I don't know, start denaturalizing, like this shit has happened before. And if there's not people to organize and stand against it, it will happen again. The fabric of our social contract is a lot more, fragile than anybody realizes. And, when you don't stand up for each other, the fucking rug gets pulled out from under you. Anyway, chat, that's depressing, and I'm realizing we got to move on because I got another topic for you. This is another topic with Hasan. What the fuck is his name? Harley Gaming, maybe? No, am I misremember? Harley Plays, I think. Plays. Hasan. This is, nope. Not quite. I don't know. Maybe I typed it in wrong. I think that the Epic Meal Time guy's name is Harley Plays. Oh, did I get to it through Hasanabi, maybe? We also got to see if I could figure out what the fuck went on with Epic Mealtime. Because like I said, chat, I just knew them as the Bacon guys back in the day. I watched like maybe 30 seconds, a minute and 30 seconds of like their of like one of their videos way back. Fuck. Is it Harley Plays? Am I misspelling Harley? It's the Epic Mealtime guy. I think it's the Hasanabi reaction channel. Fuck. I had this earlier. There's Hasan Reactions. Is that the one I'm looking for?
Bro, just
Oh my god. I'm gonna have to like search this out a little bit. Okay. Figure out what this video was. Oh, Harley Plays. Yeah, I did type it right. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't. Blame YouTube search, I guess. Anyway, I found the link. All is well. All is well, chat. All is definitely not well, though. Like in the world, right? That's the opposite of the truth.
I say a part of history because
people with no reading comprehension.
So yeah, context, right? Hasan is reacting to a video of Netanyahu speaking in front of a synagogue, talking about how bad this is, that, you've got, an image that reinforces what, the claims that anti-Semites make about, Jewish people, right? The ironclad link that they try to draw between Jewish people and the current Israeli ethnic cleansing and genocide project, right? And this is this is just Netanyahu going, in front of a synagogue, right?
Branchner getting mad at your tweet about BB at the synagogue. Wait, what? What do you mean?
Oh, okay. So in the midst of this, somebody tells him that Epic Mealtime is mad about this tweet. What does it say? I spent the last decade talking about the separation of Zionism and Judaism. While conceptually it is true, these sorts of images make much stronger arguments against said separation. Then people wonder why anti-Semitism grows. This is a big part of the reason why. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu received a hero's welcome at a synagogue in Miami, Florida. The crowd erupted in applause upon his arrival. So yeah, Harley Morenstein, Epic Mealtime comes in here saying you're basing your opinion on a whole religion because of a single place of worship. He's not. He is saying what he's always said is that there's a difference between Zionism and Judaism, right? Then you use your huge platform to signal boost justifying anti-Semitism because of this. You're not who I thought you were. You're actually a bad person. Fuck. This bridge is burned. He's acting like, oh, I thought you were good, Hasan Piker. I don't know if Harley's ever commented on Hasan. All I've ever heard him talk about was iDubbbz and Anissa and creator clash related stuff. But yeah, he's acting like he was. I'm disappointed in you, Hasan. I expected better.
You're basing your opinion on a whole religion because of one single place of worship?
Wait, Epic Mealtime isn't a food react? It is an old channel that would make, yeah, turducken. Like they take they'll like order a bunch of Big Macs and then chop them up and I don't know, pour brownie mix on the, you know what I mean? They take like really rich calorie dense food and somehow mix it with other rich calorie dense food. And they came up during the whole bacon thing, right? What I was saying earlier. They were like the when bacon was like a meme, when bacon was at its height, when everything was bacon, right? I think 2013, 2014, sometime around there was when the bacon meta was big. And this is when Epic Mealtime was making like freaking lasagna, bacon lasagna, shit like that, right? Just ridiculous stuff. They'd make it, they'd eat it. And yeah, Harley was part of it, but he wasn't the whole thing. There was some kind of controversy, I think, surrounding Harley, and then the channel broke up, but there was like a dirty fight from what I've heard about the brand, about the name, about who could use Epic Mealtime. Because Harley thought it was all about him, so he should get it, but I think the other members of the channel were not super pleased with that. I'll try to see if I can find something to kind of fill in the gaps in the whole narrative, because I'm missing a lot of pieces about Epic Mealtime too. But yeah, here he is. He's also Ethan's friend. That's probably the other place you know him from. He's done content with Ethan. He's talked extensively about iDubbbz. I think. Wait, what was this deal? What was his connection to iDubbbz? He was training with what? I think Harley was supposed to be part of some creator clash, and he ended up training with Sam Hyde. And they were like, okay, well, as long as you don't bring him to the event, and then he brought him to the event. Obviously, Anissa and iDubbbz don't want to have anything to do with Sam Hyde, and I think that's where the beef kind of started. But yeah, he's been just kind of doing Ethan shit since then. He's become an Ethan Klein orbiter.
Then you use your huge platform to signal blast, justifying anti-Semitism because of it. You're not who I thought you were. You're actually a bad person. Wait, what? You already have been saying I'm an anti-Semitic terrorist, no? Why is he acting like this is a new revelation for him? Very interesting. In any case, my statement on this, here it is. Here, you'll see. Israeli Prime Minister received a hero's welcome at a synagogue in Miami, Florida, as the crowd erupted in applause.
Big Al Cake Mix says, I believe he fought in Creator Clash 1 and was let go out of Creator Clash 2 for the Sam Hyde collab. Yeah, there's another guy too. Wasn't there like, I can't remember, something Froggy, or I can't even remember what the dude's name was, but there was another guy that like was not just like training with Sam Hyde, he was like making videos with Sam Hyde. And so iDubbbz and Anissa dropped him to the German Foreign Ministry says it is watching the developments in Venezuela closely and with great concern. It has added that it is in close contact with the embassy in Caracas and informed that the crisis team will meet later in the day. God damn. What a fucked up world. Maybe I'm saying, is he a Froggy guy? Because there's Froggy Tonic that doesn't like Ethan, right? Is it Froggy Fresh? Am I thinking of Froggy Fresh? Or is Froggy Fresh the YouTuber that makes cool videos about interesting stuff?
Upon his arrival. To which I said, I've spent the last decade talking about the separation of Zionism and Judaism, and while conceptually it is true, these sorts of images make a much stronger argument against said separation. Then people wonder why anti-Semitism.
Wait, so Froggy Fresh, okay, no, so it's not Froggy Fresh that I was thinking. I was thinking, I can't remember what this other content creator's name was, but yeah, they were going to be in it, and then they were like, ooh, look at that, I'm in a video with Sam Hyde, what are you going to do, iDubbbz? And iDubbbz was just like, I'm going to, like, eliminate you from the event, because I don't want to have anything to do with this freak.
This is a big part of the reason why, which is pretty basic. It's not just my assessment at all. This is what anti-Zionist Jews will openly point to as well when talking about how Israel creates anti-Semites every day. And I think every single person understands what I mean here, that while there is a dangerous conflation between Zionism and Judaism, this conflation is oftentimes marketed pretty much by conservative Jews, Zionist Jews, and Christians, Zionist Christians alike. And it's very frustrating to consistently try to make an argument that...
Is it Froggy Fresh Rap? Maybe I'm thinking of froggy bait. There's some bait in the Funky Frog Bait. Yes. Yeah, so I think it Funky Frog Bait that was set to fight Lena? Because I do remember something about Funky Frog Bait learning to box, and they are an amazing creator. Like I am in awe of Funky Frog Bait and their creative process.
Tries to spare Jews living in the West when people look to things like this and go, what are you talking about? I'm hearing from Zionist Jewish people that every Jew is a Zionist. Every Jew loves Israel. Why the fuck are you trying to tell me something fake, something phony? Who am I supposed to believe? What people are telling me? What I'm seeing all the time? Or some random fucking Muslim woke guy who's just insincerely trying to be woke? This is the way reactionary politics works. This is the way that right-wingers operate. This is the way the right-wingers operate about, black people, for example. This is the way the white supremacists operate about black people. When you try to explain to them that crime is...
South Korean President Lee Jae-myung has ordered protection of South Korean nationals in Venezuela and to prepare for their withdrawal if needed, as reported by Reuters.
More often than not, a consequence of people's material conditions. They think you're actually defending. They think that you're defending black people falsely. It's much easier to understand that like black people are inherently violent, all this shit, right? And what's really frustrating about that is that it makes my job as someone who combats anti-Semitism much harder as well. And it makes people lean into the likes of Nick Fuentes.
Hey, high five, Hasan. High five. You're doing good, buddy. You're doing great. You're doing great. No, he's got the Xander Hall problem, chat. Do you remember when Xander Hall was constantly... In fact, when was Xander Hall not having trouble with his camera? He's constantly having to go like that to his camera to get it to refocus on him.
Fuentes, who are... Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Why is this shit breaking? It makes people like Nick Fuentes' argument much easier. Because it's already much easier to just be like, yeah, Jews control the media, Jews control this, Jews control that, and then present an argument that is anti-Semitic when talking about Israel, right? It's much more difficult to educate people on a true anti-fascist, principled anti-fascist stance. Okay? Just in general, right? Much, much easier to do that. And then when it is constantly being reinforced over and over again, this tie is forcibly being presented as the reality to many Americans who are not super educated regardless on Israel, but no longer like Israel. Of course, they're going to learn this wrong lesson. Okay? I know I'm out of focus. I don't know what it's trying to focus in on instead of me.
Anybody want to guess? What do you think it's focusing in on? Is it Labubu?
And it's very, very frustrating. It is very frustrating.
It's the neon sign, the Hasan sign.
Hasan, you're looking at my Twitter on stream. Would you have said this?
So there is Harley Morenstein, aka well, I don't know. We can't say aka Epic Mealtime because I don't think that it ended up being given to him. I could be wrong. Iran says the U.S. military strike amounted to an outright aggression and directly violated core principles of the United Nations Charter. It specified that Article 2.4, which bars the use of force in international relations, stressing that such actions run counter to international law and endanger both regional and global peace and security. That is what Donald Trump's brand is, endangering regional and global peace and security.
I spent the last decade talking about the separation of individual actions and Somali identity, and while conceptually it is true, these sorts of videos make a much stronger argument against that separation, and people wonder why anti-immigrant sentiment grows is a big part of the reason why. Brother, I have literally talked about Jeffrey Epstein in the same exact way, where if you think these two things are equivalent, you're delusional. Okay? Do you not understand the main difference here? Do you not understand the main difference here? If I were to run around and say, this is how all Jews are when talking about Jeffrey Epstein, I would be doing what people are doing about all Somalis. Okay? This argument is quite literally the opposite. I'm saying that all Jews are not monolithic. No group is monolithic. Okay? But for the average person, they do not have the capacity to comprehend such things, especially when people like yourself, Harley.
Directive says Asmongold thinks he's saved from the bigotry he peddles. Yeah, just wait until they come after the sub-5s, right? They'll definitely be up Asmon's ass before too long.
Are consistently defending the idea that Israel is a salvageable thing. You live in the West. You don't live in Israel. And you consistently defend Israel. You say people who are criticizing Israel are anti-Semitic. You consistently...
Asmon is rich, though. It doesn't stop him from getting mogged. He'll be mogged to death, chat.
Conflate Zionism with Judaism. All
the look-smaxers will show up at his house, and they'll stream snipe and mog.
And over again. You're teaching people to be anti-Semitic. If you spent more time in here instead of just like constantly fucking chirping about me, you would have actually understood my position a long time ago. Okay? What I always say is Judaism has been around for a lot longer than Zionism has, right? Zionism is like maximum, 100 years, maybe a little bit longer than that. Israel's been around for 78 to 80, right? And yet, in the last 80 years, Zionism has overcome Judaism as for many secular Jews too, especially, has overcome the actual religious principle and turned into this like civic nationalist religion that revolves around ethno-religious supremacist values and an exterminationist principle against those who were living there prior to the people without a land going to a land without a people.
In a blind acceptance of the premise that Israeli expansion is the only thing that will keep Jewish people safe. And I mean, there we go, right? That is something that I've had Jewish friends of mine express to me too. They feel like the values implicit in Zionism actually run counter to Jewish values, like to the values of the Jewish community and the religion and everything about the history of that people. And yet in a lot of places it has subsumed and eclipsed those values, right? With this ethno state, this blind adherence to an ethno state,
even though there were people there. So when you have people like Jake Tapper, for example, also defending Israel on the conditions of Jews have to have an ethno state, Jews have to have an ethno state, it's ridiculous. And then you have Nick Fuentes also saying the same thing, but in a negative way. People are not going to come to someone like myself and listen to my perspective on this. They're going to keep hearing it over and over again. They keep hearing the false conflation from people like yourself. They keep hearing this false conflation from people like Jake Tapper. They keep hearing this false conflation from every outlet in the media, both pro-Israel and anti-Israel. So what are they supposed to think? That's it. And it's really interesting because as a as a Muslim living in the Western world, I have a unique perspective on this, one that I've actually talked about, one that I've written about extensively, one that I gave a speech on specifically at Oxford Union. If you want to understand my position, genuinely, if you are actually just not saying this to come across like a reasonable person while you're trying to disparage me or something, go watch that. Okay? You're basing your opinion on a whole religion? I'm not. As a matter of fact, if you had the reading comprehension here, you would understand that that's the opposite of what I'm saying. Instead of rage tweeting and sitting in this chat, you should perhaps try to comprehend what I'm saying here and not just act as though you are charitable to my position on the internet to, try to win over some people or try to win like this silly argument, which you're not going to win anyway. Okay? Just think about it. Instead of tweeting, just try to understand what I'm saying. Okay? You're basing your whole opinion on a religion because of one single place of worship, then you...
I wish Hasan had brought Harley up on guest star. Is Harley a Twitch streamer? Yeah, I wish, Asmon had brought, obviously it doesn't do anything to talk to Asmongold, but, at least having to make these arguments to Hasan instead of being able to strawman his position would have been nice. There was a little bit of interaction when Hasan came into Asmon's chat, but Harley starts typing in the chat. His Twitch is Harley Plays. Huh. I was trying to remember the whole history of Epic Mealtime, right? My memory of Epic Mealtime is that they were the bacon guys. They made a bunch of really sus food that, they were kind of joke about, like, and then they disappeared. And apparently there's more to the story. Like, people are telling me that, Harley became embroiled in some kind of controversy at one time. They ended up like splitting up the channel, and there was controversy again about who owns the name. He's calling himself Harley Plays, so I'm guessing he did not get to keep Epic Mealtime.
See, then you use your huge platform. I think he makes a valid point. Why is the brutal Zionist regime so popular among Jews?
That's what I heard. Ash Bradford. Yeah, I haven't seen where this is from, but yeah, Ash Bradford says Harley was creeping on teen fans as a 30-year-old plus man. Oh yeah, he was getting into, was it DMs with people on Twitter or something?
Have you ever taken the time to research that exact question? This is not something that I want to happen. This is something that I have worked, as I'm saying here, against happening over and over again. But when you say you're Jewish and you defend Israel and you think Israel is defensible when it's conducting a genocide and you
Guest stars for chatters?
say it's not a genocide, okay? What do you expect people to learn from that? When they hear that over and over again, when a random person who already has anti-Semitic tendencies, as most people do, right? I think you and I would agree on this. This is not like a, crazy position. A lot of people will say like, oh, there are a lot of Jews in Hollywood, isn't that?
So you're saying, Ash, that Hasan should have hit the button to invite Harley on, and then, if he comes on, that maybe they can have a conversation. Obviously, he's not going to be able to kind of keep up the bluster that he's got rage tweeting. He's gonna have to come down a little bit if he wants to talk to Hasan. But most likely, he would just kind of run. I guess.
That's strange. There are a lot of Jews in finance. Isn't that strange? Like those sorts of attitudes have been. Those sorts of attitudes have always existed.
Yeah, when I saw this, right, the first thought on my mind was going to be like, oh God, this is going to be content for Ethan Klein. And then I remembered H3, I believe, is on break until like January 19th. I think they're taking a month-long break. So maybe not. 19th is a long time. He should have talked because they actually go back and forth much faster once Harley. Yeah, well, it's definitely preferable, right? Now, I mean, I understand not wanting to bring certain people, on voice. I have at times refused to. The two names that come to mind are Infrared Haas and Dylan Burns, right? I have Haas because he's a Nazi, and Dylan Burns because he's also a no, just kidding. Dylan Burns because I had already talked to him. He had every chance in the world to say what he wanted to me and to be respectful. He didn't do that, and so I didn't feel like the need to bring him back on to let him try to relitigate stuff or try to, I don't know, walk back his positions or whatever the fuck he wanted to do. But yeah, there's definitely reasons not to let somebody in. I think that Asmongold's reasons are pretty clear in that he does not want to be, he doesn't want to have to respond to Hasan in real time, because like the only thing we've seen what happens when he's put in that position, right? He doesn't even try to argue. So yeah, I can kind of see why he doesn't want to bring Hasan on, and it's not for the long break. Long may the break continue. Hey, that'd be great. That would be Drake. I dislike Dylan says no other. Well, he dislikes me, or at least he did the last time. No, wait, that time I was in Chud Logic's chat, just in chat, and Dylan said like he couldn't concentrate because whenever I'm whenever I'm around, he just sees red.
Right? The nascent.
And then he mixed me up with Demon Mama.
Anti-Semitism. Like it can be dangerous if all of a sudden people have a negative perspective, but it's like it's a thing that has been talked about over and over again, but not oftentimes.
Wait, people seem to forget that Hasan and Ethan debated. It has been a while, but this Harley debate is actually, it feels like they're kind of rehashing some of what Ethan and Hasan talked about.
Discussed, right? When you already have a lot of people, especially living in a fairly segregated society where they might not live around any Jewish people at all, and they have these sorts of attitudes, and then they hear over and over again that every Jewish person cares about Israel. So if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. And then you advance silly, faulty numbers.
Oh, Ash Bradford's telling me it gets worse.
Like 90% of Jews are Zionist over and over again. You're teaching people that Jews care about Israel.
This thing right here, this is Ethan's favorite argument. This is Ethan's favorite argument, right? He'll pull up some, stat that says like 80 to 90% of Jewish people feel a strong connection to Israel or something like that, right? And he'll say that, see, so if you're, when you're saying, Zionists bad, you're saying like 80 to 90% of American Jews are bad, and that's anti-Semitic. First of all, no, it's not. Like, you can't make the, like it's about being bad or not isn't about whether you're what your fucking background or your religion is. It's about what you believe. And if that is true, that 80 to 90% of any group believes in this kind of at the very least ethnic cleansing, that's condemnable, right? Regardless of what percentage of what group. But again, this poll too is a little bit dubious in its framing of the question. So, but yeah, this is I think did he use this against Sam Cedar too? Did he? Because Sam hates this argument. Sam has heard this argument from, it sounds like, a lot of people. Sam Cedar, and I don't remember if he just brought it up with Hasan or if he brought it up with Sam as well.
A lot. Okay. Now, the extent of that care is up to question. Obviously, it's a very vague observation. What does that mean? That Israel is important to you as a Jew? Because that's the poll that people point to. That was a question that they asked in that poll. But having said that, when you say that over and over again, what do you think people are going to learn from that? What do you think people are going to learn from that? They're going to think, okay, yeah, all right, Jews care about Israel. That's what they're going to think. The difference now, however, as opposed to the last 50 years, is that now Israel is seen as a negative. Okay, now Israel is known as a state causing terror, which is the truth for the record. It is the truth. Israel is a terrorist entity. Israel is a state, a vassal state of the United States of America that is causing a metric ton of terror in the region. Okay? According to you, you just made a couple of claims just now about my stance that aren't true, but I understand you're in your flow state and I won't hold it against you. According to you, China is just a normal country, but Israel gets all your attention. What should people take away from that? I mean, this is something.
I'm sorry. What is bro trying to say? You're in your flow state. I won't hold that against you.
Talked about quite extensively, but I think you might hear it for the first time ever. But here it is. China's operation in Xinjiang, okay, in terms of dragnets, mass surveillance, and re-education camps was completely unjustifiable. I've talked about this extensively. You'll never hear it in clips, obviously, because it doesn't favor people's arguments that I'm a China dick rider who never criticizes China. But if Israel operated in the same way that China operated in Xinjiang, in both Gaza and the West Bank, where every single Palestinian had equal rights in the aftermath of this re-education and whatnot, the rest of the Western world would consider Israel to be the most peaceful nation of all time. As a matter of fact, people such as yourself and numerous others still consistently refuse to recognize that Israel has conducted a genocide, that Israel has always had an ethnic cleansing goal.
Yeah. Ethan will claim he isn't a Zionist and then talk about the kind of flexibility of the definition of that. And but yeah, Harley's going pretty mask off here. I think the most that might come out of this is Ethan kind of has to respond on Instagram, doesn't he? In fact, he may have already. I feel like there's no way that Ethan lets this go. He's got to find try to find a clip that, he's going to try to find an out of context clip or something.
Mind from the beginning that the inception of the nation state started with the Nakba in 1948, and even before 1948, obviously. This is the problem.
Mr. Baconweave got brave after his nightly phone call, twiddling his hair and kicking his leggies with Salty and Ethan. This was at some gambling event that they went to.
Also, we're not even talking about China right now. We're talking about Israel. I held us on to a higher standard. I don't go off of every streamer that says some bullshit. There isn't enough time in the day. Also, tweet mentioning equals cyber stalking. Language and words are important these days. People like
What the fuck is this? I held Hasan to a higher standard shit. Like he's acting like he's acting like a former fan or something. I don't think he is. Ethan has only posted clips of AB with Kanye. What? Oh, Kanye playing over the top. I'm sorry, not AB with Kanye. AB with Kanye playing over the top. Last I checked.
So I have to stop fucking him up. I've had personal conversations with Harley back in the day too, which makes this even crazier because I know his newfound allegiances with certain people that he knew were Nazis makes things even stranger in this regard. Finding yourself aligned with the likes of Sam Hyde after openly stating that you know that they're Nazis, while simultaneously consistently talking about someone like myself that you know has spent a good deal of time and still consistently does so in combating anti-Semitism.
Wait. He is actually a multi-month sub, as in like recently.
Shows me that you're.
Wait, what the? He's like, isn't he a friend of Sam Hyde's? Who the hell is Clavicular? Oh my god.
Highest priority is simply.
Are we even gonna get into that today? We're at like 111 out of 200. That's gonna get us like one bonus topic, and what is it gonna be? Ooh, look at that. Oh, it's a tie. What the fuck, Chad? It's a three-way tie. 28%, 28%, 28%. I thought it looked like I know that I think Omega said I think Omega put money behind Zoran's inauguration speech. So that one I guess is ahead. But it's a three-way tie. Yeah, like a look maxing kick streamer that is starting to become. He's starting to develop a weird political valence. He's been streaming with Nick Fuentes. He went on Michael Knowles, kind of made fun of the guy. It seems like he's one of these like black-pilled America First guys, right? But as in black-pilled, like doesn't support Trump, and you know, he makes fun of like JD Vance as being a subhuman for being not masculine enough or something. I don't know.
Simply trying to defend Israel at a time when, unfortunately for you,
and that's right, he ran over a dude.
It's utterly indefensible. Okay, we got the United Nations. You got plenty of Israeli and Jewish academics who openly recognize it as genocide. It's over. It's done. And despite the consistent propaganda in the Western world through Western mainstream resources, even Americans are recognizing that Israel's doing a genocide. So the more you consistently try and defend this, the worse it'll look for you. Not only is it shameful to defend genocide, but you also are making the world a less safe space for anti-Zionist Jews and all Jews alike by consistently putting up a front where you claim you're like doing this because Jews have to exist.
Yeah, Comrade Senpai, the latest is apparently Maduro is gonna stand trial in the U.S. They're gonna try to hit him with what, like is it like drug trafficking charges?
In Israel, Jews have to have Israel exist in the way that it does, the violent ways that it does, where even the notion of giving equal rights and equal representation to non-Jews in Israel is actually a serious demographic problem. That's an ethno-state, brother. That's fascism. I'm an anti-fascist. It doesn't matter if it's the fucking German folk doing the fascism, and it doesn't matter.
But understand, like, this is Trump's new meta, right? The way that he this attack went, right? Where it is more brazen, more maybe illegal according to international law, but quicker, right? Trump has internalized the idea that what Americans really don't like is extended foreign commitments, fighting insurgencies, Vietnam, Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan, right? And so he seems to think as long as the United States goes in, bombs the sites in Iran, and then, you know, that's it, or the United States goes in, kidnaps a president and his wife, and then leaves. But my understanding is that the strikes that they did, the explosions, were done in order to assist the Delta Force team in you know, kidnapping Venezuela's president. Move fast and break things. Kind of like that. I'm not sure he's right about that. We'll see what the overall reaction is tomorrow. But yeah, if he's going to be able to sell this to MAGA as not a betrayal of his promise to be a president of peace, then, you know, he's going to have to try to emphasize, like, he's going to try to have to characterize the operation as being, you know, clean and the mission, you know, successful, right? That's what he's going to try to do, I think.
Matter if it's Itamar Ben-Gvir or even someone such as yourself doing the fascist argumentation. What a horrible days to have eyes and have...
Yeah, you just wait until Trump claims it's the most peaceful war ever.
Tunisian and Moroccan Jewish friends in Montreal, and they cannot go where their grandparents grew up. The Nakba went both ways. Oh, my Lord. Sure, bud.
There we go. Classic.
Well, don't worry. Israel's taking up pieces of Syria, too, now. So maybe they can go to Israeli-conquered territory in Syria if you think that that's a serious consideration. Is there ever a moment where you consider the actual victims here when we're talking about it? Or is it always like...
Sounds like a coup d'etat. Well, no, on that, there is a U.S. puppet in place. She's the one that won the Nobel Peace Prize this year, right? The U.S. does have a, like a, I don't know what you want to call her, like a, usurper they'd like to place. Funny thing is, though, it looks like at present the Venezuelan succession plan is proceeding, right? It looks like she is, you know, the vice president's going to take over. So far, Rubio has reposted a statement saying Maduro is head of the Suns. Wait, what?
You and your friends living in fucking Canada that are the real victims. Like, this is what I mean. It's like sheer arrogance. It's the way that a lot of people who want to defend Israel communicate about this stuff. That is how you fuck up 80 years of solid propaganda with billions of dollars in lobbying funds and hundreds of millions of dollars in direct economic aid to Israel in return for the multi-billion-dollar, very consistent and fairly successful propaganda apparatus. That's how you fuck it up. It's the sheer arrogance. That's what it is.
Head of a drug cartel called the Suns. It's just called the Suns? He's not trying to pin, like, Tren de Aragua on him or something?
Sorry, can you not accept that there are and have been victims in both sides? Brother, do you think that the Nazis were victims in the Holocaust too? Is that what you're doing? Is that the argument that you're going to present to me right now? Because you do realize that the Holocaust is not like a singular event, you know? What do you mean, both sides? What the fuck are you talking about, both sides? There's no both sides in the current genocide, the current Holocaust that Israel is engaging in. What is the both sides of that situation? Don't do this fucking bullshit victimhood, brother. Like, what are you talking about?
But yeah, so they'll you know, these arguments rely on collapsing, like, the entire Arab world into a monolith when it's convenient, right? So the idea that you know, Jewish people were you know, either like forced to leave the countries that they were living in the Middle East, or you know, put in so much danger that they had to, right, is then turned around, and even, you know, assuming it's true, which, you know, in some cases, you know, it was, But this is then blamed on the Palestinians, who didn't do it. Like, right? They were just victimized, you know, and attacked by Israel, right? But you collapse the Arab world to, you know, blame the Palestinians for, you know, everything that happened from fucking Morocco to Iraq, and then somehow you hold it up as some semblance of both sides, right? Well, don't you want to know about the other Nakba, the one that was happening to Jewish people in various countries in the Middle East?
What is this?
They struck civilian. So that what I'm getting from this is it's sounding like they struck civilian areas in order to distract, I guess, Venezuelan forces from the abduction of the president.
There's no standard with
How's Panama 3 going? Not well.
you are the worst of humanity. What? Those words and all the other words you type don't tell me anything about genocide. They're pretty irrelevant to the discussion we're having. This video is proof that it's not a genocide. That's why you started rambling.
Wait, I know, is 2.0 was like Noriega? What's 1.0?
Not trying to justify war here. I'm demonstrating how it's not a genocide. More than 19,000 rockets were launched at Israel since October 7. It's a very small and densely populated country. You don't fund genocide. Your country prevents one. Not apartheid. Palestinians, Christians, and Arabs, Druze, and plenty of non-Jews live in Israel. Oh, brother. It's just, I don't think you are capable of reading the room. That's the problem. And not just this room, but every room that you're in at this point. Okay? And this is kind of my point. The point I'm making is, brother, even if you want to defend Israel, you should just probably keep it quiet. Okay? Because you are genuinely participating in people developing this horrible tying their friends and the people that they know in the Western world of Jewish background to Israel, because you're doing that. Okay.
So Hasan's pulled up a tweet by Punished Pebble, says, "You are a denier of the Gaza genocide. There's no standard with you. You are the worst of humanity," says Punished Pebble. Harley, they've made a collage of some of Harley's tweets here. Those words and all other words you typed, don't tell me everything about genocide. Don't tell me anything about genocide. They're pretty irrelevant to the discussion we were having. The video is proof it's not genocide. That's why you started rambling. Not trying to justify war here. I'm demonstrating how it's not a genocide, says Harley, on May 11th of 2025. The first one was, or March 11th of 2025. March 11th again. Words are important. Nazi Germany committed genocide because the goal was the systematic extermination of a people. Israel is retaliating against Hamas's action. Nazis wanted a world without Jews, full extermination. Israel seeks to eliminate Hamas, but allow for the Palestinian autonomy. Yeah, allow for Trump Gaza. Ultimately, and engage in ceasefire negotiations after how many years? One is genocide, the other is a tragic war with asymmetric warfare challenges brought on by Hamas. If they would just roll over and let themselves be massacred, I'm sure Israel would spare the Palestinian people, right? This was life was better for both on October 6th. That's March 11th again. This isn't what a genocide looks like. By the way, yeah, that's a classic. We've heard this shit from Destiny. We've heard this shit from Ethan. We've heard this shit from a number of people, right? If it's a genocide, how come they're not all dead? Okay, that's your standard. You'll only call it a genocide after complete extermination. That's wild. More than 19,000 rockets were launched at Israel on October 7th. It's since October 7th. It's a small and densely populated country. That's 19,000 rockets. Small and densely populated? You want to talk about that? You want to talk about Gaza? Anyway, 19,000 rockets would have easily been over 1 million deaths. If not for the, if not for the funding of the Iron Dome, right? You think that there's a possibility there wouldn't be 19,000 rockets if, I don't know, any of this supposed peace process was for real? If it wasn't constantly poison-pilled? Not apartheid, Palestinians, Christians, Arabs, Druze, and plenty of non-Jews live in Israel. Pre-October 7th, you get lots of, black people and white people lived in South Africa, all right? That doesn't mean it wasn't an apartheid situation. Pre-October 7th, Gazans could work in Israel, earning equal pay to Israelis. There is Arab Muslim Supreme Court. Oh, God, this fucking Supreme Court justice or judge in Israel. That's not very apartheid-y. Also, this isn't genocide. He says, again, February 27th, 2025, not apartheid. 25% of Israel is non-Jew, Muslim, Christian, Arabic, Druze, etc. There is an Arabic Muslim Supreme Court judge. October 6th, kids in Gaza. On October 6th, kids in Gaza with diseases got treated at Israeli hospitals, not occupation. 75% of the landmass that was Palestine is physically in Jordan. Do you call Jordan a colonial nation? Do you say that Egypt is apartheid because the wall between Gaza? I can tell you now. I can tell you're new to the conversation. You only use simple words. You don't know the details. You can't control me with language. Israel exists. You can't take it away from the indigenous people of the area. Oh my God. Try and figure out a better way to deal with it other than burning babies and hostages. Wow. Wow. I thought they were beheaded. I'm sorry, they were burned. Again, like, it's literally projection.
Okay. That's true. 10,000, not this room, every room. You don't understand. People fucking despise Israel. You don't understand it. You do not understand it. This shift happened for you so fast that like it's left you behind. You literally are arguing with points that you could potentially win people over with like 10 years ago. Okay? It's an entirely different environment now. I'm telling you, it's like if I ran around talking about ISIS and how good ISIS is and how it's true Islam, or why can't the Islamic Caliphate do a little bit of fucking conquest? Everyone else has done it. And as a Muslim, we all love ISIS, and that you guys are actually being Islamophobic when you criticize ISIS. Like, if I were to do that, that would be the equivalent of what you're doing right now. And of course, people's takeaway from that would be, oh my God, Muslims are fucking crazy. Do you not understand that? Now, the difference is no Muslim does that, and yet the State Department-backed propaganda apparatus consistently tried to make it seem as though Muslims fucking love ISIS, even though Muslims are the primary victims of ISIS.
And again, parts of ISIS are enemies of Hamas.
Most people would...
Parts of ISIS were actually, used by, Israel, from what I understand.
Not dignify you with this response and try to talk to you like a human being at this point, okay? As a Jew that traveled abroad, I can tell you this negative sentiment towards Israel and Judaism conflated is not new since 1023. Oh. Yeah, I wonder why. Do you think Israel tied its actions and its conquest and its violence to Judaism after October 7? Do you think that this is a new phenomena? No, this is my point. My point is, Israel's been doing it to actual genuine success, especially in the United States of America, for a very long time. The Holocaust was a state-planned industrial genocide aimed at exterminating an entire people everywhere. The Nakba refers to a mass displacement during a regional war with multiple population movements happening as a result of that conflict. I said the new Holocaust, the current Holocaust, the one that just, the one that was now paused for a little bit, even though it's not necessarily really all that pause with a fake ceasefire.
He's copy pasting ChatGPT now. It did for, yeah, I think there was a bit where I was like, wait a minute, is that?
Okay. Yes.
He came in hot, but yeah, you're right. He's out of juice. This is not a way to, like, I don't know, dojo storm somebody's chat. It's a hard thing to do, chat. A lot of people have tried it against me. Nobody's succeeded. I mean, I've had a lot of trouble going into other people's chat, you know, trying to do the same thing. It's not an easy thing to do.
The Nakba is a planned out, systematized ethnic cleansing campaign.
So in other words, right, Harley or you know, Harley, you know, for Harley, there's no that, like, you know, talking to Hasan would be infinitely better than this, right? You're at a disadvantage. You came in hot, you know, and now you're running out of gas. I don't know. I feel like it would have been in Harley's interest to jump on, especially if he is a Twitch streamer and he has the well, I guess people are telling me that you don't have to be a streamer to do the guest star thing.
Okay, that's what the Nakba was. It's because they already hated Jews, Hasan. People hated Jews worldwide before Israel, Hasan. Oh my fucking Lord. You're literally...
This worldwide thing is doing a lot of work, right? What he's doing there is connecting any kind of, like, I don't know, like inter-community, you know, squabbles or bad blood. You know, for example, in Ottoman-administered Palestine, with the anti-Semitic tradition, I guess I have to say, that's grown up in Europe, right? And yes, you know, you do find it, you know, from Western Europe all the way to you know, places like Russia. But what Harley wants and reload
throughout history, okay? I talk about the pogroms. I talk about the Holocaust with regular frequency. This has nothing to do with the Nakba, okay? Unless you think that the Arabs, Muslims and Christians alike, that lived in that area were simply frustrated because Jews were there now, and not because they correctly recognized that the British occupants that lied to the Arabs initially were actually, after the Balfour Declaration, creating a settler colony. And they were right, by the way. The Arabs were correct. They were creating a settler colony. That's precisely what happened. It wasn't Jew hatred at all. It was self-preservation. It was people fighting to make sure that they weren't slaughtered. It was people fighting to create a nation state for themselves.
So look, epic mealtime, all right? Questionable cuisine there. But one thing that's not questionable is that Hasan ate and he left no crumbs, all right?
And prior to the British intervention, prior to British control in historic
epic mealtime just got rolled up in bacon, okay?
Palestine,
Harley just got ate.
British mandate Palestine, there were Jewish people living there, and they did not have these sorts of issues. There was no like consistent Jew hatred that was taking place under the Ottoman Empire, and I'm sure you know this already. Okay? Or maybe you don't, but the Ottoman Empire was considered a safe haven for Jews that were escaping numerous other pogroms throughout time, whether it be the Spanish Inquisition and numerous others. I need you to understand, okay? And I don't know if you ever will. Lied to Arabs and the Jews, lied to both, bro. First of all, there were Arab Jews as well, as you like to bring up when you're talking about your friends in Montreal. Okay, so it's not even like different. You don't even live in Israel and you're using like Israel demography. It's so funny. This is what I mean. It's like pure brain rot. In any
I just wonder if he knows how many people were likely killed by Israel. If either he knows the numbers or has some relative idea of the numbers, and doesn't think that that is anything like a genocide, or if he's still bought into the like but even the low end of the number of casualties is still I don't know. Like if you look at that and you're just like, oh, it's an asymmetric combat a conflict. Oh, Hamas is using human shields. What can you do? It's still pushing it.
any case, I don't think you're ever gonna. I think you might be a little too deep. You might be a little too invested.
Yeah, he won't talk about one Dutch Israeli baby and ignore. No, but like he'll talk about a baby that didn't actually die. He'll talk about a baby having been burnt, right? Because he's still buying into that like early fucking propaganda that was coming out with the like what Biden repeated, the 40 beheaded babies.
And I doubt you're going to comprehend what's going on. But once again, yeah, the dhimmis in the Ottoman Empire, Jews pay tax for being Jewish. Dog.
Wait, is he talking about the Jizra?
In comparison to the Inquisition, just don't refer to me. Listen to Jewish historians, okay? Listen to Jewish historians. The Ottoman Empire, in comparison to the Western pogroms, the pogroms that were happening in the Western world, were far more tolerant to coexistence, okay?
The Ottomans were, right?
Yeah.
Before somebody clips out of context and has him saying the pogroms were
Yes. Jews and Christians paid a tax. This is not even a defense of the Ottoman Empire either. Like, I don't even give a shit about defending the Ottoman Empire. I'm just talking about history. Every non-Muslim paid a non-Muslim tax, and Muslims had a separate tax. But you do understand this, right? You do understand this, right? Like when you consistently try to like defend Israel and talk about, an ongoing genocide in this way, when like even people who don't give a fuck about Muslims, right? Like Arabs, Muslims at all are recognizing this to be like a truly horrifying situation. Like you are saying, this is my shit. This is me. I am a Jewish person living in Canada, or not making it any fucking easier, especially when you argue with someone like myself.
We're back. Reload and refresh.
Oh my God. Haha, in comparison, bro, Jews paid for being Jewish. Okay, they were tolerant, but Jews were discriminated against. You painted it as it wasn't like that. And then I pointed out and you get exasperated. This has been my issue with you. No, reading comprehension is your major issue, and critical thinking is your major issue. On the one hand, there was ethnic cleansing taking place against Jews. On the other hand, Jews, just like Christians, were forced to pay a tax, okay? A non-Muslim tax. Take it up with people that chose to escape to the Ottoman Empire at the time, and not with me, okay?
That's what he's saying, is that there's examples of European countries undergoing pogroms where Jewish people from those places left and settled in the Ottoman Empire, right? Not making excuses for the Ottoman Empire or, the taxes, which was essentially a non-Muslim tax. It wasn't a Jewish tax. It was a tax for anyone that wasn't Muslim. And yeah, Muslims paid their own version of the tax. But yeah, that the whatever was going on in the Ottoman Empire in terms of how Jewish people were being treated, much preferable from what we can tell from history to what was going on in Europe. You are back. Yes.
They made that
Welcome
choice.
back.
And I think it was...
Sorry, chat. I don't know what's going on tonight. Usually my Thai internet is pretty damn reliable. Much more reliable than my internet back in Seattle was.
the right choice to make. Yes, if he's talking about jizya, it was only for military agents and capable men only, not women, children, and the elderly. Around 1.5. Muslims pay 2.5 zakat. Can't believe we're still doing this Islamophobic talking point of the big 2026. And the tax exempted them from joining the army. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Here, I mean, this article is a great one. I've talked about this already. What did the Ottoman Empire ever do for us?
All right, I gotta pee. I'll be back, and then we'll do bonus content. It looks like we've got unlocked one bonus content slot, and I'm guessing it's gonna be the Zoran inauguration speech. If you've donated, if you do donate, let me know in the chat where you want that going to, and I will add your donation. I gotta add up Omega's donations and put those to Zoran's inauguration speech, but that's the only Omega's the only person I remember telling me that they wanted their donation to go towards a particular thing. So looks like it might be Zoran's inauguration speech. Hopefully that is a bit of a vibe change. We'll keep you updated with what's going on in Venezuela now, and the fucking kangaroo court they're gonna try to put Maduro through. But yeah, I'm gonna pee as quick as I can, and I'll be back, and we'll finish up this and the bonus content after that.
Quite a lot, in fact, by Diana Darke.
Trump's Libya, yeah, maybe so. I do think that he's really like destabilized a lot in a way that could, break down. I don't know if it would be exactly like Libya, but it's gonna be. It's one thing I can tell you is it's gonna make the world a more dangerous place. You want to see clavicular because it's non-serious. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a possibility. I mean, get your votes in if you haven't voted already. If you want to donate for something, you can do that too. The poll is really close. It's almost a three-way tie, but I think Omega's donos are what is potentially deciding the fate of bonus content tonight. But yeah, I love to see clavicular making fun of the boober-cons as much of a weird black-pilled Nazi for what is it called, chat? The thing where they measure skulls? Frenetics? Is it frenetics? Is that what I'm thinking of? Whatever that F word is, chat. Whatever that F word is. Anyway, I'll be back after I have emptied my bladder, and we'll go from there.
Contrary to the prevailing view, the Turkish civilization had an egalitarian, multicultural outlook which protected Jews. It's ridiculous, dude. It's just so funny to try to argue on, the Ottoman tax policies of me in an effort to try and fucking justify the Nakba somehow. Oh shit, dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that Jews and Christians alike paid a specific tax when they weren't serving in the Ottoman military. So I guess it's okay to fucking do the Nakba. And then 80 years of like slow burn ethnic cleansing and mass displacement and land theft. Shit, I should have thought about that. Yes, Jews don't have to pay taxes for being Jewish anymore. Look at your chat trying to justify how Jews paying taxes for being Jewish. Isn't that bad, lol? Dog, it's not that bad in comparison to fucking genocide. That's the point that people are making, which I think you can understand. Right? Or perhaps you can't. Take it up with the people who fled and sought refuge in the Ottoman Empire. We don't have to have this discussion right now, especially when you're trying to justify the fucking Nakba for this reason. Oh my God. Do you not understand how fucking stupid this argument is? Are you all right? Never justified the Nakba, only pointed out it went both ways. Jews were expelled as well during their Nakba. Oh my God. Yeah, Yeah, why the fuck do the Palestinians have to be those who are ethnically cleansed for the European genocide of Jewish people? I know. That's a separate point, too. Anyway, yeah, you never justified the Nakba, but you just said both sides suffered. Yeah, you know, poor Nazis suffered during the Holocaust, too. Why do you not think about that? Poor Turks suffered during the Armenian genocide. Why does nobody ever think about that? It was just mass transfer. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was a little bit of ethnic displacement, right? That's what I would sound like if I were you, you know, doing the same kind of defense. And many people still do it to this day, as a matter of fact. Anyway, this isn't even one of the more consequential parts of this conversation, because like you won't even recognize that Israel's doing genocide to this day. So I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about at that point. Anyway, hopefully this was somewhat educational. Maybe one day. But this is not the right argument to make. And if you were in here, as a matter of fact, when I was talking about this initially with the Somali conversation, assuming that all Somalis are actually doing mass fraud is akin to assuming all Jews are doing international sex trafficking for Mossad and pedophilia, like because Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? That's a better argument, which is one that I presented when talking about the Islamophobia and comparing it to anti-Semitism. You are extensively trivializing the Holocaust to prove your point. Israel is a terrorist state. Okay. A terrorist state that's doing what? Doing genocide. Zionism is a fascist ideology. If you don't recognize these things, we can't have a normal conversation. I can explain it to you again, over and over again, but stop. Monkey do Houthi, shut the fuck up. Anyway. In case of Morocco, Israel paid Morocco to transfer Moroccan Jews. They didn't have enough population. Yes, in numerous other Arab countries in the MENA region, there are different reasons as to why. There are different ways in which this kind of population transfer took place. And it's not without like pogroms initially as well. There were some. But to compare separate countries, many of which were already under the protectorate, or not protectorate, as a matter of fact, whether to compare this to all these other countries in the MENA region, many of which were actually under the power and influence of a colonial superpower that was dominating them, is fucking insane.
Purple says, I want to put my money behind clavicular. Look at that. Clavicular's getting some support.
Whereas the precursor militant groups to the IDF, before the Israeli state was established, the Zionist brigades, they actually carried out a planned ethnic cleansing campaign. It wasn't like Jews that did this planned ethnic cleansing campaign. These were militancies that specifically, under the ideology of Zionism, conducted a planned ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing campaign. And they were successful. 750,000 Palestinians were removed from their homelands, never allowed to return. There's a difference between that and like the Israeli state that was established after the fact. One, really pushing and pulling in terms of like a lot of the instability that was taking place in the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that were fomenting in the region, in the MENA region, / going to, in certain instances, places like Vichy, France, to demand that their colonial occupants dispose of all the Jews and send them to Israel. This asymmetry has always played itself out because
Purple, you did 4 minutes ago. Oh my gosh, while I was peeing, Burple has gifted a sub to Nadia Yvette. Nadia Yvette, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So, yeah, this is you're starting to see. I'll add maybe the percentages in here so that people can see. You know, we're going into bonus content next. We're trying to decide what that is. It's kind of a three-way tie, or at least it was last time I looked. In terms of the votes, and I was just counting up the donos that people have told me. Remember, when you donate, whether it's a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, trying to buy a new computer before mine becomes obsolete with the Windows 10 phase out, or support me on Twitch, you have the ability to let me know in chat which of these topics, the ones above me. You can also see them on the poll on YouTube, which of these topics you would like to see as your bonus content. You can have a little extra slice of vote, right? Little more direct than even the American, you know, busted campaign finance system, right? Where you get to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping the right candy bar fall out of the proverbial machine. I think that's how it works anyway. But yeah, look at that, 47 and 9. Let me add the all right, Vivek is 29, Zoran is 27, Clavicular is 28. 112 of you have voted so far. Make sure to get those votes in. And while you do, hit that like button because it really does help me out a lot. It also keeps me in your algorithm. So if you want to know when I'm going streaming, yeah, it's like fishing. No, it's not like fishing. It's more exciting. Fishing is boring. Fishing is really boring. Streaming is much more fun. I would rather be streaming, unironically. But anyway, I'm gonna add these numbers in. All right, this one gets 29. This one gets 27. And this one gets 28. So yeah, let's see Zoran's inauguration. Still pretty... I didn't realize Omega had already fucked us. I mean, I found the Harley allegation, says Rave Baby. He had been with his girlfriend for 4 years. She had just turned 21 on their 4th anniversary. So it sounds like he was like a 30-something-year-old dude dating a 17-year-old. Is that what we got on Harley? And is that what initially, like, is that what, like, was that the first blow in the dissolution of Epic Mealtime? Or
Israel is seen as a profoundly important Western apparatus. And that's why they've been armed to the fucking teeth. Initially from even the USSR, as a matter of fact, by way of Czechoslovakia. That was a major L from Stalin. In any case, did he say Hamas attempted genocide on October 7th? That's so funny. Yeah, so you're right. The Jewish partisans attempted genocide during the Holocaust. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was attempted genocide against the Germans and the Polish. It's just like...
So this is what we talked about with the ornament and crime video, right? There was actually a group of Jewish partisans that tried to hatch a plan to poison the German water supply and kill roughly as many Germans as anyway, kill millions. It didn't work, and I think some of that group ended up becoming the the group the paramilitary groups like the Haganah in early Israel. But in terms of people having that sort of design to um exercise something like that on civilians, right? It's like understandable when you hear um it's not a reason to condemn um like Jewish people as a whole for the fact that some people felt that way during World War II, and even went as far as to try to plan it. But yeah, rare Stalin L. There we go. Well, I mean, there's Lysenkoism too.
Anyone that was taking up arms alongside Nazi Germany was in fear of being genocided. Do you think Israel being horrible about tying itself to Judaism will make some people retcon their beliefs on everything surrounding World War II, and that conversation being popularized could swing people to be more sympathetic to actual Nazis and thus then be used to genocide, or just then be used to justify growing fascism today? Abso-fucking-lutely. That is exactly what's happening right now in broad daylight in real time. It's exactly what I'm trying to fucking avoid. It's exactly what I'm trying to fight back against. And yet you still have people like Harley coming in here and trying to claim that I'm anti-Semitic, not realizing that right now anti-Semitism is unironically seen as a marker of earnesty, and you are so fucking far removed from the attitudes and how much they've shifted that you think that this is a successful strategy. Okay, people think you're a real one when you actually are anti-Semitic. It's fucking insane. It didn't happen overnight. Israel played a major role in it, though. There was already a lot of anti-Semitism flinging around, and yet, even to this day, for the record...
Speaking of flinging around, is that a grumpy?
Like, anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, it's real hatred, but it doesn't have the same impact, the systematic discrimination that it once did in the United States of America, but it doesn't have the contemporary systematic discrimination that, like, anti-blackness and Islamophobia has, right? That's just true. Like, there was a time and place when, people wouldn't hire Jewish people. There was a time and place in the United States of America when Jews had a hard time getting into schools and whatnot, things of that nature, right? But in modern American society...
Wait, its name is Grumpoy because of Oi?
Anti-Semitism is not systematic, right? In the same way that, like, anti-blackness is. Okay? Having said that, however, that could change in the future. And that was certainly the case in the past. What is this? This gets 18K likes on Twitter on the regular. I don't see him under these tweets. I know. That's the other thing. You got Nazis who are fucking popping off, and you're coming to attack the one guy who is anti-Nazi. Okay? You're a fucking idiot. Actually, like, you are genuinely fucking stupid if you sincerely think you're fighting anti-Semitism, which I don't think you are. I think you just want to, like, defend Israel.
I feel like Hasan has wrapped Harley in all kinds of luncheon meats, and has now, like, just grilling him like a panini at this point, right? It's just like,
somehow, and no one gives a fuck about what you have to say elsewhere. And this is the one community where people are not going to immediately be like, shut up, Jew, or something.
Like, this is epic mealtime, is what I'm saying. I'm trying to make a comparison to Harley's content back in the day, back when people watched him, to the absolute meal, panini. Oh no. That Hasan is made of of Harley deciding to jump in the chat when he was brought up on stream. It's always a bit of a gamble. It's always a bit of a dice roll. God damn it, chat. I am, like, misspeaking, and come to think of it, We might have to watch that ornament and crime video again because I'm not sure if I remembered it correctly. I don't want to like conflate two different groups that that were talked about in that video, but yes, Panini is your dog's name. He is overcooking the grill. Maybe. But it's always a dice roll when you jump into somebody else's chat, you know? Maybe you can make things better. Maybe you will. Yeah, I said ice roll. What the fuck is wrong with me? I'm rolling ice? Is that not the Mascostapo ice, but like the state of matter for water to be in at a cold temperature, ice.
So that's why you're in here trying to fucking chirp, because you know this is not an anti-Semitic community. It's an anti-Israel community. Okay? But if you want to fucking actually tackle anti-Semitism, why don't you go after real anti-Semites? The fuck are you doing in here? It's so stupid. It's the same thing that fucking Ethan Klein has been doing for the past 2 years, like a dumb.
He's clogging the arteries of knowledge, says Rave.
Not realizing that the environment has shifted so dramatically that consistently chirping about anti-Semitism, especially against people who are objectively not anti-Semitic, who have spent a good deal of their professional media career fighting against anti-Semitism, consistently claiming that they're anti-Semitic, when actual anti-Semites are fucking going around town gaining tremendous prominence, shows me that you're not a sincere person at all. You're a fucking idiot. You're wasting your time. Anyway, let's get back to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Just puts a little cherry on top. All right, well, we'll leave it with that. There's no notes. That was epic mealtime for sure. Which means that we got to get to the bonus content, and it's looking like it's leaning towards Zoran's inauguration speech, which I'm told is a little bit of a little bit hopeful in a world that is most certainly not. The other thing I wanted to mention is I'm looking at the sidebar here and I'm seeing that Jack Smith's Full House Judiciary deposition on Donald Trump's attempted coup, which no one talks about, right? That has been uploaded. I've heard some people say that there's some cool shit in there. Obviously 8 hours and 21 minutes. It's way too long, but I don't know. I've also heard I don't know if people are interested in it. But anyway, we got to get into this inauguration speech. I suppose going once, going twice, right? If anybody else wants to get in, anyone who's donated or wants to put your donation towards one topic or the other, it looks like Zoran's inauguration speech is going to win I want to say the night, but it's the morning for you, isn't it? So we're going to do that. We're going to go. Like taking my pick of where to watch it. C-SPAN. I choose you.
And now it is my honor to swear in your new mayor.
Who's that guy? He looks familiar. I feel like I know this guy from somewhere.
Please repeat.
Here, I'll roll it back. I'll let you hear the whole Bernie swearing in. But I am noticing about this guy, he is 4 years older and a lot less colder than he was at the Biden inauguration. He doesn't have the mittens, and it's like, what is in his? Do you remember how he looked at the Biden inauguration? Like, Bernie was cold as fuck. But yeah, here he is, 4 years later, and let's see what we got.
Please repeat after me. I, Zohran Kwame Mamdani,
I, Zohran Kwame Mamdani,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Charter of the City of New York,
and the Charter of the City of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of the Mayor of the City of New York,
of the office of the Mayor of the City of New York,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God. My fellow New Yorkers,
Wait, Teo is asking me, do I think Zoran is the Quetzalcoatl that the legend foretold of? I've watched one of FD's videos about Zoran. I'm not sure if I watched the one you're talking about, but I should get to it. His takes are interesting. Yes, Tube Doggo, we are apparently they kidnapped the president and his wife and are talking about some kind of a a trial in the US to accuse Maduro of, I don't know what. Is it trafficking? Is that what they're gonna hit him with? No idea how this is gonna go, but it's the world is a lot less stable than it was before this happened.
today begins a new era. I stand before you, moved by the privilege of taking this sacred oath, humbled by the faith that you have placed in me, and honored to serve as either your 111th or 112th mayor of New York City.
Wait. That joke is referring to what? The illegitimacy of Adams' administration, or is there like some kind of weird controversy in New York City that I don't know about?
But I do not stand alone. I stand alongside you, the tens of thousands of you gathered here in Lower Manhattan, warmed against the January chill by the resurgent flame of hope. I stand alongside countless more New Yorkers watching.
Oh yeah, good point. The whole notion of politicians and leaders is kind of that. The warning of the charismatic leader that Frank Herbert imparted in that book is applicable to all of our politicians and leaders in a small way, right? Whether somebody's got once in the lifetime leadership je ne sais quoi of a of Maudib, I you know, it's a little bit more rare, maybe, perhaps.
From cramped kitchens in Flushing and barbershops in East New York. From cell phones propped against the dashboards of parked taxicabs at LaGuardia. From hospitals in Mott Haven and libraries in El Barrio that have too long known only neglect. I stand alongside construction workers in steel-toed boots and halal cart vendors whose knees ache from working all day. I stand alongside neighbors who carry a plate of food to the elderly couple down the hall. Those in a rush who still lift strangers' strollers up subway stairs. And every person who makes the choice, day after day, even when it feels impossible, to call our city home. I stand alongside over 1 million New Yorkers who voted for this day nearly 2 months ago. And I stand just as resolutely alongside those who did not. I know there are some who view this administration with distrust or disdain, or who see politics as permanently broken. And while only action can change minds, I promise you this: if you are a New Yorker, I am your mayor. Regardless of whether we agree, I will protect you, celebrate with you, mourn alongside you, and never, not for a second, hide from you. I thank the labor and movement leaders here today, the activists and the elected officials who will return to fighting for New Yorkers the second this ceremony concludes.
Will says the car honking guy is super annoying. Is that a car, or is that like a vuvuzela?
And the performers who have gifted us with their talent. Thank you to Governor
Okay,
Hochul.
so Rave's got an update on what the charges are gonna be. Rave says Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narcoterrorism, conspiracy, cocaine importation, conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices. Did they have him mixed up with Scarface? Conspiracy to possess. Wait a minute. What? This is wild. We gotta hear from like Legal Eagle on this shit, because okay, conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices, conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil, in American courts. Is anybody buying this? That's what I want to know. Is any not sorry? We're getting an update for anybody that's watching on the situation with Nicolas Maduro, and was kidnapped in what seems like an attempted coup, possibly in Venezuela, an attack on the country, and a definite just disregard of any sense of sovereignty. And so far, all we've heard is condemnations when it comes to the international community. That's a direct quote from Pam Bondi, same lady who had the Epstein files on her desk before it's Scarface. They're thinking of Scarface. They're not. They think that Maduro is Scarface. We don't even know if he's alive yet, right? Trump has claimed, I think that he's been captured. Marco Rubio, I think, has spoken on it too. Like, they're talking about doing a trial, but no, they haven't been shown. I believe the vice president, who I guess will be taking over as president now, has asked for proof of life, and I don't think they've received that yet.
Thank you as well to Mayor Adams.
No, I mean, like, this is a really bad precedent. What we got is a, YouTube.
Dorothy's son, a son of Brownsville who rose from washing dishes to the highest position in our city for being here as well. He and I have had our share of disagreements, but I will always be touched that he chose me as the mayoral candidate that he would most want to be trapped with on an elevator. Thank you to the two titans who, as an assembly member, I've had the privilege of being represented by in Congress.
Wait, that was... Wait. Oh my god, that was too nice. Wait.
Us with their talent. Thank you to Governor Hochul. Thank you as well to Mayor Adams. Dorothy's son, a son of Brownsville who rose from washing dishes to the highest position in our city for being here as well. He and I have had our share of disagreements, but I will always be touched that he chose me as the mayoral candidate that he would most want to be trapped with on an elevator. Thank you to the two titans who, as an assembly member, I've had the privilege of being represented by in Congress, Nidia Velázquez, and our incredible opening speaker, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You have paved the way for this moment. Thank you to the man
Bernie's got his gloves back on.
whose leadership I seek most to emulate.
Hey, no shade. You should be comfortable. You know, that's the secret to going out, and I don't know. I never have enough cold weather stuff. I always have to, when it gets seriously cold, I always have to do layers. I mean, it's not a thing now. Like I'm actually right now, my wardrobe is like overkill for the temperature of where I live, but in the United States, I would be getting cold. The mittens are a brand. Yeah, he's got to have the mittens. The mittens are badass.
Who I am so grateful to be
Although I think he had gloves on tonight, right? That was just gloves. I think.
sworn in by today.
Your scones are ready? Nice.
Senator Bernie Sanders. Thank you to my teams, from the assembly to the campaign to the transition, and now the team I am so excited to lead from City Hall. Thank you to my parents, Mama and Baba, for raising me, for teaching me how to be in this world, and for having brought me to this city. Thank you to my family, from Kampala to Delhi. And thank you to my wife, Rama. For being my best friend and for always showing me the beauty in everyday things. And most of all, thank you to the people of New York. A moment like this comes rarely. Seldom do we hold such an opportunity to transform and reinvent. Rarer still is it the people themselves whose hands are the ones upon the
Yeah, his wife has amazing style.
levers of change. And yet we know that too often in our past, moments of great possibility have been promptly surrendered to small imagination and smaller ambition. What was promised was never pursued. What could have changed remained the same. For the New Yorkers most eager to see our city remade, the weight has only grown heavier. The wait has only grown longer. In writing this address, I have been told that this is the occasion to reset expectations, that I should use this opportunity to encourage the people of New York to ask for little and expect even less. I will do no such thing. The only expectation I seek to reset is that of small expectations. Beginning today, we will govern expansively and audaciously. We may not always succeed, but never will we be accused of lacking the courage to try. To those who insist that the era of big government is over, hear me when I say this. No longer will City Hall hesitate to use its power to improve New Yorkers' lives. For too long, we have turned...
Ash Bradford, I saw weirdos on Twitter claiming that there were no American flags in the speech. So insane. There are 3. They obviously, you know, this is that strategy where you just take a picture of him in front of the non-American flags and you're like, look at that. All these flags and no America. That's Zoran's New York City.
To the private sector for greatness while accepting mediocrity from those who serve the public. I cannot blame anyone who has come to question the role of government, whose faith in democracy has been eroded by decades of apathy. We will restore that trust by walking a different path, one where government is no longer solely the final recourse for those struggling, one where excellence is no longer the exception. We expect greatness from the cooks wielding 1,000 spices, from those who stride out onto our Broadway stages, and from our starting point guard at Madison Square Garden. Let us demand the same from those who work in government. In a city where the mere names of our streets are associated with the innovation of the industries that call them home, we will make the word City Hall synonymous with both resolve and results. As we embark upon this work, let us advance a new question, a new answer to the question asked of every generation. Who does New York belong to? For much of our history, the response from City Hall has been simple. It belongs only to the wealthy and well-connected, those who never strain to capture the attention of those in power. Working people have reckoned with the consequences. Crowded classrooms and public housing developments where the elevators sit out of orders. Roads littered with potholes and buses that arrive half an hour late, if at all. Wages that do not rise and corporations that rip off consumers and employees alike. And still, there have been brief, fleeting moments where the equation changed. 12 years ago, Bill de Blasio stood where I stand now as he promised to put an end to economic and social inequalities that divided our city into two. In 1990, David Dinkins swore the same oath I swore today, vowing to celebrate the gorgeous mosaic that is New York, where every one of us is deserving of a decent life. And nearly 6 decades before him, Fiorella LaGuardia,
there we go,
took office with the goal of building a city that was far greater and more beautiful for the hungry and the poor. Some of these mayors achieved more success than others, but they were unified by a shared belief that New York could belong to more than just a privileged few. It could belong to those who operate our subways and rake our parks, those who feed us biryani and beef patties, picanha and pastrami on rye. And they know that this belief could be made true if only government dared to work hardest for those who work hardest. Over the years to come, my administration will resurrect that legacy. City Hall will deliver an agenda of safety, affordability, and abundance.
Abundance, no!
It lives like the people it represents, never flinches in the fight against corporate greed, and refuses to cower before challenges that others
Chat, he said abundance, no!
have deemed too complicated. In so doing, we will provide our own answer to that age-old question. Who does New York belong to? Well, my friends, we can look to Madiba and the South African Freedom Charter. New York belongs to all who live in it. Together, we will tell a
How did Hasan react to that?
new story of our city. This will not be a tale of one city governed only by the 1%, nor will it be a tale of two cities, the rich.
A tattoo of biryani Biryana or Biryani. How
versus the poor. It will be a tale of
like a bowl of biryani or a plate of
8.5 million cities. Each
You made a bet with Mamdani himself when they got dinner?
of them a New Yorker with hopes and fears, each a universe, each of them woven together. The authors of this story will speak Pashto and Mandarin, Yiddish and Creole. They will pray in mosques, at shul, at church, at gurudwaras and mandirs and temples.
Oh my god. We have Sikh Sikhism mentioned.
And many will not pray at all. They will be Russian Jewish immigrants in Brighton Beach, Italians in Rossville, and Irish families in Woodhaven, many of whom came here with nothing but a dream of a better life, a dream which has withered away.
Look, I don't know. He could just mean like literal abundance. It's so associated with Ezra Klein now. And I know that he has been sort of receptive, to a certain extent to that crowd. You just always worry for a situation where, like Obama. The thing about people would say about Obama is that he'd go into a room of people that were vehemently in disagreement, right? And he would leave with both sets of people thinking that he agreed with them, feeling like he had said something that kind of like reached out to him or to them, you know what I mean? Like that oh no, like, he's definitely on our side. And, at the end of the day, you really don't know. And somebody, making chills run up your spine with their speech doesn't necessarily equate to, with the kind of program that we need, regardless of what he meant. Ezra's watching from home with a little smug smile on his face. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, he's uncharacteristically nice to a lot of people that he disagrees with. So maybe this is a placation of the abundance people more than him trying to ally himself with them.
They will be young people in cramped Marble Hill apartments where the walls shake when the subway passes. They will be black homeowners in St. Albans whose homes represent a physical testament to triumph over decades of lesser paid labor and redlining. They will be Palestinian New Yorkers in Bay Ridge who will no longer have to contend with a politics that speaks of universalism and then makes them the exception.
There we go.
These 8.5 million will fit into neat and easy boxes. Some will be voters from Hillside Avenue or Fordham Road who supported President Trump a year before they voted for me, tired of being failed by their party's establishment. The majority will not use the language that we often expect from those who wield influence. I welcome the change. For too long, those fluent in the good grammar of civility have deployed decorum to mask agendas of cruelty. Many of these people have been betrayed by the established order. But in our administration, their needs will be met. Their hopes and dreams and interests will be reflected transparently in government. They will shape our future. And if for too long these communities have existed as distinct from one another, we will draw this city closer together. We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. If our campaign demonstrated that the people...
Fox News is going to hate this. And Ayn Rand fans, to the extent that they still exist, they're going to hate it even more.
...of New York yearn for solidarity, then let this government foster it. Because no matter what you eat, how you pray, or where you come from, the words that most define us are the two we all share: New Yorkers. And it will be New Yorkers who reform a long broken property tax system, New Yorkers who will create a new Department of Community Safety that will tackle the mental health crisis and let the police focus on the job they signed up to do. New Yorkers who will take on the bad landlords who mistreat their tenants and free small business owners from the shackles of bloated bureaucracy. And I am proud to be one of those New Yorkers. When we won the primary last June, there were many who said these aspirations and those who held them had come out of nowhere. Yet one man's nowhere is another man's somewhere. This movement came out of 8.5 million somewheres. Taxi cab depots and Amazon warehouses, DSA meetings and curbside domino games. The powers that be had looked away from these places for quite some time if they'd known about them at all. So they dismissed them as nowhere. But in our city, where every corner of these 5 boroughs holds power, there is no nowhere and there is no no one. There is only New York and there are only New Yorkers. 8.5 million New Yorkers will speak this new era into existence. It will be loud. It will be different. It will feel like the New York we love. No matter how long you have called this city home, that love has shaped your life. I know that it has shaped mine. This is the city where I set land speed records on my Razor scooter at the age of 12. Quickest 4 blocks of my life. The city where I ate powdered donuts at half times during AYSO soccer games and realized I probably was not going to be going pro. The city where I devoured 2 big slices at Coronet's Pizza, played cricket with my friends at Ferry Point Park, and took the 1 train to the BX10 only to still show up late to Bronx Science. The city where I have gone on hunger strike just outside these gates. Sat claustrophobic on a stalled N train just after Atlantic Avenue and waited in quiet terror for my father to emerge from 26 Federal Plaza. The city where I took a beautiful woman named Rama to McCarran Park on our first date and swore a different oath to become an American citizen on Pearl Street. To live in New York, to love New York, is to know that we are the stewards of something without equal in our world. Where else can you hear the sound of the steel pan, savor the smell of sancocho, and pay $9 for coffee on the same block? Where else could a Muslim kid like me grow up eating bagels and lox every Sunday? That love will be our guide as we pursue our agenda. Here, where the language of the New Deal was born, we will return the vast resources of this city to the workers who call it home. Not only will we make it possible for every New Yorker to afford a life they love once again, we will overcome the isolation that too many feel and connect the people of this city to one another. The cost of childcare will no longer discourage young adults from starting a family, because we will deliver universal childcare for the many by taxing the wealthiest few.
I gotta ask this, chat. It's been bugging me. How cold is it? Oh, it says, okay, 26 degrees. Okay, so that's pretty cold. Okay.
Those in rent-stabilized homes will no longer dread the latest rent hike, because we will freeze the rent.
And what's the story about? Yeah. It's feeling pretty freezing there right now. What is the story? This is like a closed down subway station that he's giving this address from, right? I asked my Alexa what the weather was in New York City, and I watched while it says the feels like temperature is 9 Fahrenheit. Yeah. Yeah. So just to be clear, yeah, this is 27 Fahrenheit or negative what, 3 Celsius maybe? With the wind. It's got to be the wind. The wind always makes it yeah. And that's the drawback to living in New York. It's a great place other than the weather. But I mean, I've dealt with like, this kind of weather. I grew up in a fairly cold place. And as long as you got like an absurdly thick coat, you're good.
Getting on a bus without worrying about a fare hike.
They had another Snowmageddon, didn't they? This happens like every few years where New York just gets completely blasted with snow.
Or whether you'll be able to get to your destination on time will no longer be deemed a small miracle because we will make those buses fast and free. These policies are not simply about the costs we make free, but the lives we fill with freedom. For too long in our city, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. Our city hall will change that. These promises carried our movement to City Hall, and they will carry us from the rallying cries of a campaign to the realities of a new era in politics. 2 Sundays ago, as snow softly fell.
Wait, you're saying it's 2 degrees Fahrenheit in in Vermont?
I spent 12 hours at the Museum of the Moving Image in Astoria, listening to New Yorkers from every borough as they told me about the city that is theirs. We discussed construction hours on the Van Wyck Expressway and EBT eligibility, affordable housing for artists and ice raids. I spoke to a man named TJ who said that one day a few years ago, his heart broke as he realized that he would never get ahead here, no matter how hard he worked. I spoke to a Pakistani auntie named Samina, who told me that this movement had fostered something too rare, softness in people's hearts. As she said to me in Urdu, "Logo ke dil badal gaye hain." 142 New Yorkers out of 8.5 million. And yet, if anything united each person sitting across from me, it was the shared recognition that this moment demands a new politics and a new approach to power. We will deliver nothing less as we work each day to make this city belong to more of its people than it did the day before. Here is what I want you to expect from the administration that this morning moved into the building behind me. We will transform the culture of City Hall from one of no to one of how. We will answer to all New Yorkers, not to any billionaire or oligarch who thinks they can buy our democracy. We will govern without shame and insecurity, making no apology for what we believe. I was elected as a democratic socialist, and I will govern as a democratic socialist. I will not abandon my principles for fear of being deemed radical.
Oh no, Fox News, you got to cover this. He talked over the USA chant. He talked over the USA chant.
As the great senator from Vermont once said, what's radical is a system which gives so much to so few and denies so many people the basic necessities of life. We will strive each day to ensure that no New
Kathy Hochul's kind of the odd one out there, isn't she?
Yorker is priced out of any one of those basic.
Like maybe the rest of them sitting there, Bernie, Letitia, AOC, right? They all agree with what he's saying. I'm not sure Governor Hochul, Bernie the Vermonter looks cold. You know it's cold. Yeah. Well, you notice he's not wearing, like, he had that long coat on, but that might have also been like, I don't know. If I was Bernie, I'd be tempted to just like open up a newspaper during Biden's inauguration. Just like I don't know, Robert Frost style.
Necessities. And throughout it all, we will, in the words of Jason Terrence Phillips,
Like, I don't blame him for wanting to just kind of be in as much clothes as he can, off on his own. I begin like, all right, I gotta make my appearance here.
better known as Jadakiss or Jay to the moi, be outside. Because this is a government of New York, by New York, and for New York. Before I end, I want to ask all of you, if you are able, whether you are here today or anywhere watching, to stand with me. I ask you to stand with us now and every day that follows. City Hall will not be able to deliver on our own. And while we will encourage New Yorkers to demand more from those with the great privilege of serving them, we will encourage you to demand more of yourselves as well. The movement we began over a year ago did not end with our election. It will not end this afternoon. It lives on with every battle we will fight together. Every blizzard and flood we withstand together. Every moment of fiscal challenge we overcome with ambition, not austerity, together. Every way we pursue change in working people's interests rather than at their expense, together. No longer will we treat victory as an invitation to turn off the news. From today onwards, we will understand victory very simply. Something with the power to transform lives, and something that demands effort from each of us every single day. What we achieve together will reach across the 5 boroughs, and it will resonate far beyond. There are many who will be watching. They want to know if the left can govern. They want to know if the struggles that afflict them can be solved. They want to know if it is right to hope again. So standing together with the wind of purpose at our backs, we will do something that New Yorkers do
And Mandela affected you?
better than anyone else. We will set an example for the world. If what Sinatra said is true, let us prove that anyone can make it in New York and anywhere else too. Let us prove that when a city belongs to the people, there is no need too small to be met, no person too sick to be made healthy, no one too alone to feel like New York is their home. The work continues. The work endures. The work, my friends, has only just begun. Thank you.
With the intro, there we go. There are the is this the first couple of New York? I don't know if you say if that's the right words for that, but there's wow. Oh god, they well, just like me, they're cutting it short. I hate to do this, chat, but I gotta run so I can get some rest so I can be back to cover more stuff tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm gonna read out my Patreons. Everybody at the $5 level and what timing? Refresh and reload. That's all I can say. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Sherry Safira. Shouts out to Rachel. Shouts out to Omega Star. And shouts out to Zara Xerix. With that, chat, I must bid you adieu. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe in chat today. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for helping the stream get out to more and more people just by liking the video. Now, if I can find the right Oh my god, what is even going on? Nothing good, chat. Nothing good. There it is. Okay, there we go. So yeah, we're gonna I'll be back tomorrow. I will probably be talking about what's happened in Venezuela. I need to do a little catching up on that. In the meantime, feel free to join our friend Struggle 4, who is covering that exact subject. So much love, everyone. Take care of yourself, take care of each other, and bye bye. Now to try to hit the stop streaming